Hey guys, I'm early. Up and early. I went to bed early. Hold on, I'll be back. Oh shoot. Oh. Let me put in my earphones. Oh, is he here? Wait. What's up, Kayla? Good morning. Did he already come out of the van? I missed it. Did he? I don't know. Oh well, it's not a big deal. What's up, Derpstein? Kayla, Ashley. How are you guys doing? So I went to bed really early, but I was tossing and turning. I wasn't tired, like probably because I slept all day yesterday during the trial, the first part of it. Hey, holy moly! Hey, Cold Gamer. Hey, Tracy. What's up, guys? Um, did he already come out of the van though? Did I miss it? Figures I walk away for a second. It's good. It's good because I got sleep. I mean, I lay down at because it was my night with Zeke, and Zeke is like he goes to bed so early. Hey Gail, I lay down probably around maybe like 10 or something, 9 or 10, and just watch some YouTube. And I would like fall asleep for a couple hours, and I wake up, watch a little bit more YouTube, fall asleep. So it was like one of those things where I slept, but I kept like waking up and watching a little bit, and then I pass out, watch a little bit because I had slept yesterday during the day. So I think, but no, I feel good. I no migraine. Yes, I'm feeling better. Thank you. What, 11 kids? Oh, 11-year-old kids these days are so, oh, I bet. I don't think I could be, I don't know if I could handle kids. Like, as far as having kids, I mean, it's a lot of work. I like kids, but it's, I don't know. I give you guys credit. Like, I don't have any kids. It's a lot of work. Like when my niece comes over and spends the night, like I'll hang out with her, but it's like she wants your attention, and she's what? She's gonna be turning 3, so I guess it's a little bit different than 11, but she wants your attention nonstop. So you can't even like, you look away and she's like, "It's Tiffy, Tiffy," like, you can't, she has to have your attention. So it's like, it gets tiring. She wants you to, like, watch her do everything or, like, play with her, which is fun, but not for, like, all day. It's like, it gets tiring, and you're like, "Oh, I need a break," and then she's, like, yelling for me. It's cute, but yeah, I give you guys credit that kids, 11-year-olds, yeah, 11-year-old is probably, they kinda have their own life by then, right? I'm trying to think, like, my nephew, he's 12, and he's kinda, with technology these days, they're just, on their phone, on their computer, playing games. Well, no, it is. Shannon's I actually was talking to one of my friends about this. Law I'm going by what law and crime, and law and crime does say day 11, because what they're going by is they're not counting the jury selection. So I just kind of was going by what law and crime was putting, since that's who we're watching it with. They don't include, if you look at their title, they don't include the jury days. So I'm just gonna stick with that because it is day 11 of like actual testimony and stuff. Go look at law and crime's title. It's the same thing. I don't know, I had kinda discussed it with, somebody, and I'm like, "Well, should I do to 13?" I'm like, "No, I mean, it is, we're watching it through law and crime, they're not counting the jury, so," but I know the judges, when he says date, he'll say day 13, but I don't know. I'm just gonna stick with what they're putting, just because I already started it that way, and I don't wanna confuse anybody now, but thanks, though. Yeah, you're right, it is 13, if you include the jury selection days or whatever. Yeah, and they're cute, but it's like, and even like the fact that all they want is um to uh for you to watch them sometimes. Sometimes you play a little bit, but like that gets tiring because you have to be like actively watching them. Like they know if you're kind of like zoning. You have to be like actively being like, "Oh, good job. Ooh, wow." Oh my god. She's so freaking cute. Oh, my niece, Gia. Oh my god, she's adorable. My nephews, I used to watch them because I was in Colorado for when they were young. When they were like 2 or 3, I was living in Colorado, so I barely got to see them. But when I moved home, like what set going on 7 years ago now, um, I would watch them. So they were like maybe like 8, 9. No, wait, hold on. If he's 14, 7. No, they were probably like 6 and not 6 and 8. And I would watch them every day. I'd go over really early in the morning because my brother and his ex-wife, they were still together at the time, and they would go to work early. So I'd have to go over at like 5 in the morning, and like basically they'd still be sleeping. I'd have to wake them up. On school year, I would take them to school, so get them breakfast and stuff, but then through the summer, I'd have to watch them all day, and that was 2 boys. It was something, and that's where we started a YouTube channel for them, and we had fun for like a year. Probably like over a year, I was videoing them, and I would like edit their videos, and we did like a little YouTube channel. It was cute. Um, but yeah, I had fun with them. I watched them for like I probably did that for like 3 years. But anyway. Yeah, 8. So I only have 2 nephews and 1 niece. I had 1 nephew. My sister had a son, but he died before my sister died. He died when he was like, yeah, he was 4 when Hunter, when he died, and then my sister died like 2 years after him. But so I would have had technically I have 4, but one's not alive anymore. Um But I actually have one now, like, I would say a step nephew because my brother got remarried, so she has a son, and he's, like, 15, I think. So I guess I kinda have 3 nephews and 1 niece. I know, yeah. So, Gia's, like, obsessed with me. I don't know why, but, like, when she comes over here, she has to be with me. She has to be with me, and I feel bad because, like, if we have, like, a holiday and my other brother comes, and like the nephews and my brother's wife now, they come over and they want to spend time with her, and she just wants to be with me, so they're trying to like, come here, Gia, come hang out with me, and she's like, Tiffy. And she just wants to hang out with me, and so yeah, she's obsessed with me when she comes over here, but she lives in Columbus, so I don't really get to see her that often. They live like 2 hours away, so I mean we get to like see her on holidays. They'll come for like the weekend or like birthdays, or sometimes they'll just come visit, but like I don't get to see her like a ton. So when I do, it's like she's obsessed. It's cute. I love it, but then sometimes I'm like, "Ooh, okay, I gotta have a break." And then she's just yelling for me. And like sometimes she'll like cry if I don't come. Like there was one time I was doing I think I was doing a live art video, and she wanted me, and I'm like, "Mom, I'm busy right now," and she started crying, and then I felt bad, and yeah. Anyway. But I don't know, it's like it confuses me because 'cause I'm like, "I don't know why she likes me so much, I don't feel like I'm that fun." I just kinda, like, watch her and, like, I don't know. But yeah, and then, like, when my mom she FaceTimes my mom they FaceTime, like, my mom every night, and sometimes I'm down there, sometimes I'm not, because it depends on the time. Most of the time, I'm not when they FaceTime, but if I do, like, she'll be kinda, like, ignoring my mom playing, and then if I come to FaceTime, she'll be like, Aunt Tiffany here is here, and she, like, gets this big smile, and she's like, "Hi."
Struck by a comment you made, and
Oh, this
I just want to
playing a
confirm it.
previous.
You were informed by folks at the meeting when Alec was confronted
Right?
about financial misdeeds. According to the reports you received, that Alec's response was he knew he was going to get called at some point in time. Is that what was
No, I
reported to
think-
you?
That's what I recall.
Oh, they're just. I think they're just playing a previous, right? Because it doesn't start till 9:30. This guy was already testified. Right? They should have like announced, like been more clear on what. Right?
He did. He asked you to eulogize Paul at Paul's funeral, right?
Okay, that's what I
He did, and I
thought.
did.
Like,
And,
wait
and you
a
were
minute.
you very close to Paul, and Paul was a super guy, wasn't he?
Yes to both of those questions.
Wait, it starts at 9:30,
Paul,
right? Because I'm about to just like mute
Carrie-
it for a minute. Unless you guys want to watch it again. I don't know. I've already seen this guy testify twice because he was before and not in front of the jury. They had him up. So I don't think I want to watch it a third time. Because it starts in what, 20 minutes? Wait, you think? Hold on. Yeah, because they didn't end on him. Well, I'll put them.
Nellie's super
let me
eagle
see.
that's in the courtroom. Would you
Let's
be
see
able
what
to
other
recognize as
channels are
Paul's or
doing.
not? Or
I don't know at this juncture.
Pretty sure.
I believe it was camouflaged.
camouflage super eagle?
And all camouflage super eagles.
Trying to not point it at anybody, but does this look like Paul's gun?
I'll say it looked like it. Will I say it was? I can't say that.
Understand, and Your Honor, I'm holding up, for the record, states exhibit number 4. And I put my papers down.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't start till 9:30.
Also,
It should have been more clear on what.
you testified that when you got to Moselle the night of the 7th, that you were.
Yeah, it's not. You guys, this
went
isn't.
Through the
Because
main.
I just turned on ABC is live with him, and they still have the symbol, the whatever you call it. This is from yesterday. I wish they would have been more clear because they just like went right into it. That's gonna confuse people. Yeah, I mean, do you guys want to watch this again? I don't really want to, unless if you do, I'll play it. I mean, I'll put it on. Let me see who else is doing it. So who else is streaming it? We have ABC. I'm trying to find all the channels that are doing it. Yeah, they ended with yes. They like began with him, I think, yesterday. I think he was one of the first witnesses yesterday. Holly on Daddy. Okay. Lavina, I still have to send out your quilt. I've just been such a busy week with this, and then like I have all these appointments. I'm trying to think if I have time today because I have to go to an appointment at 11:30 today. Tomorrow I have an appointment at 1:15. Friday I have my therapy, and then I have this to do too. So it's just been like so crazy, but you will get it. I'll try to like maybe I could have if my mom's well, no, because I have to like box it up. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I was figuring. I don't really want to watch because we already watched that guy twice. I'll just do this for a minute. Did we miss? So I must have just missed Alex walking in. Everybody have their coffee. Got my Grateful Dead shirt on. Ready to go. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to leave at like probably 11:10, and I'll probably be gone in like an hour today. So it'll wonder if it's gonna be like when no, they've been taking late lunch, huh? because I don't want it to be like during one of the breaks, because then, you know, if it's during the trial, it doesn't matter if I'm here, but the breaks. So how did you guys sleep? You guys sleep good? Um, I hope it's a more interesting day today. I was bored. Well, I was sleeping. Never mind. Never mind. I slept a lot yesterday. I can't even complain. Um, oh, 1:20ish. So I should be, oh, I'll be back by then. Cool. Okay. Let's see, 12:30 to 1. Yeah, I'll be back like around, yeah, I'll be back if it's 1:20ish. Oh, go eat your coffee, girl. We're gonna need it. Definitely gonna need it. Oh, what do you guys think of that new Gabby Petito picture that came out? Um, I know I was starting to read a lot of comments and people were like, "Oh, it's a doctored photo." But I think what they're misunderstanding is that's most of that red around her eye is like blood, they said. So she must have took it. So he probably like grabbed her face. Remember she had a cut on her cheek. So when he grabbed it, he probably smeared blood like up on her eye. So I think people are looking at like, oh, there's not that mark on her because they said that the time stamp on that is right around the time of the 911 call. So it would have been before the cops pulled her over, right? So people were like, why didn't that mark show up? That's a fake or whatever. But I think in what the news channels have been saying is that that's blood. So like I said, she did show a scratch. So I think it just the blood smeared up on her eye. And so it was like kind of like blood that we were seeing. And probably a little bit red because it was probably right after it happened. So it was probably more red and there's a little bit of blood smeared. So I don't think it's fake at all. At first, I was like, "That doesn't even look like her." I was confused. I'm like, "Wait, that's not Gabby." And I was like, "Why is it?" Because WFLA, I think was the first I saw. I'm like, "Why is he reporting on this? Obviously fake." So like that doesn't look anything like her. But then I looked at the body cam and I was like, "Wait, you know what? I think it is her because you know when you like take selfies, like roll up close, it makes your face look different. Plus, she's making like a very different face than we see in the body cam. Plus, she has the same outfit on as the body cam. Let me put this on while we're um. So yeah, so I think it was more red because it was red because he just had done it. Number one, number two, there was some blood I think smeared up there from the cut she had on her face, which she did show the cops that cut. She told them. Um, and so I don't know. I don't know how I feel about them suing the cops. I mean, yeah, I think I remember when I watched it the first time, I was like, yeah, I mean, they misjudged the whole thing. So I feel like the one guy, didn't the one guy get like suspended or he got in trouble, like the one main guy, the cop or something? I remember reporting on that way back when it happened. I'm forgetting a little bit. But I don't know. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it could have saved her life, yeah. But it would have been a hard charge, I feel like, to hold him very long. Because think about it, I don't know if it would have avoided her death. Yeah, maybe it would have pushed it out, but I feel like if they would have arrested him, he would have been even more mad, and it would have just happened a couple days later, in my opinion. I think it would have still happened. It just would have been a little bit delayed. Because I think he would have been even more mad going to jail. If he had to spend the night in jail, he would have blamed her. Obviously, he blames her for everything. So I don't think it would have been avoided, unfortunately, in my opinion. I think he would have just done it later. It would have just been like a day later or something. I think he still would have done it. I do. If he had it in him and he was like choking her anyway and he's done it before and she just, woke back up, I mean, it was only a matter of time. But I mean, I guess it could have prevented it if, oh, there's Buster. if she would have left him, but I don't think she would have. I don't think she would have left him. I think she would have stayed and waited for him. I really do. So. Yeah, that's true. But do you really think she would have left him? She wouldn't have listened to her parents. She was.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear testimony and you're going to see evidence about 5 lives. 5 lives that converged on June 18th of 2018, costing the victim in this case, Jase Onfroy, his life. The other 4 lives that you're going to hear about are Dietrich Williams, who's on the end over there with the bow tie. You're going to hear about Trayvon Newsom, who's in the middle in gray. And you're going to hear about Michael Boatwright, who has on a turtleneck. You'll also hear about Robert Allen, who's not.
I don't know. I'm going to talk for a little bit because I don't like, this is probably just going to make me want to get into another trial. I don't have time to. I don't know. I don't know much about this though. I remember when that guy, they said he died, but I didn't know really who he was, that rapper. Have you guys followed that case? Yeah, I don't think so. And she was she wasn't ready to get out, you know? You know how that happens. Like, it's sad, but when I feel like there's a couple different types of people. There's people that are going to stay in a relationship being abused. There's people that's the first second of abuse, they're out, you know, and she's obviously was the type that was just going to like blame herself. She was manipulated by him, probably thinking she was the one doing wrong. Obviously from that cop, from the traffic stop, she blamed herself. I mean, she was acting like she was like the aggressor. If you think about it, she almost like made it seem like she was, but that's probably because that's what he always made her feel. He always made her believe that she was the one doing everything. So she's not going to just leave him. She's just, no, he had her manipulated to even thinking that she was the one that was the bad one. So no, I don't think a call to her parents would have made her come home. I'm sorry, I don't. Oh, wait, what do you mean, Dino? Are you talking about this case? Extension? Extension? Or how do you know how to say his name? I'm sorry. Yes, gaslighting, yes. And so then they have like a lot of history. She's stuck with him this long. It's not like he just started abusing her. I mean, we heard of accounts where he would choke her and she would like be unconscious and then come back to. Like, so no, and she stayed with him. And I'm not blaming her. I'm not at all. Like that, those type of people have this way to manipulate certain types of people, and it's not the victim's fault at all. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying I don't think she would have left him if he went to jail that night. She would have waited, and they would have only been able to keep him. I mean, they wouldn't have been able to keep him that long because she didn't have and she had a scratch. She wasn't even saying. She was like taking the blame for it, which they should have saw those signs. Like victims will actually. Just because she's saying that, read the room, cop, read the room, look what's going on, you know? Which I don't know. I mean, there's some people that say, you know, they think the other way, but they should have been trained and they should have been able to kind of see she was upset, she was crying, go listen to what the 911 caller said because they witnessed it. So if she's telling you one thing, just go back to what one of the 911 callers said, and they said that he grabbed her face, you know, and he was the aggressor. So, but I don't think they would have been able to keep him any more than a night, right? And she would have just waited right there for him. And he would have been more mad and would have done it when he got out. I really do. But I mean, the parents do. I feel like the parents probably, they do have a case. I mean, because you don't know. You can't predict the future. I'm just saying my opinion. Who knows what would happen? No, I know they listened to the call. What I mean is take that into consideration, and if you're confused about, like, what she's saying, go listen to it again and realize what that person said. And I mean, like, really listen, like, don't just listen, like, listen, you know what I'm saying? Not I know they listen to it, but listen to it. Like, really listen, like, hear what the person's saying, you know? But yeah, they definitely should've took that into consideration. But I just don't know if it would have prevented anything. Unless if, Gabby somehow had some kind of revelation and left him. I guess there's always that possibility, but statistically, it probably wouldn't have turned out that way. I know, Mamma Mia, he was, because it was probably, like, a thing where it's, like, maybe he got crap for, um, one time, or, like, being like, "Oh, you don't ever consider that the woman could be the abuser." I don't know, who knows why he was like that. Didn't, wasn't there something that happened in his ho like, something with his wife or something with the cop? Remind me. Something happened with one of the cops, like, on a personal level, right? Oh, he did talk about his wife or girlfriend. Oh, I have to go back to some of my videos. I'm forgetting, it's been a while. I haven't even looked at that case in a long time. And actually, that case, I wasn't following it as closely because that case was it happened right after we all had COVID. My dad died. It was like a crazy time for me. So I was like really like not really into it because my mind was just all crazy, you know? So I didn't get real in depth in it. I mean, I know I did enough. I know the basics, but I wasn't into it like some because of what was going on with my life at the time. Okay. Okay. So yeah, then that's why. Okay. You have your coffee? Good. I know I'm drinking this too fast. Like almost done and I want more. I've been drinking a lot of coffee with this because it's like I want to keep drinking it. So good. I like the taste of it. And then I know I should just drink decaf, but then I'm like, So isn't Cousin Eddie supposed to be on today, guys? How many of you guys think that how many of you guys were there when I read I was reading that article where it said that Cousin Eddie, which is the guy that he hired to kill himself, to kill Alex, or Alex hired, where it said that he failed a polygraph about these murders. So I was reading an article, those of you that wasn't there that night. So supposedly he failed a polygraph about when they asked him stuff about the murders of Maggie and Paul. Um so how many of you guys think maybe it was Alex and this guy together, both them two were the killers, and that he did have help? Does anybody think that? A part of me almost thinks that maybe. Especially because he failed a polygraph, and I know those aren't like 100%, but it's still a tool that is can have some kind of meaning, you know what I'm saying? It is somewhat like you could I don't know, I mean, I know you can't use it in the court of law, but it still is useful. I feel like they use it all the time to kinda determine, like, in their head, like, how they wanna go with their investigation, you know? If, like, somebody fails it like, somebody, "Hey, will you take a polygraph?" and they pass it, then they almost, like, let them go like, "Okay, you're cleared." And it's almost like they use it to clear people a lot too. Like, if somebody passes it, they'll more than likely clear them and go on to another suspect, right? Somebody fails it, they're gonna focus on them. So it is important to a degree. I know it's not perfect, but it is. It could possibly be very helpful. So, I don't know. So part of me thinks it could have been Alex and him. And that's why those shots just don't make any sense for it to be one person. I know he could have just planned it that way, but you got to remember he didn't have that much time. Everything happened in a matter of what? 16 minutes? Right? And that means that he cleaned up any evidence that he didn't want there too. Like whether he grabbed the guns, he changed his clothes, he got rid of all that stuff. Because supposedly, I don't know, how do they know he started his car at 9:06 and that he left like around 9:06? Because what time did he get to his mom's? Does anybody know? That's what I'm not sure, the timeline of when he got to his mom's. But it didn't give him that much time, I feel like, to do those weird shots, like use 2 different guns. I mean, I guess it doesn't take that much time, but still. I still think there's a possibility he had help. Hi, Tennessee. What's up? Well, no, though. I was Jackie, or who said that? Dino, but it was at the back of his head, though. If it was like right here, I would have said suicide. But aren't they? I'm pretty sure they're saying it. Wait, did it go in the front and then out the back? Why did I think it was like it came like it entered in the back? Hold on, I gotta look at that again. Because if it did enter in the front and come out the back, then yeah, that would kind of be like a suicide, because usually they'll take the rifle and they'll like kind of like, well, you see it in movies. I don't know. I've never seen it in person, but I gotta get more familiar with that. That's why I'm hoping they go over that in the trial soon, so I could see, see what they determine about all that. Because I know we have what Joseph Scott Morgan was explaining, then we have what the mob crew guy was explaining, and they both kind of they weren't the same. They weren't. Their analysis was a little bit different of how it happened. And that's what's confusing me. Let me see. Is it 9:30? Hold on. Are they doing this again where they changed the station? Hold on. Well, no, because I have the ABC. Let's see. No, it didn't start yet. Okay. I just know yesterday they switched the camera. I'll just keep ABCs on them, or I want to watch it with Law and Crime though, because they have the more angles. The other channels just have one camera. Law and Crime has all 3. That's why I like it. Like even with the Johnny Depp, I liked it because they had the extra cameras. I don't know, Dino. Now I'm like doubting if maybe it was exited out of the back of the head. I don't know. I hope that comes soon in the trial, so we have it like in our head of how it was, because you have other people online trying to do it, and I don't know. I feel like they're not saying the same thing in my head. So I just want to see what the state says. What their experts say, because that's what the jury at least is going to go by. It's going to get remember how it gets really loud really quick. Usually. It wasn't that bad.
Good morning. Ready for the jury?
State's ready. Bench ready.
And bring the jury.
Hey, Derpstein, Jackie, Mama Mia, Connie. I already said hi to most people, huh? Upside Down, Tennessee. Oh, I guess. So who's going to be the first witness, or did they continue? Did they leave off in the middle of one? I don't think they did. I think they finished it. Is Buster? I read articles that Buster's supposed to testify. Is he? It's not. It's not. There's no sound yet. Looking beyond. They have it turned off right now. Oh, there they go.
The jury is present, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Day number 13, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is it Agent Fletcher or Miss Fletcher?
Miss Fletcher's fine.
Are you an agent?
Technically, I am commissioned. However,
Okay,
I'm a forensic scientist.
right, okay. Well, Ms. Fletcher, just want to go over a little bit of what you testified about yesterday and hit some smaller points, but I mean, you pretty much, you said this yesterday, but gunshot primer residue is not biodegradable, correct?
No, sir. They're composed of heavy metals of lead, barium, and antimony. So they're individual particles of those metals. They are not biodegradable.
So if gunshot primer residue is on a surface, it will stay on that surface and will not degrade for hundreds of years.
Potentially, there's not studies that go out that far, but potentially.
Right. But the only way that current science knows to get primer gunshot residue off of anything is through cleaning, wiping it off, scrubbing it off, spraying it off. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it comes out when a gun is shot, right?
Yes, that's how gunshot primer residue is formed. It comes out through the muzzle and in a semi-automatic through the ejector port or through a revolver through the muzzle gap. So any opening within the gun, it'll come out.
Yeah, so the gunshot primer residue will follow the projectile, whether it's pellets or a bullet, out the barrel of the gun, rifle, or pistol, will it not?
Yes, sir, it will.
And then if you have a semi-automatic rifle or shotgun, gunshot primer residue will go follow the discharge cartridge or shell shot as it opens up, right?
Yes, sir. Studies have shown as far as about 60 feet. Beyond that, they haven't been studied.
Okay. So within 60 feet of a gun being shot, there will be gunshot primer residue on whatever's around there. Fair enough?
Whatever's around the bullet, per se. When it gets out that far, it's more in the immediate vicinity of the bullet.
But for sure, gunshot primer residue will accumulate on the firearm that's being used, will it not?
Yes, sir, it will.
And if it's not properly cleaned and maintained, I mean, it'll stay there until it gets wiped off by someone's hand or left out in the rain or sprayed off, right?
Yes, sir, it will.
Okay. And when you were referring to transfer GSR, is that one of the things you're referring to?
Yes, sir. If you touch a gun that had been fired at any point, then you have the potential to transfer it to your hands.
Now, this jury has seen throughout the course of the trial a number of folks holding up some firearms that are in evidence. A couple of shotguns, 300 blackout, and they've seen they've seen witnesses hold up. Mr. Metter held up yesterday this blue rain jacket, which you had identified having 38 particles or more on it. My question to you is it very possible that where you're sitting right now, there's gunshot primer residue?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you did some, you work in the Forensic Services Laboratory at SLED, correct?
Correct.
And there's a trace evidence operation manual pertaining to gunshot primer residue analysis, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
And that governs you follow that manual, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And you agree with the statement that gunshot primer residue evidence is most probative in the following situations: from subjects who have not sustained a gunshot wound, from subjects who have not been in the proximity to the discharge of a firearm or admitted to discharging a firearm, and from subjects who were not found in the possession of a firearm.
I do agree with that. Yes, sir.
And that's a statement of your operations manual.
Yes, sir, it is.
And you obtained clothing, which we know is from Richard Alexander Murdaugh, shirt, shorts, and shoes. And did someone under your supervision did lifts from those clothing items so that you could analyze the particles, correct?
Yes, sir. Jamie Hall collected the particle lifts off of those items.
And those and that collection was done on June 8th, I believe, was it not?
Yes, sir, it was.
And are you aware that the clothes were collected on June the 8th?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you aware that when the clothes were collected, they were wet?
I didn't know that they were wet until Jamie opened up the evidence, and it was evident that the shirt was a little damp and the shoes were definitely damp.
And so it's just been a few hours that they had been placed in some sort of bag, and you open it up and they're wet, and you smell laundry detergent.
That's correct.
Okay. Were you aware it had been raining that evening at Moselle?
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
In any event, you tested after Ms. Hall, is that it, Jamie Hall?
Yes, sir.
She did the lifts, and you located 3 particles from the white shirt.
Yes.
You were at 3 particles from the shorts,
Yes.
no particles from the shoes,
Yes.
and there was no particles on Mr. Murdaugh's hands.
There was
Oh.
one particle on his right hand.
I'm sorry, there was 1 particle on his hand. And you would agree that that amount of primer residue, gunshot primer residue found on an individual who you had been informed had a firearm in his hand when the police arrived, that it was consistent with the transfer from a firearm.
When I analyzed the evidence, I did not know that he had a firearm in his hand, but that would be consistent with somebody who had a firearm in his hand prior to collection.
Okay. Well, you learned that at least by June the 9th at 11:03 a.m. when you had a telephone call with Agent Owen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told him that that amount of gunshot residue would be consistent with the transfer from a firearm.
Yes, sir.
And you stand by that here today.
I do.
Now, the seatbelt assembly, let's talk about that for a minute. You did lifts, you and Ms. Hall or Agent Hall did lifts of the buckle, is that right?
Yes, sir.
The latch plate, is that right?
Yes.
And then 3 spots along the belt, the webbing.
Yes, sir. 3 areas along the belt. We divided the belt into 3 sections and did both sides of it. And those were the 5 areas that we
I see,
collected.
I see. So did you take lifts from the entire webbing?
Yes, sir. We retracted it as far as it would go, divided it into 3 sections
I see.
and collected them.
And the results of the lifts, and you did analysis, was there's 1 particle on the buckle, right?
That's correct.
0 on the latch plate,
Correct.
0 on the belt, on any of the sections of the belt.
That's correct.
So the whole belt was 0. And so they found 1 particle.
I confirmed 1 particle on the buckle. Yes, sir.
And you can't say how or when the particle was deposited on the belt, can you?
I cannot.
And I think you told this to Agent Owen that if Alec Murdaugh was shooting earlier in the day or anytime anytime at some point in time while he had that vehicle, and he got, after shooting, he got in the vehicle, it has the ability to transfer any gunshot residue primer to that vehicle, right?
Yes, sir. I cannot tell you when that particle was deposited.
So if he had that vehicle for 2 years and he'd been out shooting and got in it, I could have deposited one particle on the buckle and it could stay there unless it got knocked off, right?
Yeah, unless it was cleaned, it could have stayed there. Yes, sir.
And if he went and got a gun and then put it in the car and then he got back in the car and he got transferred GSR on him and they could hit the buckle and that could put it on there, right?
Yes, sir. That could have happened.
It's just very, very small. You can't see it with a naked eye, but it stays there forever unless it's moved.
That's correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you were also asked to do an analysis of blue rain jacket. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. I did.
And once again, just like the seatbelt, there's no way for you to know when the gunshot primer residue was deposited on the blue rain jacket.
That's correct.
It could be at any point in time from the date that blue rain jacket was manufactured, right?
Well, probably not on the manufacturer date unless they were firing
Right.
guns in the manufacturing plant, but any time after a consumer takes possession, probably.
So if a consumer took possession of that garment 4 years ago, and we're going to talk about how you can get gunshot primer residue on it, but unless it's cleaned off or washed off, it'll stay for 4 years.
It could, yes.
And you have no idea how gunshot primer residue ended up on that garment, correct?
I cannot tell you how it got there
Or when it got there,
or when it got there.
or whether it was being worn when it got there, whether it was being worn inside out when it was deposited on there, or whether it was laid on top of a gun, for example.
I cannot tell you any of those scenarios.
Okay. So Mr. Randolph Murdaugh, are you aware that this rain jacket was found in a closet in September of 2021 at Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's home?
That was the information that was on the submission, yes.
And he died, I think, on June 10th, 2021. Were you aware of that?
I remember hearing news about it.
But if he, before he got into his truck, had taken off this poncho and flipped it over and threw it on the back seat of his truck where he kept his shotgun bow whoop, and it laid on top of this dirty old shotgun, it could have deposited 38 particles of gunshot primer residue, right?
If the shotgun was not clean, there is a potential for the transfer off of that shotgun, yes.
And if if bow whoop hadn't been cleaned in years, there would be
No objection. What's he saying?
bow whoop, BOWHOOP, the name of Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's shotgun. If that shotgun hadn't been cleaned in years, it'd be more likely you would get gunshot residue deposited on anything that came on top of it, right?
The transfer would be more likely, yes, sir.
Now, you also testified that 38 particles of gunshot primer residue was a significant amount. You
Yes,
remember
sir.
saying that?
Yes, sir.
So I guess then you would agree with me that one particle on the hand is an insignificant amount.
I can just say that it was present. I can't tell you that it's insignificant. It's just there.
Yet you can say 38 is significant.
Because it's much more than you would expect on an item that wasn't in the vicinity or didn't come into contact with an object with gunshot primer residue on it. One particle, I can't tell you when or how or it got there.
Well, would you agree with 3 particles on a shirt is an insignificant amount?
It's just 3 particles on a shirt, and it can be one of the 2 ways or a combination of the 2 ways of being in the vicinity or transfer.
Yet you're comfortable saying 38 is significant, but you're not comfortable saying 1 is insignificant.
Insignificant implies that the evidence itself is insignificant, but it's a particle of gunshot primer residue. I'm not going to say that it's insignificant evidence.
Well, should you say 38 is significant, or do you say there's 38 particles on there?
Significant implying that it's a large amount, not that it's a small amount, but a large amount.
So is 3 a small amount?
Not in how many that we get normally. It's about average.
Okay. Now, in addition to the rain jacket, and I think that is item 173 in your lab, you were also provided a blue tarp, item 174. Do you remember receiving a blue tarp?
Yes, sir.
And after discussing the scenario presented by the witness with Captain Ryan Neal, you and he decided that there was no need to process the blue tarp seized from Almeida, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that this witness was Shelley Smith?
I am now. I was not aware who the witness was at the time.
So in your conversation with Agent Ryan Neal, he says, don't worry about the tarp.
Objection to hearsay.
The objection is sustained.
After your conversation with Ryan Neal about what a witness had relayed to him, you, in consultation with Agent Neal, decided not to test the tarp.
That's correct. That was based on that the raincoat was balled up in a closet versus the tarp being folded in a container and in place in a location.
When you say balled up, what do you mean?
I wasn't there, so I don't know, but that was the information. It was haphazardly placed in the bottom of the closet.
Okay. If it had been folded and placed on top of some other items in the closet, would that have made a difference to you?
I'm not sure. That would have had to have been a discussion between the agents and my management.
Have you seen all the photos of the search warrant where it was found and how it was folded or not folded, balled or not balled?
I've seen one photo.
The one that's in evidence here?
I'm not sure.
You were informed from Agent Neal that, or you concluded that the supposition was that the firearm was in contact with the rain jacket, correct?
I'm sorry?
You documented that the supposition was that the firearm was in contact with the rain jacket.
They were trying to determine, I think, whether a firearm was in contact with the rain jacket, and that was a possibility given my results.
Now, you, so you remember what you did with the blue tarp? Just put it in storage and it's never been taken out again, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I don't know what happened to the blue tarp.
Did you ever have any involvement with the blue tarp after it was presented to your evidence lab?
No, I did not.
The rain jacket do you know if fingerprints were taken off the rain jacket?
I don't know of any other analyses performed on the rain jacket.
Would you have been able to tell if there'd been lifts for fingerprints when it came to you?
For gunshot primer residue evidence, the trace lab always gets it first because any other processes might remove the gunshot primer residue. So no other analyses would have taken place prior to ours.
The rain jacket was slated, I believe you testified, for further DNA analysis.
That was what was on the outside of the box. Yes, sir.
And because of that, you and Agent Jamie Hall wore gloves and a gown and a mask, right?
We always wear gloves and the lab jacket, but the mask was added because of the DNA request.
Do you know the results of the DNA analysis?
I do not.
You were shown photos that were introduced in the evidence and of the rain jacket. And I just want to publish two more that were introduced in evidence. 438. Doug, can you put 438 on the screen, please? I think you had it, now it's gone. There we go. Agent Fletcher, can you see that?
I can.
What's that?
This is a page out of my case file that I prepared for my technical reviewer and as part of my information to keep with me. It's a picture of the packaging, the paper bag that the rain jacket was included in with the documentation on it, as well as the tag from the rain jacket labeling the brand of it, the size of it, and it also has our lab net information and the initials and date in which it was analyzed by the Trace Department.
Okay, at the bottom of this, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a date of 10/8/2021. Is that when you took the photo?
No, sir, that's when I prepared the PowerPoint for inclusion in my case file.
I see. So Doug, you'll go to the next exhibit, 439, please. And there you've labeled manufacturer's tags. You see that?
Yes, sir.
You tell the jury what size this rain jacket is.
It's a large.
Okay. And do you know this brand name? Cocatat?
I had to look it up. I wasn't familiar with it prior to this case.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Doug. You take that down, please. One second, Your Honor, please. That's in front of Your Honor.
Redirect.
Good morning.
Mr. Griffin asked you about 38 particles on the parka, poncho, rain jacket, the blue garment.
Yes, sir.
You asked about the 38 particles. That's what I'm responding to.
Yeah, we just can't hear you.
Okay, well, I'll talk louder, sorry. Actually, how many particles were on the garment?
In total, there were 52 particles. There were 14 that I confirmed on the outside of the rain jacket, and there were 38 on the interior of the rain jacket.
And I confused myself yesterday. There were 13 particle lifts and 12 particle lifts, correct? And then out of that, you found the 52 particle characteristics of gunshot primer residue, correct?
That's correct.
And 38 of those were on the inside?
Yes, sir.
That's what he asked you about. 14 were on the outside.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you wear that garment, do you typically wear it inside's inside? Is that what it means?
I would think so.
And he asked you, is it a possibility that a firearm had come in contact with the rain jacket? And you said it's possible, it's really possible, isn't it? I mean, those numbers are unusual, aren't they? 38.
For the interior of a garment, I would think that they were unusual, yes.
And that's common sense, isn't it?
Well, they're just not,
What is it? I'm sorry. How do you describe that in your world, everyday living, and then you're examining it? How do you describe those particles inside of a garment that you're supposed to wear with the outside?
well, typically people wear their clothing right side out. And so if they're in the vicinity to the discharge of a shooting, that's where the particles are going to land.
On the outside?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about the think a hypothetical, if Scranton's father's gun had laid on it and it was in a truck, would the 38 particles inside of the rain jacket be consistent with a recently fired firearm being contained inside?
It could be, yes.
With a recently fired firearm being carried inside of that rain jacket?
Just inside the rain jacket. I don't know that it matters if you're carrying it.
Okay, right. You're very technical and precise. Okay. But if you were carrying it and you had a gun inside that rain jacket that had recently been fired, and you were taking it somewhere to hide it or transport it, would the 38 particles inside the rain jacket be consistent with transfer from a recently fired firearm?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
And again, how did you describe those 38 particles in your world?
They're unusual because they're on the interior of a garment. Go ahead. And it is a large number.
Unusual because they're on the interior of a garment, and an unusual number.
Well, a large number.
Object.
The last answer for the record was a large number.
Yes, sir.
Further examination.
Very, very briefly, Agent Fletcher, what I gather, there's just a whole lot of possibilities of what could have happened, right?
That's correct.
The only thing you can tell us is what you saw under a microscope.
Yes, sir.
You can't tell the jury how it got there, right?
That's correct.
Or when it got there.
That's correct.
And, okay, and I forgot to ask one further question. A rim-fire gun, does it produce gunshot primer residue?
Rimfire ammunition does produce gunshot primer residue. Some don't produce the traditional lead, barium, and antimony. Others do. It just depends on what type of ammunition is used.
All right, thank you.
Sit down.
Thank you.
We call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Annette Griswold.
We'll have a seat on the witness stand.
My name is Annette Griswold, Griswold.
Ms. Griswold, how are you doing today?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
Good. If you would, just tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you grew up and what you do for a living, please.
Okay. I grew up in Hampton, South Carolina, and lived there for the first 18 years of my life, graduated from Wade Hampton High School, went away for college at 18, ended up falling in love with the Charlotte, North Carolina area. Over the next 2 decades, I spent most of that time in Charlotte. That's where I got married. And with the exception of a few years coming back to Hampton and a few years in Columbia for my husband to get his degree, that time was spent in Charlotte until 2012. My dad took ill and he wanted us to move closer to be near him, and my mom needed help taking care of him. So I moved home in 2012 after my father passed away. A few months after, I went back on the job search, and I'd been out of work for 2 months helping my mom. So I was looking for a job and ran into my friend's father, and he told me I should probably check the law firm. I found out that I had a school friend that worked there, so I reached out to her, sent her my resume, and she forwarded it to the right people. And 3 interviews later, I was working for the firm, and I worked as a paralegal and was hired to work for
Which firm are we talking about?
what everybody refers to as PMPED.
And when did you start working there?
July of 2012.
And when you started working there, who were you working for?
Alec Murdaugh.
And the entirety of the time that you were there up until the time that he was no longer a partner of that firm, is that who you worked for?
That's correct.
So how long was that?
That was a little over 9 years.
Were you the only staff member that he had that was assigned to him?
No, we have, there's two of us that work for Alec. I've been with him, like I said, the 9 years. And then the other secretary was Christy Gerald, and she had been with him about almost double of what I'd been there.
Quickly describe for me sort of the division of labor between you and Christy Gerald, please.
I was hired to handle more of the larger cases that Alec had, where it's litigation law, and so it's personal injury for the most part, workers' comp, medical malpractice, premises liability, product liability, wrongful death, trucking cases. And so he wanted me to take over those bigger cases and handle those. And then Christy did more of the day-to-day stuff and the smaller files. Still just as important, but just smaller files than the larger ones.
You had the more complex stuff,
I did.
the bigger cases?
Yes, sir.
Just quickly, how was the defendant as a boss and a lawyer? Just what were his typical work habits and what was he like in the office?
Extremely intelligent when it comes to the law. I respected and admired that in him greatly. He didn't keep normal hours. He liked to float in later in the late morning time or early afternoon. We always had a running joke. We never knew. We knew that he might not be there all day, but he would always show up right before 5 o'clock when we were ready to leave. So just, kept unset hours. Pretty, I sometimes referred to Alec as a Tasmanian devil, because when he walked in, no matter what you were doing, you were started spinning, because he was just coming through and, shouting everybody's name and ready to get work done when he was walking in the door. So it was kind of confusing.
Let me ask you just a little bit. The jury's heard some testimony about disbursement sheets and how they work. And can you just remind them very quickly how that works? Who prepares the disbursement sheets and how does that go about taking place?
After I find out that a case is settled, I go ahead and start getting my disbursement sheet ready, where I can kind of go ahead and expect what the deductions are that are going to come out of it. The attorney's fees, the expenses. Anytime you have Medicare or any health insurance, there's typically a lien on that money, and we are required by law to pay it back. So I go ahead and start looking into all that, draft the sheet, and get everything on it that I know that I'm aware of. And then it goes to Alec, and he makes any changes he needs to. And then once he signs off on it, I send it across to our accounts payable department, and they cut the checks.
Are you familiar with what is generally referred to as the boat case?
I am.
And that is the boat wreck that occurred around February of 2019?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the defendant was sued civilly in that particular case?
Yes, sir.
After the boat case happened, did you notice any change in the defendant's demeanor around the office and about his work habits?
I did. He was more distant. Even when he was in the office, he was absent. It was he's always been hard to sit still and get answers from, and to sign our documents and anything that we had put in his office to sign. But it got extremely worse after the boat accident. He was rarely there, and when he was, the door was closed, and it was almost impossible for us to reach him. He was always on his phone. He was always dealing with something bigger than what we had going on.
As time moved on into the early part of 2021, did that even get worse?
It did. He would come in lots of times, and he was just not his normal self, or what his normal self used to be. It was just very tense, and I don't know how to describe it. It's just, you could tell that the boat crash was weighing heavy on him, and it was consuming his life almost, it seemed like. And he was just harder to reach. And there was a couple instances where I referred to him as having his ass on his shoulders, because that's how I felt. It was disrespectful of me to to, to feel that way and to say that out loud, but that's how I felt because he just wasn't himself with us anymore. He came in and it was just like yell our names and just didn't treat us the same way he did prior to the boat accident.
Was the defendant very protective about anyone going into his office?
He was. There was often times where he would come in on a Monday and say, who's been in my office? And we'd be like, I don't know, probably the cleaning ladies. We have no idea. He was, it was very cluttered, very unorganized, but he said he knew where his stuff was, that it was organized in his way.
Jury's heard a lot of testimony about this, and just in the interest of time, I'm going to ask it this way. Over the years, in various cases, did the defendant ask you to put disbursements to forge on various disbursement sheets so that settlement checks would be prepared from the trust account made out that way?
Yes, sir, he did. I can't remember when it started, but he told me, to put it on Forge. And me knowing Forge Consulting was a legitimate company, I would, on the disbursement sheet, I would put Forge Consulting. And he would say, no, it's not Forge Consulting. If I wanted to be Forge Consulting, I would have told you Forge Consulting. I want it to be Forge. And I was like, well, I don't understand. Isn't the name of the company Forge Consulting? And he told me that he described it to me. He said, think of it like Forge Consulting is the large company and Forge is a kind of under that umbrella of it. So he said, Forge Consulting is the big name. And then you have all different things they do, including Forge, which is more like a savings account than a trust.
So he would actually get you to change it from Forge Consulting to just Forge.
Correct. Even when across the street at the accounts payable department, they would write the check out to Forge Consulting. Lots of times I would have to reach out to them and say, hey, you wrote this to Forge Consulting. He says it needs to be Forge. And so lots of times they would have to change that.
Those checks that he would have on disbursement sheets to get cut, made out to Forge, would he often talk to you about picking those up personally?
Yes, I would ask him if I could go ahead and mail it to Michael Gunn at Forge Consulting because he was our contact. And he would say, no, you know what? I'm seeing Gunn this weekend. He's coming out to the farm, or we're going to meet halfway tonight and have dinner. He always said that he was going to hand deliver it. So I even got to where I would make file notes in my files. Alec took check to hand deliver because I was so worried that he was going to lose these checks because he was, a little aloof sometimes and, would leave keys in his vehicle, would misplace a few things. And so I was so worried that these checks were going to get lost and then we would have to do a stop payment and reissue the check. So I started making notes where I would remember that I didn't mail it, that it was actually hand delivered.
Well, hand delivered, at least from who was telling you it was going to be
That's
hand
correct.
delivered.
Yes.
Who was saying that?
Alec was.
All right. When you're talking about the defendant or Alec Murdaugh, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out to the jury, please?
Yes, he's over in it looks like a navy blue jacket.
Your Honor, can the record reflect these sheets identify the defendant? You mentioned he would say that, I'm going to see Gunn, I'm meeting him halfway, we're going hunting, things like that. Tell the jury again, who's Michael Gunn?
Michael Gunn he's our contact. He's the person we talk to when it comes to trust annuities with Forge Consulting.
And that's the real Forge, correct?
That's correct.
Not the fake Forge.
Not the fake Forge.
Moving into the latter part of 2020, did you have any particular issue arise with a disbursement to Forge that caught your attention?
I did.
Tell me about that if you would, please.
I was currently working from home. I'd had surgery on Halloween of 2020, and I was working from home, hadn't come back yet. I was planned to come back to the office the following Monday. And on that day, I believe it was December 15th of 2020, I got a phone call from the accounts payable department. Nicole called me, and she's one of the ladies that cuts the checks and works for Jeannie Seckinger. And she told me that she had just got a disbursement sheet over, that Christy had sent over a disbursement sheet in one of my files. It made no sense. She didn't understand it. And I was confused too, because I was like, why didn't he contacted me to do my disbursement because I'm kind of protective over my files. If I've worked that file the whole time, I want to finish that file. I want to work the whole process of it. And actually, the disbursement part is my favorite part of the file because I want to be able to have that, be there when that client gets their money and gets that closure that they deserve. So I thought it was very odd that Christy was drafting a disbursement in one of my files, and
This was the day you were off work.
that's correct. I was working from home, and I could have been reached, but I wasn't until Nicole reached out to me and told me.
Keep going.
She told me, so I looked, she sends it to me by email or text, I can't remember, and I reviewed it, and it didn't make sense to me either. There was a line on it that said the attorney fees were going, or amount of it was going to Forge, and I didn't understand how that was happening, and I'd never seen him send attorney fees to Forge before, and so I didn't know that that was even a possibility. And so I called the office, and Christy transferred me to Alec, and I spoke to him and asked him about it. And he said, why did Nicole call you? And I said, well, she doesn't know how to write these checks out because it doesn't make sense to her. She hasn't ever seen a disbursement like this. And he said, I'll take care of it. And so he said, I'll call Nicole, I'll take care of it. And so I remember talking to Nicole later and say, so what did he say? What was the reason behind it? And she said, he said that they can structure their attorney fees, and that's what that check was for.
Did you have a subsequent discussion with the defendant about that?
I did, and he told me the same thing. He said it was something that they've been able to do forever. He just never took advantage of it before, and so now he decided that he was going to start structuring those attorney fees where it would make interest, have interest drawn. And so it made sense, because why not? Why not, instead of having that money sit somewhere, put it somewhere where it's going to draw more money?
His explanation to you made sense
Yes, it did.
on its face.
Yes.
Do you remember the name of that case?
That was the Hirschberger case.
I'm going to show you. Stand on. We'll show you what's already been admitted to evidence, the state's 429, and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, I do. This is the disbursement that was in December of 2020 that I was talking about.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Put it up on the screen. At that point in time, we're in December of 2020, is that right?
That's correct.
After the defendant gave you that explanation that seemed valid to you on your face, did that matter just kind of go away at that point in time?
It did. It was kind of, always at the back of my mind because I still felt like there should have been some kind of paper trail, but yeah, the explanation worked that he gave me. And so I was trying to just go along with it because I thought it was valid.
As we move on into January 2021, did another incident happen that came to your attention as related to disbursements?
Yes, the end of January, it was a Friday afternoon. I left early that day to take my mom to the eye doctor, and kind of the same scenario of kind of an exact repeat of December happened again. Nicole from Accounts Payable called me, and I said, "What's going on?" And she said, "Well, I've got another one." And so Christy had drafted a disbursement in a case referred to as Moore. And she had sent it over. And once again, it had the same wording and kind of confusion that the Hirschberger one had a month previous. So she didn't really understand it again. She was still trying to say, I feel like we need more information on this. And I said, I do too. And so kind of the same scenario as before. I reached out to Alec, he reached out to Nicole, and ultimately the checks got written. But it was the same scenario, as you can see on here. The $91,867.50 was attorney fees that were structured that went straight to Forge, to the fake, what we now know was the fake Forge.
All right. And is that still in the Hirschberger matter you're talking
That's the
about?
Hirschberger one. And on the Thomas More one,
We'll
it
get
was-
there in a second.
okay.
When you got that call, do you remember where you were, the second call?
yeah, the Thomas More, I was at the eye doctor with my mom.
All right, I'm still on Hirschberger. Do you remember where you were on that?
Oh,
second?
I was home. I'd had surgery and I was home recovering.
And I'm gonna. Show you this, and we're still in the same exhibit, that being 429. Do you recognize that at all? Let me hand this exhibit to you. Probably easier that way. Just take a flip through it, if you would, please.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is what we refer to now as the second Hirschberger disbursement. It was on the UIM portion of the case and liability portion. So once again, the PMP attorney's fees were routed to Forge in the amount of $83,333.33.
All right, you had started to talk about Thomas More. Is that another incident that came to your attention as we're moving into early 2021?
Yes, sir. That one, like I said, was at the end of January. Once again, I was out of the office. I was at an eye doctor with my appointment with my mom. Got the call from Nicole. She said it's the same scenario. But this time it was all the funds that was in client's trust, which was $125,000, I believe, and all those funds were being routed. That was attorney fees and client money that was being routed to the fake Forge.
And this was another one of your cases, is that right?
It was. So another situation where I'm out of the office. It's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday. Christy drafts the disbursement. Alex signs it. They send it over in my absence.
When these instances are happening that you're describing to the jury where you happen to be out of the office, these are your cases, right?
That's correct.
And all of a sudden you're getting communications that the defendant is having Christie draft some disbursements. In any of these cases, was there anything going on that something happened and had to be done that very day that you just happened to be out of the office?
I didn't think so because in particular, the Thomas More case, we were working on the third party portion of the case, but there was also a workers' comp portion that another attorney was working on. And when you're working on a workers' comp case, if you settle the third party first, you can't disperse it until the workers' comp portion is taken care of, because workers' comp always has a huge lien that you have to negotiate for the client. So the money was supposed to sit there. It was my understanding it would probably be sitting there another year until the workers' comp portion of the case was settled. So those funds didn't need to go anywhere. So it was very odd that all of a sudden they're all sent to Forge because they were supposed to remain in the account, was my understanding.
Do you take pride in the work that you do on these complex cases?
I do.
Do you know your cases very well?
I'd say I do.
And was there any reason of which you were aware that things had to be happening the day that they were?
I did. No, it definitely put up another yellow flag, and it made me think about the previous one that happened in Hirschberger in December, because both of them were kind of the same scenarios. Me out of the office, someone else drafting it. And not that we can't work in each other's files. We can, but it's easy to miss something if it's not your file. If I had to go in somebody else's file and draft a disbursement, I may not know that there's a lien or a certain promised medical bill or anything else that needs to be paid. So that's why, to me, it's easier if somebody that's worked the case actually drafts the disbursement, because they know all the deductions that have to come out.
Was the defendant using the opportunity of you being out of the office to push these things through?
Yes, in hindsight, it was easy to see that the chaos, the sending it over at 10 minutes before 5 p.m. was kind of a way of part of that little hurricane, a little tornado portion, just sending it over when most people are gone, and it's just going to get done quickly and no questions asked.
You said that the Thomas More line was particularly unusual because it was workers' comp and those funds couldn't be dispersed yet, correct?
Correct.
To your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant about why these funds were dispersed?
I did, and he explained to me that he had gotten permission that since the money was going to be sitting there another year, that they were going to send it to Forge and let it draw interest, and then that would be money that would draw interest on for the client as well as the firm, because it was both portions of the money.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. It states 328. See if you recognize this document.
Yes, this is the Thomas More disbursement that I'm referring to, that where the entire client trust amount of $125,000.
Do you recognize the signature down at the bottom of the page?
I do. Alex signed it where it says R. Alexander Murdaugh, and then where the client's signature is, that is not the client's signature. It's Alex's handwriting.
You recognize this handwriting from working for him for 9 years?
I do.
Did the defendant have a case going on around this time involving Mack trucks?
He did, what we refer to as the Ferris case. We actually went to Columbia and had a bench trial in that case in January of 21.
And did you work on that case to some extent?
I did,
Was that one of the ones assigned to you?
yes.
Was the defendant the only lawyer on that case, or were there other lawyers?
No, there was two co-counsels that had brought us in. Wayne Ridgway was the first attorney that received that case. He reached out to Chris Wilson's office, and Chris joined the case as well. And then Chris reached out to our firm, and so now there's a third attorney, which was Alec, involved in it.
Ultimately, was that case tried before a judge?
It was bench trial, like I said, in January of 2021.
And did the judge issue a verdict in favor of the firm's clients?
Did, yes, sir. And the next month, I think sometime in February, we got a very nice verdict for the clients.
Who was going to be dispersing the fees in that once the money came in? Was that going to be PMPED, or was it going to be the other attorney's
Chris
firm?
Wilson's office.
Had the firm PMPED, had it accrued costs in the course of that litigation?
Yes,
Expenses?
yes,
And did you prepare those and send those to Chris Wilson's office, or how did that work?
I did. I put the totals in an email and sent them to, Alec wanted me to send him the totals by email, and so that's what I did. And then I guess he sent them to Chris after that.
All right. And then after that happened, do you remember what month the money came in, roughly?
In May.
Well, let me slow you down. Once you've done that, when the money comes in, you said Chris Wilson's office is going to be handling that disbursement, correct?
Correct.
What are you expecting to happen next?
I'm expecting copies of the settlement paperwork, copies of the disbursement sheets signed by the client, and I'm expecting 2 fee checks and 2 expense reimbursement checks, because there's 2 cases. It was a case for the deceased and a case for his wife. So I'm expecting 4 checks total.
And you're not saying, I cut you off, you said something happened in May. Did something happen related to the Ferris case in May?
Yes, I received by mail the settlement package from Chris Wilson's office, but all it contained was a cover letter and the 2 expense reimbursement checks. So I emailed Vicki Lyman, which is Chris Wilson's secretary, and said something like, hey girl, I got these expense checks in. When can I expect the attorney fee checks? And she replied to my email telling me that, excuse me, hey friend, the attorney's got that money at disbursement. And I was really shocked because I didn't even know when the disbursement took place. I was never supplied copies of it or anything.
What's your thought when Vicki says that? What did you think may have happened?
Well, I called her and I said, you already gave the checks. I was like, I don't think we've received them. And she was like, yeah, they were done at disbursement in March. And so I asked her first to send me over copies of the disbursement sheets and where I could look at those. And then I reached out across to our accounts payable just to make sure that checks somehow bypassed me and went straight to into the client trust to their department. And they told me no, that they didn't have any such checks on the books either. And I was like, okay. So I assumed that they gave Elliot the checks and he's lost them. They're misplaced. They're somewhere in his truck. They're somewhere in a file folder stuck and just kind of hid away and he's forgotten to give them to me.
Did you say that to Becky? Like, come on, why'd you give them to my
I said,
boss?
why? I said, why would you do that? I was like, why would you give checks to the attorney? Why wouldn't you send them straight to me where I can get them deposited?
I'm going to put states 312 that's already in evidence, and this is the page marked date stamp 2371 for the record up on the screen. Can you see that on your little screen? Do I need to bring that in?
I can see it.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the email I was talking about where I told her I just got the expenses, but where's the fee? And she says, it's because your boss and mine and Liz's got their fees once they were signed, duh.
Did you have a conversation with Alec at this point, or what did you do next?
I did.
So you called the finance in your own firm and said, hey, did we get this check? And they
Correct.
said no.
They said no. And
All
so I verified that. And then I asked Vicki, I said, are you positive? And she said, yes. And I was like, okay, I'll go see if he remembers where they're at. So he happened to be in the office by that time. His door was closed. I went in, he was on the phone, and I kind of kept checking and going back. Eventually I got to speak to him, and he was still kind of on the phone, but he was like, no, I didn't get those checks. And I was like, are you sure? And he said, yeah. And I was kind of back and forth. I'm like, you said he didn't get them. Are you sure? And this kind of went back and forth for a few minutes, and over the course of the rest of the day. And I said, hey, he just told me that Chris was still holding those funds in trust. I was like, I don't understand. You say that they've been cut. I was like, can you send me copies of stuff? Because I don't see anything. And he's telling me their funds are in trust. And she was like, Annette, I know for a fact that the checks are cut. There is no money in trust. And the reason I know that is because when the checks were written to Alec, I knew it was a bit odd because they were written to Richard. They were written out to him personally instead of the firm. And I said,
they were written out to him personally instead of the firm.
Correct.
Why did that stick out in her mind? Why did that stick out in your mind?
Because common sense tells me that the attorney fees belong to the firm, where the firm, I don't know, I didn't understand the complete breakdown until Jeannie went over it in her testimony, but I knew by common sense that the funds belong to the firm. And then once they do whatever percentages and everything they need to do, then the attorney gets his portion later. So I knew it wasn't right, that it shouldn't have never gone to an individual attorney. It should go to the firm as a whole.
When you asked the defendant, said, hey, Vicki says you already got those, and he tells you what?
He told me that Chris was holding that money in trust, that it had not been dispersed yet.
Did he tell you Vicki's wrong?
Yeah, he told me Vicki's wrong. I don't care what she's telling you, she's wrong.
What was his demeanor when you were inquiring,
Just kind of like, just shooing me out of his office. Like, I don't have time for this.
After Vicki tells you that it was odd because the checks had been made out to the defendant personally instead of the law firm, what did you do next?
I asked her, I said, are you sure? And she said, yes. And she said, yeah, it was written out to him. Well, first I was like, I'm sorry, what did you say? And I made her repeat it to make sure I heard correctly. And she was like, and then kind of while she was saying it out loud, I think it kind of registered to her, oh, wait, that probably wasn't the right thing to do. Because she kind of hushed after that and didn't want to talk and kind of wanted to get off the phone with me. And so I still kind of tried to question Alec over the next couple of days and tried to get a reasonable explanation of what was going on, because in my mind, I'm still hoping he just lost the checks and this was all just a misunderstanding. But at the back of my mind, there's this huge red flag telling me this is not right. What is going on?
Did you eventually take this issue to anyone else since you couldn't get an answer about it?
Yes. I eventually, I don't know the exact date, but I eventually emailed Jeannie, Seconder and asked her if she was in the office because I really needed to speak to her. And she said she would be back later that day. And so I went into her office and I had everything printed out and kind of showed her and told her my concerns. And she was instantly on, excuse me, on high alert as well because, it didn't look good. We were still both hoping that it was a misunderstanding, just this one-off, something silly that happened, but we both had that nagging feeling of, this is not good. Something is definitely wrong.
Did Jeannie instruct you to do anything?
She did not. She said that she would talk to him about it, and she kept the paperwork that I gave her.
Were you ever asked to send another email to Vicky asking for particular documents?
Yeah, actually, it was kind of my idea. I kind of told Jeannie, I was like, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't you send me an email telling me what we need, and then I'll forward that email from myself and, to see if we can get copies of everything where we can figure all this out and eliminate it. Because, at this point, we want to prove that suspicion we had was wrong and that everything's really okay. So she forwarded me an email and
I'm still on states 312. What's been date stamped is 2374. And is this the email that you just described that Jeannie forwarded to you requesting the documentation for the Ferris fees?
it is underneath where, Jeannie texts there or emails there and tells me exactly what she needs and kind of is very specific.
At what time, what date was that? I'm sorry.
That was May 27th at 11:40 a.m.
All right. And then going over to 2373 in the same exhibit, is this the email right here that you then forwarded to Vicky Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
Yes, it was, I forwarded that email that Jeannie sent me on the same day, May 27th. And I knew she was on vacation, but I went ahead and sent this to her. And then when I knew she had time to get back from vacation, I sent this follow-up on the strand on June 2nd and requesting it again.
All right. And did you get a response email from Vicky Lyman and Chris Wilson's office?
Yeah, she said she didn't, this doesn't involve her, and she said she would forward it to Chris. And we were basically just asking for copies of everything where we could clear this matter up. And, like I said, we wanted our suspicion to be wrong.
Is that item already in evidence?
We'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 440 to your testimony. And again, just tell me, first of all, without going into any content, whether or not you recognize that particular document.
I do. It's a text strand between myself and Vicky Lyman.
And is this, what is the date on that particular text strand?
June 2nd, and then it runs into June 3rd.
And is that 2021?
Yes, I'm sorry, 2021.
Is this a text thread where y'all are discussing the things that you described here today?
Yeah, I told her I just, don't mention it, anything.
Hold on just real quick.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Y'all are describing what we're talking about here today?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, this time I would move Stakes 440 into evidence.
Your Honor, object on hearsay grounds. It doesn't fall within an exception to the hearsay rule.
See the document.
Sir.
Sustain the objection.
Did you ultimately text Vicky on that particular day?
I did. I told her that I gave her time to get back from vacation, and I just basically texted her with my concerns and told her how stressed out I had been over this situation and how I was hoping my suspicion was wrong, but I was really stressed out. And unfortunately, my daughter, me and Vicky had talked on the phone. Vicky had called me as well, and unfortunately, my daughter had overheard me too. So she instantly got like really worried for me. And my daughter said, Mom, you need to go ahead and get your resume because once you turn all this in, they may fire you. So she was very concerned for me.
And this latest email on the screen, that was June 2nd, 2021. Is that
That's correct.
You recall June 7th, 2021.
I do.
Was that a Monday?
It was.
Were you at work that day?
I was.
Did the defendant come to work that day?
He did. He came in probably around lunchtime. I can't remember if he came in before lunch or after, but somewhere in that time frame.
Did you see Jeannie Seconder that day?
I did. Jeannie had already told me that she was going to talk to Alec about the Ferris e-checks that were missing. She was going to go and talk to him about them that day. And so she asked me to let her know when he got it to the office. So when he got to the office, I reached out to her to let her know. And
did she come up to your area?
She did. And we have open style offices, no doors on the secretary's offices. So she had to pass by me to get Alec's office. So I saw her when she was walking past.
Did she give you any look when she walked past?
She did. It was kind of just like that, just kind of a raised eyebrow, like wish me luck, here goes nothing kind of look. Like, hope, because we were both just, like I said, wanting to get answers and
get answers about what?
About those missing checks and figure out what was going on.
Where did she go after she gave you that look?
I heard Alec's doors closed, so I assumed in his office to talk to him.
This is what day?
This is June 7th, 2021.
Did she come out after?
She did, and she didn't stop. She just hurried by my desk and she went on about her business.
Did you have any conversation yourself about the Ferris fees with the defendant that day?
Don't recall having any discussion with him on that day. At that point, I'd turned, Jeannie had everything and it was kind of in her hands.
What time do you think you left work that day?
I left at 5:15 that day.
Is that your normal time?
It's not. I typically work later. Alec always tend to work nights, and me and Christy tend to kind of adapt to his schedule a little bit and work a little later than 5 o'clock. Most of the time, we were there till 5:30, 6 o'clock.
When you left the office on June 7th, 2021 at 5:15, was the defendant still there?
He was.
Did you go home? Eventually went home?
Yes.
Just a normal night?
Yeah, I went straight home that night.
Did that change at some point?
Yes, definitely. My phone was on silence and I slept through a bunch of text messages and calls. I woke up in the middle of the night and my phone was just full and I was like, what is going on? And so I'm looking through the text messages. They don't make a lot of sense. I see I have a voicemail message from Randy Murdaugh. And so I checked the voicemail and I could tell he was upset and crying. And he said, Annette, please call me when you can. It doesn't matter what time. And so I don't remember what time it was, but it was sometime in the middle of the night and I called him. And he told me, well, when he answered the phone, he was upset, obviously. And I said, Randy, what's wrong? And he said, it's bad, Annette, it's real bad. And I said, oh no, Mr. Randolph passed. And he said, no, it's not Dad, it's Maggie and Paul. And I said, what? And he said, they've been shot and murdered. And I said, what? And it was very overwhelming. We both cried on the phone with each other. And obviously the first thing I did was say, oh my God, how is Alec? How is he? Is he okay? Where's Buster? Is Buster okay? I was very concerned, I had a million thoughts running in my head. I was like, are you guys safe? Is this something aimed at the entire family? And I was very, very worried about Alec and Buster and Randy and his family and the entire Murdaugh family. So it was very overwhelming.
Over the 9 years of working closely for the defendant, did you also get to know his family, Maggie and Paul and Buster?
I did.
Is this firm pretty tight-knit?
Yes.
What was the reaction of the people in the firm to this terrible news?
There was two reactions. First was scared. We were like, please lock our doors. We're scared. Who is this aimed at? Is it a client retaliating? Is it, aimed at Alec? Is it aimed at the firm? We didn't know. We just had so many questions, no answers, a million thoughts running through our heads. We were just there, supporting each other and helping one another through this grieving process. And at the same time, we were very protective over Alec and Randy. We wouldn't let them leave the office if strange cars were driving around. We would say, don't walk out yet. There's a white car that's went around 3 times. I mean, we were in complete mama bear mode. We didn't want them to go out and have to talk to reporters. We didn't want them to have to run out and run into anybody. And we were scared for them. We were very protective. I mean, anything suspicious out the window, we were on high alert.
Said, what kind of mode?
Mama bear mode.
Mama bear protecting who?
Protecting Alec and Randy.
Did the law firm community rally to the aid of the defendant?
They did.
Was that the primary focus on everybody's mind in the aftermath?
Absolutely.
Were you at all concerned about finding out what happened to these Ferris fees after that happened?
What Ferris fees?
What Ferris fees?
Yeah, what Ferris fees? And that was the furthest thing on my mind.
In fact, was that the last time you really thought about it in any aspect until September of 2021?
It is, yes, sir.
And you were more focused on helping this defendant and his family in the aftermath of this tragedy that had happened.
Yes. And everybody was so supportive. I mean, some of the associate attorneys stepped up and they came up to me and Christy and said, hey, if you need anything over the next few weeks, you need us to review a file for you, get something else, sign it and get it out the door. We're here for you guys 100%. So it wasn't, we were supportive. And then we had other folks in the office that were coming up to us, supporting us as well, because they knew we were at a standstill. What do we do? Because we knew obviously he was not going to be the same and not be himself for quite a while.
I asked you earlier about the boat case. Before the murders, when the boat case happened, had there been some reaction and backlash in the community against the defendant and his family after the boat case?
Yes, it was very difficult because Hampton being a small town, we all know each other and we all know both sides for the most part. For instance, Mallory Beach, her father is my first cousin. So Mallory Beach, I was kind of felt like I was in between a rock and a hard place because, her family is, beyond heartbroken over the loss of her. And I know some of them didn't like the idea that I was still working at the firm, but I was still, to me, it was two separate entities. This is my job. This was my family. And I had to keep them separate. I didn't want any part of the boat wreck case. I didn't want to know any details or anything because, like I said, I was keeping my family life and my work life separate.
After the murders, you said the law firm community, though, rallied to Alec's aid, correct?
Absolutely. Everybody.
Did the larger community do as well
Yes, they did.
after the murders?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that after those murders happened, what Ferris fees? They were the farthest thing from your mind, correct?
Yes, sir.
When did they come back to your attention?
September 2nd, it was a Thursday, in the afternoon, and I was looking for a file in the file cabinet, and I was unable to locate it. And lots of times if, Alec's talking to a client on the phone, he'll yell for a file and we'll take it to him. So I was like, oh, it's probably in his office. So I went to his office to look for the file. And when I found it, I picked it up. And when I did, a check kind of floated like a feather to the ground. And when I bent over to pick it up, I saw the check and what it said and had on it. And I instantly became very upset because it happened to be one of the checks from the Ferris case that didn't exist.
And what did you see on the check that let you know that stuck out in your mind?
It was from Chris Wilson's office. It was written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. And at the bottom, it said Ferris fees. And it was dated March.
And so what did you realize at that point?
I said, he's been lying this whole time. He had these funds. He lied to me. That feeling in the back of my mind was correct. Unfortunately, he did take these funds because when I flipped the check over, I also saw that he had deposited by mobile deposit, and I can't remember if he signed the back of the check or if it just said mobile deposit only.
Let me show you stage 313, see if you recognize that. It's already in evidence.
Yes, sir. That's the check that I found on September 2nd.
All right. And if you flick up one side and the other side.
Yeah, it's got his signature, Bank of America deposit only.
You recognize that writing as the defendant's?
Yes, it is.
When that check fluttered down, you picked it up?
I
You
did.
saw that? Where did you take it? Did you take it anywhere?
Yeah, I went back to my desk, and you can imagine all the emotions that I was feeling at this point. I was hurt. I was angry. I just was beside myself, and I was a bit enraged too, because I asked him so many times. There were so many times that I felt like we could have clarified this and got it taken care of, but here it is from March to September, and I find this check that supposedly did not exist. And so I went to my desk, I called Jeannie, and I was like, I just found something. And she said, oh shit, what did you find? And I said, are you busy? And she said, come on over. And I went over and closed her door and threw the check at her. And she was like, is this one? I said, yeah, that's one of the Ferris checks that doesn't exist.
Was Jeannie doing anything else or start doing anything else when you came down with that check?
I didn't know it until I took her the check. But when I took her the check, she was like, yeah, I just ran a report yesterday. And she said, one of the attorneys is going to call Michael Gunn later today. And I said, well, what do you mean? And that's when she told me that she thinks there's some more stuff too. Back to my suspicion with Hirschberger and Thomas Moore, she pulled a report and she found out that we may have other issues of stolen funds. But I was not aware of any of that. I didn't know that she was looking into it again. I didn't know any of that until I took her the check and she said she had just started doing stuff within the last few days.
Within a few days of this happening, what happened to the defendant's employment at the law firm?
He was fired the next day.
And did the law firm engage in a review process to determine the extent of any alleged?
Yes, we've had months upon months of going through all of the files and finding, just following the numbers and making notes on everything. And lots of hours, lots of manpower involved in this process of putting everything together, and just in awe of how much was happening, and we had no idea about it.
And without going through all the exhibits that we're going through with Jeannie Seckinger, but she was the one, or one of the central ones in doing that review. Is that
Of
correct?
course, yes.
And without going through each one, A lot of those disbursements for the fake forge account, those were disbursements that the defendant told you to put on there?
That's correct.
Are those, a lot of those disbursements, one where he corrected you and said, no, don't put forge consulting, put forge?
Yes, they were.
A lot of those checks, ones where he said, oh, I'm going to see Michael Gunn later. I'll take the check myself.
Yeah, they were all for him.
We'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 441. Again, without going into the contents, tell me if you recognize that document.
Yes, it's a text message that Alex sent to me and Christy on September 26th when he was in 2021, when he was in rehab, is my understanding.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 441 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Your Honor, I apologize. We do have the 403 objection and subject to the court's prior ruling on this.
I haven't seen the exhibit. I don't.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Dang, the break. Shoot, and I'm gonna have to go. I was hoping it wouldn't be during a break so I could talk to you. You know what I'm saying? This would be a time to like interact, and I'm gonna have to go and like I have 10 minutes though. I could leave at 11:10. Okay, I'll chat with you a little bit. So how's everybody doing? She was so sweet, huh? She's very sweet. It probably is hard. Hold on, he's gonna come back on. You know, when the jury leaves, he comes back on. So they'll probably come back at what, 11:15? It's like a 15-minute break. Oh, okay, Ellie, cool. I know. Sometimes I'm like, should I put sub on only? But it does help keep out like the bots and the troll. You know what I'm saying? It kind of helps keep it out, and it's not like it costs money to sell. But then sometimes it might
Yes, sir,
I
Mr.
feel bad, but
Griffin.
Just preserving our prior objections
My
on
alarm.
404B evidence under 404B and 403. And this, it's nothing new. I just forgot to state no additional objections than what we've already had in this line of testimony, which is this is the same line of testimony of financial misconduct. That's all.
Mr. Waters.
And I just clarified, I think, with defense counsel that he was not adding a specific 403 objection to that. It's just the prior objection. However, this is a text from the defendant to this witness in this particular instance. Certainly, it can be read, and there's no hearsay issue because obviously it's a statement of a party opponent, and it certainly also is relevant because it can certainly be read in the nature of an admission to the various things that are at issue in these particular proceedings. And for that reason, there's certainly the probative value of an admission is certainly, I would argue, is the probative value of that is not substantially outweighed by the danger of any unfair
bathroom real
prejudice.
quick. I'll say bye. Oh, hey, Jen.
It introduces another issue, the issue of drug use, and I think the witness testified that he was in rehab. Is that what you said? That he was in rehab and sent an email, and And just want to be clear from the defense, the part of it, of the testimony that establishes through this witness that he was in rehab, that is not a basis for your objection.
We do have, yes, we do object to evidence of his drug use and to be included in this, and we would ask that that document be redacted to the extent it references rehab at this time.
It doesn't specifically mention drug use. So have you all review the exhibit and tell me if you have no objection based on the fact that he sent it while in rehab, then it's admissible as far as your prior bad acts objection.
Wait, what's going on, guys? Aren't they going to break or no? What did I miss?
We don't have any additional objections, Your Honor. We would, because this does raise an additional character issue asked of the court. We ask that the court give, an additional limiting instruction at some point in time.
How does the character in that he saying he's getting better, or what part addresses character?
Certainly he says, I'm getting better every day, and I mean, it's clear from that he's in rehab. I mean, that's all.
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, I mean, he doesn't expressly say that. I would point out that the issue of pills has already come up a few times in this trial. I'm not trying to
All right,
go there,
guys,
but
I
it
think I'm
is,
gonna go now.
when we
I'll
talk
be
about
back.
404 and res geste, it is kind of part and parcel of a lot of things. I mean, even the defense has examined, I believe, Ms. Seconder on the issue of pills. And on top of that, we had
are they
Chris
gonna take a
Wilson,
break
who
though
testified in
still?
camera, who will
wonder.
also testify here today. One of the things he says when he had that confrontation with the defendant
Gonna wait
on
to chat with you
the
guys, but it
morning,
doesn't
or
look
excuse me,
like.
the
Okay,
afternoon,
I'm
I
gonna
believe, of
go.
September 4th, that the defendant said, yeah, I've been stealing money and I've been hooked on pills for a while. So this is a bridge I think we have to cross at some point. The state is not trying to gild the lily with that, but at least, with these various witnesses, it is part of what they're being said. As far as that specific exhibit, though, Your Honor, there's no express reference to drugs or anything like that, and it certainly is in the nature of admission. And again, I think for that reason, it's very probative and very relevant and admissible for that reason.
Well, my concern obviously is that we do not, or that I do not allow testimony involving these admissions to bleed so far into the character 403 that it has the effect of undoing the 404 analysis. A lot of testimony has come in unobjected to that touches upon the defendant's character. That's why I want to be clear on what the objection is.
From the state's perspective, we are trying to, walk that line. I mean, there's a lot of the financial stuff we're not even seeking to admit. I think that, we've limited it to things that had that connection that we discussed in camera. So, I'm not trying to gild the lily.
I'm not sure what that means.
That's a phrase I learned from Chief Justice Toll over the years. I guess that means, piling on, I guess, is a way to do that. And again, I don't have, we recognize the situation we're in and trying obviously not to get out over our skis from what the admissibility of that the court has already ruled on.
All right. I'll ponder it while we take our break, and we'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. Ma'am, you may step down. Do not discuss your testimony.
And I fully anticipate the defense is going to really lean into this in the sense that they're going to say, look, these people in the firm knew, because there was some establishment yesterday in terms of the witness that the clients didn't necessarily know that the money had been stolen. So that takes them out of the some other guy did it type of defense where, when you've got the people in the firm that did have knowledge and they're going home and they're telling their husbands, and then their husbands are going to work and they're telling people at work. And then one of those people tells somebody who might be a client. I mean, it's creating a potential like minefield for the prosecution and a potential gold mine for the defense in terms of being able to say, look, there were tons of people out there that wanted to get this guy. He was stealing huge amounts of money from people that really needed it. And as we know, money is always a motive for murder.
The only thing to respond is his family was killed. He wasn't killed. And if he was there at the scene, whether you want to believe he was there at some point in the night or there minutes before the shooting happened, why he wasn't killed as a result, that would be a question. And I also mentioned Mark Tinsley, who you just brought up. Just to give everybody some context, that is one of the lawyers who was suing the Murdaughs over the 2019 boat crash, and basically said, if I recall correctly, that when these killings happened, we were thinking we're not going to be able to win this case and we might have to settle this and it ends. Okay, Allura, I want to go to you now because this is critical. Let's put the motive aside. How strong is the prosecution's case at this point?
I feel like the prosecution's case is pretty strong, and here's why. I think that the cell phone evidence placing Murdaugh at the kennels, I think that's big.
Oh, yeah.
I also think that the kind of sort of tangential effect of his coworkers, like the CFO, kind of saying things like he's a professional BS artist, I think that tends to really sway the jury. And I think when you add on things like gunshot residue, I think that Miss Shelley was a really, really compelling witness. Say like, he asked me to lie about how long he was there. To me, that's really big. Especially when you add in, he asked this woman to lie, and then we actually do have some type of physical evidence placing him at the scene.
So here's the thing I'll say to that. Other than the kennel video, which I still think is the strongest piece of evidence, I don't think the defense really touched upon a lot.
Yeah.
What they seem to do is be striking at the timeline presented by the prosecution. I think the defense has come up with a credible explanation for every one of the other pieces of evidence. Gunshot residue. When did it get on there and how did it get on there? There's no murder weapons, right? They have an idea of how the Murdaugh family weapons were the weapons. The cell phone evidence, I think they did a terrific job of establishing, when the murders might have happened, but the evidence doesn't definitively show that Alec Murdaugh, the cell phone evidence, places him at that scene. So what do you think about the defense cross-examining right now?
I get that. And I think that the defense is going to have a real opportunity through all of its cross-examination to really kind of, chip away at each of those things. But I think that the defense's biggest problem here is a sort of totality of the circumstances.
Right.
That when there's gunshot residue, yes, it could have gotten there from other reasons, and here's a million other explanations. But at the end of the day, the guy came with that blue thing, whether it was the tarp, whether it was the raincoat, and there's gunshot residue, and he lied, and he encouraged somebody else to lie. It just stinks. Like it's just not good. And it's really tough to walk away from it, no matter how good a job the defense might do at breaking down these individual building blocks. And I think that's really the challenge of this case, is getting the jury on the page of saying, if we break down the building blocks, it means an acquittal. I think the jury doesn't want to acquit. I think it won't want to acquit. And it has to be brought into saying that it has to, if those building blocks are torn down enough.
So let's see where the defense actually goes when they decide to call witnesses. And remember, one of the first thing Alec Murdaugh said when police arrived is he thought Paul and Maggie were killed over this boating crash, that somebody was upset over the boating crash and killed Paul over it. Not sure if the defense is going to explore that at all as an alternative suspect. Remember, they did come forward with the possibility of 2 shooters based on the trajectory of the bullets. What we're going to do is we're going to hit a break. When we come back, I think we're still going to be waiting to go back live in court, but I think Gigi McKelvey, our reporter on the ground, is going to come back with us. So stay with us here on Law and Crime. We'll be right back. everybody. So we're continuing our coverage of the Alec Murdaugh trial out of South Carolina. They're currently in a break, and you know when they're in a break, that means we bring in our boots on the ground, Gigi McKelvey. Gigi, it's good to see you. Okay, so I got to ask you the $1 million question here. How much is the jury paying attention to the financial evidence this week? I'm sure they were paying attention to things that were actually about the murders themselves. What are they keen? Are they really paying attention to everything about the missing funds and what Alec Murdaugh was doing at the firm? You tell me. You're our eyes and ears inside that courtroom.
Well, I told you yesterday morning they seemed a little disinterested. That changed yesterday afternoon when they started going through each individual check that showed he had stolen from his clients. And then today, again, very much engaged with the testimony of his paralegal, leaning in to look at those checks. I mean, leaning in closer to the display. They are very much all eyes and ears with this financial stuff.
And how much from what you've seen is it matching up to what we saw in the hearing? Because by this point, we're experts in it, right? We read the articles. We saw the hearing that the jury wasn't a part of. How much is it matching up? The judge had to determine if to even allow this financial evidence in.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much, we call it Groundhog Day. It's pretty much the same thing. Maybe a few new little things with each witness that's put in there that we didn't hear when they initially testified. But yeah, I mean, it seems to be very close to what we already know, just getting a few little nuggets here and there that we did not know.
And what about who's in the courtroom? So I actually saw video yesterday that Buster Murdaugh was there yesterday. I think he might have nodded or said hi to his father at one point. Do we know anybody from the Murdaugh family there today? Who's watching? Give us an idea.
Yeah, so his sister's here. John Marvin, his brother, is here. Excuse me, Buster and his girlfriend are here. And yeah, so sometimes he turns around and interacts with his family. I mainly see Buster interacting at the beginning and the end of the day. Don't really see him talking too much at breaks when he is turned around. So who knows where that relationship lies right now. But every day he's been here, regardless of whether he supports Alec or not.
It's just impossible to think what must be going on in his life. I mean, his mother, his brother killed, his father on trial for their murders. Unbelievable every time I see him there. Okay, so Gigi, I want to ask you about Megan Fletcher, who I think was such a pivotal witness. The reason I think she was so pivotal is because she focused on gunshot residue, which we remember from the prosecution's opening statement was one of the critical things they brought up. So give us a summary, if you can, of the main takeaways from Miss Fletcher's testimony.
Well, one of the big things was that both of the techs that examined the shirt noticed that it smelled like it had been freshly laundered. And that was something that set off bells to them. Then you find out the shirt, it's not like there's a huge amount on the shirt or the shorts. There was none on the shoes. But then you have this tarp/rain jacket, and on the inside, it's coated with it. And so I think it's, but here's the thing, Jesse. Who knows how long that's been there? She said, I can't prove when this was put there, how it was put there. So, there's that little reasonable doubt that the defense did jump on. But I think in the jury's mind, you see tarp jacket, it looked to be a big tarp with some armholes in it to me. So they were very interested in the gunshot residue testimony as well.
Gigi, let me ask you this. I don't think you have the answer to it because I don't have the answer to it. Where are the clothes that Alec Murdaugh was wearing earlier in the night? Did we have any explanation? That the reason I know he was wearing different clothes is because there's a Snapchat video from an hour before when the prosecutors say the killing happened. If we have it, we'll show it right now. It's the lighthearted moment with him and Paul. That is not what he was wearing when he was interviewed by police. Any idea where those clothes are? Because people are suspecting, well, maybe he shot them in those clothes and then in the short time frame, crumpled them up, got rid of them. Any idea?
Well, that seems to be the $1 million question. Definitely not the clothes he was seen on body cam when police showed up just a few hours later after the Snapchat video. No, as far as I know, they've never found those clothes unless, the prosecution pulls out a surprise. But the guns and the clothing, two very key pieces to this double homicide, missing, never found, as far as we know.
And Gigi, one last thing, because I know you have to head back into that courthouse. This is an outstanding question we haven't addressed yet. They keep bringing up a Gucci receipt, right? There was this receipt for a purchase of Gucci, something like that. I can't get a clear explanation about why the prosecutors keep bringing this up or what the significance of it is. Do you have any idea where they're going?
I have no idea, but I have theories. I'm not sure I should go there, but clearly it's important.
Well, okay, let's
Maybe
throw
it
one.
comes
Let's
in,
throw
I don't
one.
know.
Let's throw one theory out. Why not? This is okay, everybody. Disclaimer: this is Gigi's theory. It's not like this is backed up by facts or anything. But I'm curious. I need to hear something about what you might think it is.
Somebody circled that amount. Somebody wanted answers as to why that much was spent. So does it play into the mistress theory, possibly, which would be divorce kind of thing? I mean, just totally speculation on my part, but otherwise, who cares that they bought Gucci?
I don't know, but they keep bringing it up, and that again is not something that was explored that much explored at all, I should say, by the prosecution, because no one said so far that there were problems in the marriage or problems in the family, which is why this, whatever you want to call the motive put forward by the prosecution, it's at least some explanation for why somebody would want to murder their family. Gigi McKelvey, thanks for I'll
It's just my own thoughts.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, I was just gonna say totally my right. Thanks, Jesse.
Thanks, Gigi. Appreciate it. I know you have to get back into the courtroom. All right, so I want to go back to something that happened earlier today. We were talking about some of the evidence from Murdaugh's former paralegal who testified, and she discussed the night of the murders. This is critical. Let's listen. I don't know. They keep bringing it up. Oh, do we have audio of this? There we go.
You go home? Eventually went home?
Yes.
Just a normal night?
Yeah, I went straight home that night.
Did that change at some point?
Yes, it definitely, my phone was on silence and I slept through a bunch of text messages and calls. I woke up in the middle of the night and my phone was just full and I was like, what is going on? And so I'm looking through the text messages. They don't make a lot of sense. I see I have a voicemail message from Randy Murdaugh. And so I checked the voicemail and I could tell he was upset and crying. And he said, Annette, please call me when you can. It doesn't matter what time. And so I don't remember what time it was, but it was sometime in the middle of the night and I called him. And he told me, well, when he answered the phone, he was upset, obviously. And I said, Randy, what's wrong? And he said, it's bad, Annette, it's real bad. And I said, oh no, Mr. Randolph passed. And he said, no, it's not Dad, it's Maggie and Paul. And I said, what? And he said, they've been shot and murdered. And I said, what? And it was very overwhelming. We both cried on the phone with each other. And you know, obviously the first thing I did was say, oh my God, how is Alec? You know, how is he? Is he okay? Where's Buster? Is Buster okay? I was very concerned. You know, I had a million thoughts running in my head. I was like, are you guys safe? You know, is this something aimed at the entire family? You know, and I was very, very worried about Alec and Buster and Randy and his family and the entire Murdaugh family. So it was very overwhelming.
What was the reaction of the people in the firm to this terrible news?
There was two reactions. First was scared. We were like, please lock our doors. You know, we're scared. Who is this aimed at? Is it a client retaliating? Is it, you know, aimed at Alec? Is it aimed at the firm? We didn't know. We just had so many questions, no answers, a million thoughts running through our heads. We were just there, you know, supporting each other and helping one another through this grieving process. And at the same time, we were very protective over Alec and Randy. We wouldn't let them leave the office if strange cars were driving around. We would say, don't walk out yet. There's a white car that's went around 3 times. I mean, we were in complete mama bear mode. We didn't want them to go out and have to talk to reporters. We didn't want them to have to run out and run into anybody. And we were scared for them. We were very protective. I mean, anything suspicious out the window, we were on high alert.
You said, what kind of mode?
Mama bear mode.
Mama bear protecting who?
Protecting Alec and Randy.
Did the law firm community rally to the aid of the defendant?
They did.
Was that the primary focus on everybody's mind in the aftermath?
Absolutely.
Were you at all concerned about finding out what happened to these Ferris fees after that happened?
What Ferris fees?
What Ferris
Ferris fees?
Yeah, what Ferris fees? And that was the furthest thing on my mind.
In fact, was that the last time you really thought about it in any aspect until September of 2021?
It is, yes, sir.
And you were more focused on helping this defendant and his family in the aftermath of this tragedy that had happened.
Yes.
All right. So, Bob, as I mentioned, if you believe the prosecution's motive, that is key because it basically says everything stopped when these two people were killed. But I don't want to just talk about the motive because all I've been talking with you about this morning is the motive. I'll give you a chance to jump in here. How important is this for the prosecution to establish? In other words, as I asked Alora, how strong do you think the prosecution's case is, motive aside? Oh, Bob, I might have you muted there. We just want to make sure you got it. Yeah, we got you there. Oh, I think
Muted. Can
there
you
we
hear
go.
me?
Now I got you. Now we got you. Yeah.
That wasn't my end, just for the record.
Oh,
So as far as the strength of the case, in terms of the totality of what they're putting out there, I mean, it's circumstantial. We knew that going in. The video, I agree with you, Jesse. I think that is the smoking gun. I think that puts.
All right, to this exhibit number 441, I find that it is admissible under Rule 801 by a party opponent. However, the portion of it that says, when I get out of here is problematic. If the defense would like that portion of it redacted, that would suggest that he's in rehab and when he gets out of here, he's going to do this or that. We can redact that portion. If the defense does not wish to have that portion redacted, the exhibit will come in its entirety.
Your Honor, here's where we find ourselves on the defense side. His drug addiction and drug use is frankly res gestae to the alleged criminal conduct on the financial fraud. And it's hard for us on the defense side, it didn't really get flushed out in our in-camera hearing because they didn't put evidence up of this, but it's something that we all knew. But it is part and parcel of the financial crimes, and it explains why he did what he did. And it does, in a way, pile on and make it even more prejudicial. And so when considering that, Your Honor, what we would ask is we want to renew our motion, object to all the financial crimes. Now that we know drug use is coming in the midst of it, because it is res gestae, it does tell the entire story. And we would ask the court to strike all the financial testimony the court's heard thus far, and let's proceed with a murder trial.
That motion is denied.
Thank you.
But the portion, the court admits this document and will redact that portion if requested by the defense. Do you want to redact the portion that suggests that he was in rehab? Because it's part of the res gestae, it may even be part of your defense. I don't know. The state is offering evidence, and
We're not asking it to be redacted. We would request it whenever we get in these 404B witness testimony that the court provide a limiting instruction. Thank you.
well, I'm not going to give a limiting instruction prior to every witness's testimony or in the middle of every witness's testimony. The court has given the limiting instruction twice and will do so at the end of the case as well. And there may be other instances, but not at every juncture where evidence is being offered.
Yes, sir.
All right, so this exhibit is admitted. You may bring the jury. Thank you. The objection is overruled. The exhibit is admitted.
May it please the court, Your Honor. Just very quickly, when we left off states 441, now admitted into evidence, this was a text you received from the defendant, is that right?
That's correct.
And the date on that is September 26th?
September 26th, yes.
Is that 2021?
It is.
Is this the text of that text that the defendant sent to you?
It is.
I only have a couple more questions for you. Before I get to the end, one question I wanted to ask you was, what was the defendant's cell phone usage like?
He was always on his phone, always on his cell phone, always on his office phone. He would quit one conversation and grab another. Sometimes he would have both phones to his ear.
Would it be unusual for the defendant to go anywhere without a cell phone with him?
Absolutely.
I want to play for you what's been admitted to evidence as States 297. I have this input, please.
Quick, Cash. Quick. It's okay. Okay. Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Hey, Bubba. It's a kitty. This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Come on, Cash. Quick.
Do you recognize any voices in that video?
I do. I hear three voices.
And tell me who you hear
I hear Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Elliot Murdaugh.
and how sure are you?
I'm 100% sure.
Can I have the Elmo one more time, please?
I'm sorry.
Going back to states 441. Can you read just that one sentence starting where my finger's pointing that the defendant sent to you?
The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Ms. Griswold, were you hired by Alec to work at the law firm?
I was hired by the firm, but he was in one of the meetings and it was my understanding that I was going to be working for him.
Right. And so you interviewed with him,
I did.
and you've been working, you worked with him for
About 9 years.
9 years.
Yes, sir.
And 1 second, I left my. My understanding is that you moved back to Hampton because your father was ill?
My father was ill. Yes, sir.
And then, so you moved your family back, you and your husband and,
Right. My husband and my daughter and I moved to be closer to my dad and help my mom with him.
and you got a job working at the law firm. And did you work exclusively for Mr. Alec Murdaugh?
Most, yes. I mean, there was other attorneys that I might do some work for here and there, but primarily Elliot was who my attorney was.
And if you needed to take time off for personal matters, would you just have to run it by Alec?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And he put family first at work, did he not?
Most of the time, yes.
And he encouraged you to put your family first.
Absolutely.
And I think your husband had a heart attack. He was in the hospital for quite some time.
Yes, for 5 weeks before he ultimately passed away.
And I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
But Alec encouraged you to do all you needed to do to care for him and don't worry about work. Isn't that right?
Yes, he did.
And you didn't miss a paycheck.
I sure didn't.
Is he a good person to work for?
It was hit or miss. I cared about him. I respected him. I loved him. You know, you can't be that close and work with somebody without having, developing feelings for them and their family members.
Right.
But it was hard to work for him sometimes. He was a bit erratic, and for all the respect and love I had for him, it was still very difficult to work for him.
I think your description was he was like a Tasmanian devil that would come through at the end of the day,
He would.
and he was frenetic.
Yes.
Okay, and but people came to him if they needed something, right?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And so he had a lot of people coming, and did he ever say no to anybody's request?
He didn't know the word no.
Right. And he would want to schedule his appointments around his family's commitments, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
So like if the Buster and Paul had baseball season, he'd be sure to block all that out off his calendar, wouldn't he?
Most of the time. Sometimes he didn't tell us about personal matters or things where they were going until the day of or whatever, and we would have to reschedule stuff. But if it was on the calendar, yes, he was going to be there for anything that the boys had going on.
he put in his work life, family first. Is that
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
You would agree with that?
I would definitely agree with that.
And, and you got to know Maggie, did
I
you not?
did. Yes,
And,
sir.
and she was thoughtful for you on your birthday and anything you had going on?
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think you mentioned the Ferris trial in Columbia. That was in Columbia, wasn't it?
That was, yes, sir.
And you went to the trial, didn't you?
I did.
And you remember Alec going up on a Sunday and he spent the night in the hospital because his dad was going to have surgery the next day?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it seems like it's been a
And
long
then-
time, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Maggie came up on Monday and stayed with him during the trial, right?
I never did see her. Our paths never crossed, because I was kind of in work mode, but I know she was there.
Right. And he traveled frequently with Maggie on work trips, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he would take his family to conventions and when they would have work, right?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And Alec wasn't the type of guy that would go off on a guy's trip. His trips were family trips.
I mean, I don't know that without a shadow of a doubt, but I know a lot of his trips were family related, something with him and Maggie, or him and Maggie and the boys and their significant others.
Right. And he was real close with Maggie's family too, wasn't he?
Yes, it appeared that they were very close.
And if Mr. Brandstatter's, Maggie's dad, couldn't get in touch with Alec on his cell phone, he would call you and ask, where's Alec?
Yeah, he would call myself or Christy and say, hey, can you get Alec to give me a call? Yeah,
And they communicated quite frequently, didn't
they did.
they? And did you meet Mr. and Ms. Brandstatter?
I didn't meet him until, we had Mr. Randolph he got the, what
Order
was
the
it?
palmetto?
Yeah, and that's when I met them. That was the first time I'd ever met Maggie's parents.
The, and if Alec was in even a deposition, and if Maggie or Paul or Buster would call, I mean, he would walk out and take the call, wouldn't he?
I never was present with them. I've heard rumors of such, but I was never present with him at depositions and mediations.
Well, in the office, if he was in a meeting, he would always
yeah.
take their calls. Wouldn't he?
Absolutely. Yes.
Never say, oh, gosh, tell her I'd call her back. He'd
No,
take the call.
he never put off calls with his family. He always talked.
Now, you were talking about the night that you learned that Maggie and Paul were murdered, that you thought when you first got the call that it was about Mr. Randolph.
Correct.
And we're talking about Mr. Randolph murder,
That's correct.
Alex and Randy's dad,
Yes, sir.
because it was well known that he had just been put back in the hospital and his condition was not well.
Yeah, it was my understanding that at that point, the family was making arrangements to bring him home and hospice may be involved. And so obviously we were all expecting awful news.
And he, in fact, did die on Thursday, June 10th, I believe.
I believe so too. Yes, sir.
And after that, you said that, the whole law firm rallied around not just Alec, but Alec and Randy and their families.
Absolutely.
Okay. And that's
And we
what-
rallied around each other because we were scared. We were worried.
Right. And then after, well, I guess there was like a tidal wave of media surrounding the law firm at some point in time, was there?
Yes, sir.
And so y'all had to, be careful with comings and goings, and that was kind of scary, I think.
It was. We ended up having to lock the front door because they would just walk in and just overwhelm the receptionist. So it was became like a daily habit there for a few weeks. So we had to end up locking the door.
And as a result of Maggie and Paul's tragic murder, Alec Murdaugh became front and center of a media spotlight, didn't he?
He did, yes, sir.
And it wasn't, and there were cameras outside the court, outside the office frequently, right?
There were, yes, sir.
There were cameras out at Moselle.
I think so. I didn't go out there, but I'm assuming they probably were.
And all the buzz was about Alec Murdaugh and what happened to Maggie and Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And all the while you were around Alec on occasion and you noticed his demeanor and he was grieving greatly, was he not?
He was grieving and he was also very humble. He had changed dramatically. Afterwards he was more mellow and he would come in the mornings and instead of yelling Christy and Ed and telling us what to do, he would actually come to our desk and say hello and check on us, and we would in turn check on him. So he was very different after the murders.
And he had a hard time working after the murders?
Absolutely, yeah, as you could imagine.
Sure. And you're aware, you had to keep up with his whereabouts, but he spent a lot of time with Maggie and Maggie's parents?
Yeah, he would tell me that he had weekend plans, and I would hear him on the phone with his in-law and making plans to meet up for the weekend.
And he stayed in Somerville a good bit with Buster and with Maggie's parents?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And he and Buster traveled up to the upstate, to Lake Huey or something? Are you aware of that?
I remember him saying, the family had property or something up there, his in-laws, and they were all getting together.
And you're aware that Alec would not spend a single night after Maggie and Paul were murdered at Moselle?
Yes, sir. I knew that.
And when he was working in Hampton, he was either commuting from Somerville, Edisto, or staying with his brother Randy or something like that.
I knew he was either staying with family or, he was coming back from Somerville or Greenville from being with the in-laws, but that's all I knew.
But he never spent one night more at Moselle.
Not as far as I know, yes, sir.
Now, you were asked questions by Mr. Waters about the Ferris matter was the furthest thing from your mind after murder of Maggie and Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And that you didn't do any more about that after Maggie and Paul's murder, right?
That's correct.
But I think you also said that you conveyed your concerns to Jeannie Seckinger and that she essentially took over.
That, yes, when I gave it to her, I knew she told me she would take it from there. And so I know I gave it to her and that was that.
And so there's really nothing more for you to do on the Ferris matter after you turned it over to Jeannie, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you were in Alec's office one day looking for a file and you stumbled across this canceled check.
Yes, sir. It must have been underneath the file. I wanted in between that and something else. So when I lifted my file, it fluttered to the floor.
And and you felt, I think you talked to this jury about how this whole thing put you in a bad spot. And your daughter said you need to dust your resume off or something like that.
That's
right?
correct. Yes, sir. I was worried. I was hoping I was wrong. I was hoping that my gut feeling was wrong and that what I was looking at was not money being stolen and that he was not doing that. I was hoping I was wrong, but at the same time, I was scared to turn it in because what if they, look into it and it's nothing, there's nothing going on and then, it disturbs the relationship we had working together and, what would I do? Would I be able to stay at the firm after turning him in on something so bad that he could lose his job over it? So I was concerned. I was concerned for my livelihood. I'm a single mom with a teenage daughter.
And nothing happened to your job, right?
No, sir, nothing happened to my job.
It's just Alec who lost his job, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you mentioned in what's in the evidence as defendant's exhibit number 441 is a text that you received from Alec, right?
That's correct.
And was it just to you or was it you and
Me and Christy, his other
Christy.
secretary.
the other secretary? And the date is Sunday, September 26th at 4:30 p.m. in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned it was from rehab?
Yes, as far as I knew, it was rehab. I assumed it was probably one of the steps of reaching out to those that you hurt and telling them you're sorry.
And Alec was in rehab?
Yes, sir, as far as I know, he was.
And I want you to read this to the jury, the whole email, if you don't mind,
Okay.
please.
Sure. Hey, it's Alec. I'm finally feeling a little better each day. I'm over the worst, but still feel like I have the flu. Real weak. I have been worried about y'all, and I'm sorry I didn't get to tell y'all myself. I know both of you been hurt badly by me. I know it sounds hollow, but I am truly sorry. The better I get, the more guilt I have. I have an awful lot to try to make right when I get out of here. The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most. I'm not real sure how I let myself get where I did. I'm committed to getting better and hope to mend as many relationships as I can. You both are special people and important to me. Please know how sorry I am to have made you part of my misdeeds. I hope you are doing as well as possible. I love you very much. Please tell Cheryl and Haley hello, and I'm sorry. All my love.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Very quickly, Your Honor. Mr. Griffin asked you about whether or not you were worried about losing your job over these Ferris fees. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then he asked you, the defendant lost his job, right?
That's correct.
After the murders, but before September, the defendant still had his job, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He still had his law license, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
You said, in response to defense counsel's question, that people came to him if they needed something, correct?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. He was trusted by everybody, and they knew that if they needed something, all they had to do was reach out and he was going to help them.
He was trusted by everybody. Did you trust him?
I trusted him. Yes, sir.
People came to him for anything, like all these clients right here?
Yes, sir.
He was a prominent lawyer,
Yes, he was.
one of the most prominent in the region.
Yes.
And all of that came to an end in September 2021, when all of that came out, did it not?
Right. When I found the check, I knew that he had lied to me and that he'd stolen that money.
Thank you. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
Johnny James for the state. State calls Michael Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You have a seat on the stage. Address that microphone, address your seat. And just state your name again, and spell your last name. Please.
Sure. It's Michael Gunn. Last name is spelled Gunn.
Good morning, Mr. Gunn.
Good morning.
Just barely morning. Where are you from, Mr. Gunn?
From Columbia.
Born and raised?
Oh, grew up in Conway, South Carolina.
I grew up in Conway, South Carolina.
Yes,
All right. Where you work?
Work for Forge Consulting.
And what is Forge Consulting?
Forge Consulting, we are a settlement planning firm based primarily in Atlanta. I run the Columbia or South Carolina office, and we work with people, plaintiffs and plaintiffs' attorneys, to help them really try to take the settlements that have been recovered for them and try to make them make these settlements last a long time. These people normally have been in catastrophic injuries or wrongful death of a loved one.
So your company works with law firms who represent people who've been hurt, and if they get a little bit of money to make them whole, you can help make that money last a longer time. Is that an accurate summary of what you just described?
Yes, sir, and that's the goal.
All right. When did you first start working for Forge Consulting, or do you work for Forge Consulting, or did you found it?
I'm one of the principals in Forge Consulting. We started in 2003. I've been there since 2005.
And what is your actual, you said you're a principal, what is your actual title at Forge Consulting?
I would be a principal and settlement consultant.
Okay. And so do you work directly with the attorneys yourself in arranging some of these settlements and structures and things of that nature?
Yes, sir, I do.
So if you could, what exactly is a structured settlement in a summary form?
Sure, kind of a primer on it. Essentially, a structured settlement is when it's only available to those who've been, first of all, to those who've been injured or involved in a wrongful death or workers' compensation. It's really a method for them to try and save money. And what I mean by that is when they get the settlement, they have an opportunity to put some of that money into almost like an annuity. And that annuity would pay them over time, much like a paycheck, because a lot of these folks have lost their jobs, they've lost a loved one, or they have bills to pay. And so by doing that, it allows them to receive that money, but not only do they receive the funds, they do receive them tax-free from the federal government.
Totally tax-free?
Totally tax-free, with interest.
Now, who actually funds these annuities that ultimately get paid out to those who've been hurt?
Sure. Well, generally speaking, the annuities are funded by the insurance company that's paying the claim or the defendant themselves. That's generally speaking.
And when they pay that claim, where does that money go in order to fund the annuity? Does it go to Forge Consulting?
The only way it would go to Forge Consulting is if the check was made payable to that insurance company, and then we would forward the check on to that insurance company.
So in that instance, you wouldn't actually be really taking the money, you'd just be stuffing it in an envelope.
We'd be a mail
and sending it on?
carrier. We'd just be a mail carrier, correct.
And I apologize. We're both speaking pretty quickly here. Madam Court Reporter can only record one of us at a time. So if I'm asking a question, try and let me complete it and then answer thereafter. Yep. So to clarify, the only instance where you would get any money is if the check is made out to an insurance company, you stuff it in another envelope and send it on its way.
That's correct.
But ultimately, the money comes from the insurance company to whoever's funding this annuity. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And the people funding this annuity would be another insurance company or some other firm of that nature. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that would be the structuring of monies awarded in a lawsuit to the person hurt. What about monies awarded to the lawyer in a lawsuit? What about an attorney's fees? Can those be structured?
They can be.
All right. And how does that process work?
It's very, very similar process. It's a similar outcome. The difference is the attorneys would be deferring it, but when they receive the funds, they would have to pay the tax at that time. But it is a way to defer the taxes like that. But it's the same scenario. The money would have to come from the defendant and/or its insurance carrier, and there would also have to be language included in settlement documents, et cetera.
But it couldn't come directly to the attorney, could it?
No, sir. That would be constructive receipt, and the IRS would consider that taxable income.
Constructive receipt, and they would consider it taxable income. So, can you explain that just a little bit more for me?
Well, if they receive the money, then the IRS is going to consider that taxable at the time it hits their account, and therefore undoing that is going to be quite a bit of a problem.
And so then they would get taxed on all of that money, correct?
That is correct.
As opposed to just the amount of money that they wanted to get that year.
That is correct.
And you indicated that it would be deferred taxation. So to use an example, let's say I represent somebody on a big suit and get $1 million in attorney's fees. If I were to structure it, I could have that stretched out over 10 years, $100,000 a year, and then am I hearing it correctly? I wouldn't get taxed on $1 million all at once. I would get taxed on that $100,000 a year each year for those next 10 years. Is that a good way of describing it?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And as a result, pay less in taxes.
That's the goal.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I am.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for me?
Wearing a checked shirt and a blue jacket, it appears.
Let the record show that he identified Mr. Murdaugh. When did you first meet Mr. Murdaugh?
Probably 20 years ago, 20, give or take a few years, 20 years ago. Probably at a convention or a continuing education seminar, since our primary market are plaintiffs' attorneys.
And what was your first impression of Mr. Murdaugh?
Very jovial, friendly, never met a stranger. Just a, generally nice guy.
Did you have occasion to work with Mr. Murdaugh more going forward from that point in time?
I did, as generally speaking, as we get to know our clients, a lot of times friendships get born out of that, and you get more comfortable dealing with them. And so, yes, I worked with his firm a great deal. Did a lot of work with his firm. I probably actively would work. I've worked probably 5 cases with Mr. Murdaugh.
Now, in terms of those at his firm, did you work with Alec on a lot of cases or relatively few cases compared to his partners?
If you compare it to his partners, relatively few.
So most of the time you were working with the other folks at PMPED, but Alec maybe just a handful of times. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did Alec hold any other positions other than his role at the law firm that caused you to work with one another frequently?
Sure. At one time, he was the president of the Association for Justice, which is a voluntary organization of plaintiffs' attorneys. And so we'd be very closely together at trial lawyer events and things of that nature, CLEs.
And is there a shorthand for that organization that used to be applied to it? The
SCAJ.
SCAJ. As part of your professional relationship with Alec, what sorts of things would y'all do together?
Again, usually these would be at events. It was never really a one-off. It was usually events. Golf, dinner, lunch, things like that. Just, things that you would do. Things that you would do when you're at a Hilton Head.
About how many times would you say you golf together?
I'd probably say I'd put the over-under around 15.
15?
Yeah.
And you'd go have dinner, maybe some drinks together at the conference, correct?
Not every year, but we would see each other. But, dinner was probably few and far between.
Did you ever go hang out with Mr. Murdaugh at Moselle or any of his other properties?
No, sir.
Did he ever come and hang out with you in Columbia for dinner or drinks or anything like that?
It would be business related.
Did you ever go to any sporting events with him, like a Gamecocks football game or anything like that?
I never went with him. I may have seen him there, but never went with him, no.
There's a lot of folks in the stadium at Williams-Brice on game day.
Depending on the season.
Did Mr. Murdaugh ever meet you in Columbia and deliver some checks to you and tell you, hey, these are for the clients for structures or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever meet with him halfway between Columbia and Hampton and get checks from him?
Absolutely not.
And did you ever call him and say, hey, can you bring those checks to me so that we can finance this?
Absolutely not.
And would forge under any circumstances accept client money checks personally in order to fund an annuity for them?
No, sir.
And so if you received or saw or reviewed an instrument made out to forge, and it said in the memo line, money for client or something to that effect, would that instrument be legit?
Well, it would be returned to the person that sent it to us with an explanation as to why we could not take it.
You would not take it?
No, we would not take it.
In working with Mr. Murdaugh, did you ever discuss options with him about how to structure fees for his clients?
Generally speaking, we have those conversations with attorneys, and I do remember he inquired about it. kind of went through what you would need to do, how you would need to do it, kind of the process in which it's done. So yes.
So did you explain to him some of the things that we've explained to these folks from around the county here today?
It's the same canned elevator speech I give to everyone. Just, this is how the mechanics of how it works.
Were there any specific cases that he came to you and asked you about whether you could set up a structure?
I don't recall if there was a specific case. I do remember there was a case where we sent some options over one time and nothing ever came to fruition. It was just, here's what you can do.
Do you recall the name Dion Martin?
I do recall the name Dion Martin.
What, if anything, do you recall about Dion Martin? Was that one of Alex's cases?
It was. What I recall about that case is that I got a signed option from plaintiff's counsel, signed by Mr. Dion Martin, or I'm assuming Mr. Martin, saying he wanted to set aside X amount of dollars. Not really sure exactly what that amount was. And he wanted to do it to an annuity. And so annuities, like anything, it's kind of based off of stock market and whatnot, so they can kind of go up and down. So there's a time window in which you are able to purchase that. If not, the rate may go up, the rate may go down. And so I consistently sent emails to Mr. Murdaugh as well as his paralegal, Annette Griswold. I would say at least 4, maybe 5 emails saying, hey, this is going to expire. This is going to expire if you don't fund this now. And after getting no response after multiple weeks, we just closed our file.
So you did open a file for Mr. Martin, correct?
We open a file for every case, yes.
For every case, and I want to drill onto that a little bit. What prompts you to open a file?
Well, part of it is so that we can remember. If the attorney calls us and says, hey, I've got a case I'm about to start working on, or we got it, and they don't give us any information because they might be in the car, we could say, okay, this is the John Smith case, and I've got that tied to an attorney. And so that's how we do that.
So if you get so much as a phone call saying, I want to talk to you about so-and-so, you make a file.
That is correct.
Even if it's just one conversation.
I always ask for a name.
Do you ask for any other information?
I ask for a great deal of information, but oftentimes that takes a little while to get. But the name is what I need first.
Are you aware of a boat collision that occurred in early of 2019 in relation to Mr. Murdaugh or his family?
I'm aware.
And are you aware of generally any litigation that resulted from that case?
I'm aware.
After that boat crash and that litigation began, did you have any further conversations with Mr. Murdaugh about structuring any fees that he might earn?
We had general conversations, generic conversations, but we never had any in-depth conversations.
They never asked any specifics beyond the general canned speech?
It was, this is what you can do and this is what you can't do.
Did he ever bring you any fees and say, hey, I would like to structure these or anything to that effect?
No, sir.
Do you recall in and around September of 2021, receiving a phone call from Lee Cope?
I do.
And what generally, well, tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. Mr. Cope called me, asked me if he could trust me. Asked if he could trust my office as much as he trusted me. Let me rephrase that. And said, I'd like to give you a name of some cases, and could you tell me what y'all have done for those clients? He gave me probably 10 to 12 names. I remember I was standing in my driveway, so I'm furiously writing down these names, hoping I could read my own handwriting. And I got back with Mr. Cope and told him I didn't have a file open on any of these people.
None of them?
Not a one.
Not a single name that he provided to you?
No, sir.
Did they follow up with you and provide you any additional names?
They did. The next day, he called me again, gave me another list of names, went through that list. The only name that stood out was Dion Martin that I referenced earlier.
Did they ask you about where Forge Consulting did its banking?
They asked me if we banked at Bank of America, and I told them we had not for the last 4 years.
Was it the last 4 years, or was it a little bit longer than that?
It was 4 to 5 years, somewhere in that range.
I jumped ahead a little bit. You are generally aware of the events of June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
When did you first become aware of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
Probably early morning on June 8th, probably 5:36 in the morning. I got a couple of missed phone calls.
What did you do after learning of the murders?
Other than being stunned by it all, I let my wife know, called a few other people. I let my business partners know.
Did you reach out to anybody in relation to Mr. Murdaugh or Mr. Murdaugh himself?
I did reach out to one or two of his law partners, just to express my condolences, and obviously asked them, hope it wasn't true, but that was confirmed. And then I waited a day and reached out to Mr. Murdaugh and just let him know we were thinking of him, didn't have the words for what to say.
Had you ever met Paul or Maggie?
I have.
Did you know Paul very well?
I didn't know Paul very well. I knew of him, but I didn't know him very well.
How well did you know Maggie?
I knew Maggie, pretty well. She would oftentimes, I believe when Buster was in school in Columbia, she would text me and ask me where he could get his hair cut and where he could get his pants hemmed and things like that. And I was kind of like her local Google. So, but it was funny because I'd always respond to her.
You're in Columbia, Buster's in Columbia, she's in Hampton, and so she's texting you with questions.
Absolutely.
Did you attend the funeral for Paul and Maggie?
I did.
Did you see Alec there?
I did.
Did he say anything to you?
Not at the funeral, but after.
Did you go to a wake afterwards?
I did.
Did he say anything to you at the wake?
He told me how much Maggie had loved me and my wife and our family.
Between that wake and September of 2021, did you see the defendant, Mr. Murdaugh, on any other occasions?
I saw him in Hilton Head in August. That was the only time I saw him.
Where did you see him?
At the Scage conference in Hilton Head Island, the annual convention. That's all attorneys and vendors and whatnot attend.
But at the lawyers' convention in
Yes.
Hilton Head?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Was anybody with him?
His brother, John Marvin, was with him primarily, but others were around, law firm, members of the firm.
What was the scope of your interactions with Mr. Murdaugh at the convention?
We hung out a little bit, or said, exchanged pleasantries, hugs, still, couldn't believe what had happened. And we did go to dinner. I went to dinner with him, his brother, and the majority, I don't want to count them off, of his law firm on, I believe it was Saturday evening.
Now, we've talked about Forge Consulting. Are there any subsidiaries of Forge Consulting or alternative names or other companies associated with Forge?
We do have two other companies that are under the Forge umbrella. One is Advocacy Trust, which is a trust company, and the other one is Advocacy Wealth Management, which manages just, it's a veteran SEC-related wealth management firm.
Do you have any stumbling over my own tongue. Do you have any subsidiaries that are just named Forge?
No, sir, we do not.
Did you ever tell Mr. Murdaugh that he could use the name of Forge Consulting or Forge for his own purposes?
Absolutely not.
Prior to September of 2021, did you have any knowledge that Mr. Murdaugh was using the name of Forge for his own purposes?
No, sir.
Back my own reports and all.
stand for a moment. All right, come to order.
Showing you a document already in evidence as State's Exhibit 335. This document says it's a Bank of America statement. Is this an account statement from a forged consulting account?
No, sir, it is not.
I may have the element. Exhibit 335 on the Elmo for the jurors to see it. Richard A. Murdaugh, sole prop, DBA, forge. That's not one of your accounts?
No, sir.
No further questions for this witness.
By the defense.
Good afternoon.
You had some formal positions with the South Carolina Association of Justice?
Yes, sir.
What were those?
Did some government affairs lobbying work for them.
Okay, and on a contract basis?
And as an employee and as a contract.
Okay. And at one point in time, Alec Murdaugh was the president of the South Carolina SCAJ?
Yes, sir, he was.
And were you employed at the time or contract lobbyist?
Yes, sir, I was employed at the time, yes, sir.
And part of his duties, well, I guess he was on the board for a period of time as well, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And the SCAJ board and the president would meet in Columbia quarterly, monthly, how often?
They would meet in Columbia probably twice a year. They normally met at the convention spots or the CLE spots, and then one was always by telephone. But usually the president was, even the telephone call, the president would come to Columbia.
And when he would come to Columbia, you remember Maggie would come with him and spend the night on those business trips?
Sometimes, yeah. I don't know specifically for that for the Skage stuff, but I do. Maggie spend the night in Columbia, yes.
But you saw them traveling together in Columbia. I mean, you said you would see him in Columbia on business reasons. Was the business reasons his membership on the board and then?
I would say, generally speaking, most of the time when I would see him, it would be because of that, yes, sir.
And then he and Maggie came to you and your wife's wedding in New York, right?
They did.
And my understanding is the big day came on the day of a big blizzard.
3 feet of snow, yes, sir.
And so you had to delay the wedding a day, right?
We did.
And you got to spend a lot more time with Maggie and Alec.
And all the other guests, yes, sir.
Right. And so, at that point in time, your wife became friends with Maggie and y'all became pretty good social friends?
I think so. I mean, we still didn't really hang out much after the wedding other than professional settings, and that could have been just because of the distance between the towns. But yeah, we keep in touch, no doubt.
And then every year, I think you mentioned, there's an annual convention at Hilton Head of we used to call it trial lawyers, but.
I still do too.
Yeah. Of the trial lawyers, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's usually at a hotel. It used to be at the Westin at Port Royal, I think.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I think maybe they moved it. I don't know.
Marriott now.
Yeah. So, and And there would be seminars, during the day, and then there'd be socializing in the evenings.
Yes, sir.
And it was a family event.
Very much so.
And Alec would bring Maggie and Paul and Buster.
Every time.
And you got to see him interact with his entire family.
I did.
And he was a family man, wasn't he?
By all accounts, yes, sir.
And you went to Maggie and Paul's funeral?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then after the funeral, you went out to Moselle?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure, what was Alec's demeanor?
He was a broken man. You could tell. He was very upset. He was very upset.
And then you saw him a few months later at that convention at Hilton Head?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you said he was with his brother, John Marvin?
Yes, sir.
And his son Buster was there too. You remember?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Now, John Marvin's not a lawyer, right?
He's not.
Is it unusual for John Marvin to come to the lawyer convention?
I had not seen him before, no, at the convention, no.
Right. He was there supporting his brother?
I believe so, yes.
And people were trying to lift Alec's spirits up and support him during that period of time?
I think so, yes, sir.
Right. 1 second,
I don't have anything further. Nothing further from the state.
Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
Excuse me.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you'll have a seat on the stand. If you'll state your name, just that microphone there, and spell your last name for the record.
Brian Hudak, Hudak.
Agent Hudak, how are you doing today?
Pretty good.
Where are you employed?
South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, also known as SLED.
All right, and what is your duties there?
I'm a special agent in computer crimes.
All right, and just briefly, what do your duties entail?
Conduct forensic examinations, cell phones, computers, vehicle infotainment modules, any sort of electronic device that can hold evidence. Also, I'm an evidence custodian for the unit.
Just a moment, sir. I have the jury go to the jury room for a recess. Tell her. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to evacuate the building at this time, so we'll be in recess until we discover what's going on. We'll couple this with a lunch break until 2:30.
What? What's going on? It was a bomb? Shoot, I have lunch. How am I going to eat and talk to you guys? Oh, I have these in. Hold on. How am I going to eat and talk to you guys? Because, oh my God, that scared me. I don't want to eat. Some people, it bothers them when I eat. But I really want to eat. Maybe I could play something. Hi, Bubbles. Hi, Bubbles. Hi, Bubbles. Let me see. Are they going to say anything?
Case that there is some. This is a movie. I mean, this entire episode, this entire.
I got a
case
Market Fresh
is all
sandwich.
movie-like scripts with influential families that everyone's afraid of, to curious deaths that haven't been explained, and
I got Market Fresh, turkey bacon and ranch, and a sweet tea. Oh, let me. I got a fry I ate on the way. Oh, I shouldn't have run out. So do you think they'll be back today? I wonder what's happening. Well, no, I think it's the sound that bothers people, you know? Like, I don't know if Zeke. How am I going to talk? Oh, wait. Talk to you and eat at the same time. Well, I'm going to try because I want to at least take a sip or a bite. ASMR. I like it. Okay. There's certain like food things. Is that a string? Oh, that's my hair. My hair looks like string. Look at that. There's certain. Why is that like? Anyway, there's certain. Oh, Bubby, I gave him a treat over there. It's bothering me. It's like, look, stay. Oh, it's static. Look. Do you see that? Anyway, I was like, why does it keep sticking up? Well, it's static. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I do. I haven't done ASMR in a while or watched it, but I used to like watch it. But like it's certain people eating. Like I like eating. I like the ASMR without talking. The talking bothers me. ASMR, like for ASMR purposes, but I do like it for those purposes, like eating certain things. But some people it really bothers. But I'm taking a bite. Hold on, Bubba. Look at that. Oh, how good does that look? Turkey bacon and ranch. He's being a baby. I gave you a treat, Zeke. They didn't put onions on it. Usually they do. Usually they put red onions. Zeke! I don't know what you want. I mean, I know what you want, but I gave you a treat over there. You're not going to get any of this, buddy. So what did when I was in the appointment, what did I miss? Did I miss anything with that guy? I don't even know what this sounds like. Oh. So I have some of it. I forgot to turn off the volume. Oh no, the volume is off. Okay. Is this bothering anybody? Okay. I'm gonna have to lock Zeke out because he's being a baby. I guess I could give him some of this turkey, but then if I give him some, he's gonna want more. Here, Bubby. Such a baby. Such a baby, silly. But he's really picky though about food. Like Zeke, he like doesn't always want, like normal, like a lot of dogs, they'll just eat anything, like any table food. They'll eat basically anything. He is very picky. And like sometimes he'll like want something one day and not the other. He's like a human. Like dogs usually it doesn't matter. They could eat the same thing every day. They could eat whatever. He like has to be in the mood. Like, so, oh, today I want chicken. I'll eat chicken. So we make him chicken tomorrow. Oh, he doesn't want chicken this day, but he wants this. And he doesn't want that this day, but he wants it this day. Because we cook them. We've been trying to cut back on it and trying to get him used to like regular dog food, but for a while there we were cooking chicken and then mixing it with his dog food or sometimes the ground beef. Then my mom tried to like cook him eggs, which they said was all right to have. We boil it, so it's supposedly okay. And so eggs were supposedly okay to have, but then he started having a little allergic reaction, my mom thinks, because he was getting diarrhea from it and itching. So, and she read that some dogs could be allergic to eggs, so we quit doing the eggs. But yeah, he won't always. Yeah, he gets tired of some of the stuff, so he won't eat it for days, and then and then he'll want something else. He's so picky. Man, I kind of wish that the onions were on here. And normally I was taking a break from eating onions, but I really wanted them on here. It gives it a good taste, the red onions. Dang it. I wonder if they just don't put them anymore or they just forgot. I think they forgot. Is this bothering anybody? I'm taking big bites so I could hurry up. But I eat fast anyway. She can't eat chicken? Wow. Do you boil it? I'm giving him a little bit of turkey, making sure it doesn't have the ranch on it. You go, Bubby. Go, boy. What are you guys eating for lunch? Let me know. Let me see what they're showing. Is there sound? Yeah, let's see what's going on.
Well, thank you for coming back. I have some breaking news for you. The Colleton County Courthouse where the trial of Alec Murdaugh is being held has been evacuated. Has been evacuated. Let me repeat that. Has been evacuated. Why? Due to a reported bomb threat. They're moving people away from the courthouse right now for safety. As soon as we can get to our own Gigi McKelvey, we will have her on the air to talk about what is happening at that courthouse, where Alec Murdaugh may be being moved to, and what the precautions that are being taken are in place. Again, breaking news, there has been a reported bomb threat at the Colleton County Courthouse where Alec Murdaugh has been on trial. Now, indeed, Fernand, let me just tell you, Judge Rucker, you talked about this earlier. We know we have a recess until about 2:30 where the judge is combining a lunch break and to try to find out what's going on. But let me ask you about this. Somebody who calls in a bomb threat in a high-profile case, who do you look for? Do you look for somebody who's just trying to make a scene, who's trying to make a name for themselves, some sick person who just wants to disrupt proceedings? Or do you look for somebody with a motive who wants to disrupt proceedings, either for Alec Murdaugh or somebody else? Who do you look for, Judge Rucker?
Well, I will say that on something like this, in this day and age, with so many people who are seeking attention, it's a needle in a haystack, unless there have been other threats that have been issued before this time that the general public was simply not made aware of, but that investigators, law enforcement, court personnel, possibly the FBI may have been aware of. And this may be the culmination of that. What we're seeing is a tip of the iceberg of somebody calling in. It very honestly could be someone who is watching this proceeding on TV because it is high profile, and they're sitting around like, ooh, let me see if I can impact this somehow. And now are sitting back watching, the fruits of their labors, with everybody outside kind of nervous, having disrupted a nationally observed proceeding.
Now, Judge,
Or
let me
it
just
could be
stop
a
you.
child.
Let me just ask you right now, because we're seeing our pictures, our photographer is taking right outside the courthouse. What is happening there? Let me ask you this. We talked just before we went back in the courtroom about the effect of things on jurors in a high-profile case. Here, I don't know when, if the jury is being told that there has been a reported bomb threat, but you and I both know that if they haven't been told, they will learn it, that jurors learn these things, all right? Because the family members will be around, they'll be concerned about them. The jurors concerned for their own safety in a case like this, how does this now impact it?
Well, what we do know is historically there have been cases where jurors after the fact have talked about, what they had going on, or jurors who have been dismissed have discussed how they were aware of the public clamor or things going on outside that could potentially, cause risk to their own families or to their decisions. And so certainly where they have been rapidly evacuated from the middle of the trial, you're right, they're going to find out what happened. The judge may even tell them himself, so that there's not so many open-ended questions about what's going on, thinking that their sensitivities may be better served by letting them know what happened. But everything that occurs in a courtroom during a jury trial is going to cause the jury to have a raised eyebrow and a second view of what it is that they're involved in. And I'm certain that these events will do this with this jury.
So, Judge, as we're looking at these pictures that our photographer from the Law and Crime Network is taking outside the Colleton County Courthouse, which has been evacuated for a reported bomb threat, and the trial of Alec Murdaugh will be in recess until 2:30 p.m. Let me ask you this as a judge. Do you have to bring that jury in one by one and ask them whether this has any impact on them?
Certainly that would be an appropriate thing. That would be an appropriate thing, and I would not be surprised if the judge does that. Again, the sensitivities of the jurors always has to be kept in mind. And if there is any concern that this incident has caused any one of them, because any one of them can cause a decision to be rendered one way or the other, or a mistrial. So if there's any concern that this evacuation and the potential bomb threat or the potential threat that they're under as a result of this trial has caused, then yes, I think it would be appropriate, not required, but certainly would be appropriate.
How about the witnesses, Judge? Talk to me two things. I'm going to give you an A and a comma. Witnesses who have not yet testified, or remember the defense is going to say, if I'm the defense, that Alec Murdaugh had a lot of enemies, and we talked about this prior to the bomb threat, and therefore there are a lot of suspects out there. Does this lead into that for them? Are they going to be able to use this in any way, or would you, as a judge, make a ruling that they can't?
No, I would, as a judge, I would certainly issue a ruling or a determination that it would not be appropriate for the jurors to for the defense or the prosecution to remark in any way on this incident unless investigations reveal right now or in the very near future that someone associated with either the state or the defense or a potential witness was was involved in this. If that information comes out, then I'd say, yeah, you all have at it. But otherwise, it's speculative. And because of the innumerable possible sources of this call-in thread or however it came in, it would be unfair and irrational for the jurors to be able to hear testimony about what this may be related to and why they should take that in consideration for their decision.
And as telling the viewers again who may have just tuned in, the trial of Alec Murdaugh has been adjourned until 2:30 p.m. because there was a reported bomb threat at the Colleton County Courthouse. The courthouse is being evacuated, has been evacuated. We're waiting for our own Gigi McKelvey to get to a safe place as the law enforcement is going to investigate this to make sure no one will be harmed. Right now, it's just a reported bomb threat. We hope, obviously, that it's not a real bomb that has been placed. But Judge, if you are now sitting on this case, and I bring you back to this, we have a lot of people now impacted, whether they be witnesses, whether they be reporters, whether they be the participants, the prosecution, the defense in regard to this. And at this point, we still don't know if that's a real bomb threat or if it was somebody just trying to make a name for themselves. So you're sitting there, you're Judge Newman right now. What information do you want to make sure that everyone is safe going forward and that this does not impact witnesses' testimony, witnesses coming forward, or jurors?
Well, certainly I call in court security. I have a conversation with whatever chief law enforcement or supervisor is in charge of the scene, and I ask them very directly if there is evidence that this was related to anyone who was involved in this case. And certainly the court, or excuse me, the law enforcement have to have limitations on what they reveal, but to the judge involved in this case, they would at least give preliminary information if they have it. And I, as the judge, would ask that information to ensure that this case could go forward safely. It's safely for the witnesses, safely for the jurors, and really for myself before we go back into that courtroom and resume testimony. And I'd also want to know if this was an isolated incident that we don't have to keep worrying about this, or if we have to be concerned that every hour, every 2 hours, every day, there's going to be an emergency evacuation while we, look into something that most likely is not legitimate.
Yeah. Judge, just let's go forward on that, because again, right now our viewers are watching from our own photographer who is taking pictures outside the Colleton County Courthouse from a far enough distance so that everyone is safe, including everyone inside the courthouse, including the judge who has to be evacuated. So he has to go someplace else, right, to run his courtroom, to get information. Now, you have family members of jurors who are watching this, right? And they don't know whether this is a real bomb threat or not. What, as a judge, would you say to the family members of the jurors who have to decide this case fairly? Because one of the things that has been just around this trial, it's been like the elephant in the room, is that the Murdaugh family is so powerful that maybe no one, even the state, can't get a fair trial. So what would you say to the jurors at this point, the family members of those jurors, about the safety?
Well, I mean, I just reinforce that, we do have within the court system and generally within our society, some very powerful investigative and enforcement tools to protect individuals who are part of the system. I would reinforce that understanding to the jurors and to their families. And I would remind the jurors' families that their family members are, underwent a pretty intense process to be able to sit on this jury in judgment. They're thoughtful, they're careful, they're introspective. That was all the things that was concluded for them to be able to sit in this jury. And certainly, if any fear or concern for their safety or their family safety, that they should be assured that that would be communicated to the judge, and that person would be adequately protected and possibly even released.
So if you are thinking about this from
what are we going to do here?
Or the judge sitting on the case, Judge Newman, who obviously has been moved to another location because he will not be in the courthouse getting phone calls or running this case. Who would you be looking at again? Now, do you think it was somebody who wanted to disrupt the proceedings because they didn't like the evidence? Or what is your leaning as a person, a judge who's had a number of high profile cases? Do you think this is some crackpot who wants to disrupt the evidence because that way they control the media, control the prosecution, control the defense?
Honestly, that's more what I'm looking at right now. Like I said, this case is like a movie. And so the potential players or potential individuals who could be involved and why this could be happening really has an endless stream of thought. But what I also know about our society, look at social media, look at the television. People film themselves committing murders. People post in anything to get likes and retweets and to get people to look at them. I can truly see this being someone who is delighting in the fact that they were able to cause conflict and chaos while they're watching it happen on TV, really completely unconnected to this case. I can see that possibly being true. What would really be at the heart of whether or not we'll find out who this is, again, is whether or not law enforcement has received other information or threats before this day, before this happened, that could lead them to understand that someone was likely going to do this and even lead to that particular person.
Let me remind our viewers a couple of things. One, the courthouse in
I
College
don't know.
has been evacuated for an alleged bomb threat, we're being told, and the Alec
Oh,
Murdaugh
bye, Sandy.
recess till 2:30. And when we left, it was Brian Hudock. He was a SLED agent, a South Carolina Law Enforcement Division agent who had just started his direct. I mean, barely got his name out with some questions that were just at the beginning of what he was going to tell the jury. When the judge promptly, immediately, and quickly, and without notice said, we have to adjourn this trial. So, Judge, how important is it, number one, to take threats like this seriously, comma, and when you take threats like this seriously, how important will it be to find the person so you can try to make an example that this cannot be done to ruin any criminal proceeding or civil proceeding, justice proceeding, I should say, in the future?
That's right. It's so incredibly important. I mean, look at the time and resources spent, halting the trial, removing individuals. They're doing a complete sweep of the courthouse now with a bomb detecting dog or some other type of technology equipment in order to detect, what may be devices. Heaven forbid they find something. But if this is not true, look at the potential every time anywhere around the country someone decides to do this same thing. So it is incredibly important that all available resources are expended to find, identify, prosecute, and punish whoever is responsible for this, so that it can be clearly understood that this is absolutely unacceptable, and those that do it will, in fact, be held responsible. Technology in the world today is so advanced that it's so easy to trace what people are doing.
I don't know, guys. What should we do? Is there stuff that we could go over? I'm trying to think what would be, if there's anything that we could kind of go over. I would like to find the information on the gun stuff. So they said the rifle, was it the rifle, how they were explaining that the gunshot residue goes with the bullet, basically, right? And what was the other gun used, guys? This is the thing I want to get all perfected on, like what's what. So there was a rifle used, and then what? A shotgun? But what's the difference between a shotgun and a rifle? Is anybody like a gun expert? Not expert, but like that knows a lot about guns that could help a little bit? Maybe we could go over like what were the two guns? What does that mean? Could the one that they potentially thought, wait, how does that work? So the one that they were thinking was up close because what, the stippling or whatever, that's the gunshot residue. But you know how the expert said that it could follow on was it a rifle or whatever? It could follow it like 60 feet. So does that mean that he could have been as far as like 40, 50 feet with the one to the chest? Because what didn't she make it made it seem like that it would like around that, and then it would drop off, like it would follow the bullet or whatever. Am I making sense? 30 blackout AR and okay. And a 12 gauge shotgun. Okay, I'm gonna start that. Got the video on Fox from today's building climber. Does it have to do with this case, Brendan? Do you know? Hold on, let me look up those two guns real quick. So we have 30 blackout and a AR-15 and a 12 gauge. Okay. Let's see. 30 or 300, sorry. I was seeing it right. I was just saying it wrong. Okay. Wait, you said AR-15? Okay. So let me share my screen here. AR was running 300 blackout instead of. I don't know what that means, Donald Trump. You gotta help me. Like, that's what I wish I knew more about guns, but what is. Okay, let's see. So, this is what came out when I typed it in. So, is it. Trying to think what I should type into. I want to get like information as far as. Hold on a second. Hold on. So which one is considered the one that where she said that the gunshot residue will like follows the bullet? Which one is that? And then the other one would be on him, right? Isn't that what she made it seem like? Or did I misunderstand it? Let me see. A shotgun shoots out bullets with little beads. Okay, but which one is the shotgun? The 300? I don't know anything about guns, so don't make fun of me. But the 12 gauge is the shotgun, right? But what is the. Oh, because this is an AR, so that's not a shotgun. Okay. So the 12 gauge is the. I don't know which one she was saying about the gunshot residue. Can somebody please help me out here? Let's see. Because I wasn't able to get a clear picture in my head because I didn't know enough about guns when she was talking about it. And normally, like when I'm listening, I'm able to like visualize it, but since I'm clueless on guns, I wasn't able to. So now it's not in my memory. A shotgun shoots out bullets with little. Okay, wait, hold on. AR is follow the bullet. Okay, okay. So the AR is the follow. You're sure? Is the AR the one considered a rifle then? Because I thought she said the rifle is the one that follows the bullet. Or no? Someone said that he went to Bermuda. Oh, okay, Brandon. All right, hold on. Let me. Wait. Hold on. What does that say? 12 gauge is the shotgun, and a blackout is a rifle round. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, so it's the. This is the one. Okay, residue. Let's look up, like residue stuff. Okay, so how long does gunshot residue last? Consistency of flour typically only stays on the hands of a living person for 4 to 6 hours. Wiping the hands on anything, even putting them in and out of pockets, can transfer gunshot residue off hands. Okay. I don't know if this is a good one to. Are you reloading? I got this from a. Yeah. I don't know. Let me look at another one. No. All right. Let me see here. Okay. From 8 sources, high speed. Certain nearby targets or like skin or fabric. Stippling of the skin. Okay, so high velocity that the particles acquire explain the formation of stippling on the skin in close proximity to a muzzle discharge. Okay, so that's what it is, a certain thing. So that's why they're pretty sure that one was close. Okay, so and that was the one of them. I don't know about Maggie's yet, but Paul's, it was the one to the chest that had the stippling. Okay, so these findings also indicate little influence of air current on particle behavior. So was the both okay, so Paul's 2 shots. So the one was from this, right? What was the second shot to the head from? What gun? Was it the same gun with just different bullets? Isn't something like that where they said that it's like the same gun but different bullets, right? Different ammunition on one of them at least, or no? Let's see. Stan. Oh, it doesn't? I thought it did. Oh my god. See, I'm stupid. What does it stand for? I thought it standed for automatic rifle. Oh. Okay. Okay, well, let me see. Does anybody know the short videos? I already watched some. I watched the News Nation one. I watched the Mob Crew. I want to see something else now. Hey, Billie Jean. Oh, thanks, Sarah. Okay, so random particle. Let's see. Discrimination. Who's this first? What's this? Okay, yeah, let me see if there's any videos. You're okay, Brendan, can you let me know? Let's see what's going on here.
I can hear, yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. All right, let me see if I could find any other videos of them explaining it besides the News Nation and Mob Crew, because I want another one because we already watched those a couple times. I mean, we could probably watch them again, but I want to find another one before we watch them again because those ones, like they're saying two different things. Okay, so Murdaugh. Brennan, do you know which ones to watch? You said there's shorts. Can maybe you direct me? I don't even know what to type in. No, I don't want the trial. The News Nation one comes up. I don't want that one. Yeah, these are all. Wait, this says. Oh, this looks like a pretty look. Let's watch this real quick while I'm trying to look for other information. Brendan, if you could email me some stuff, I'm gonna play a video real quick. Looks pretty good. All right. And I'm gonna try to look myself for some stuff here.
A mother and son found dead,
You can hear
millions
me,
of
right?
dollars in missing money, and the downfall of a family dynasty.
I know, and it's bringing up all this trial. Like I feel like they haven't went over like the stuff on the trial for that, right? That besides like I already heard them talking about what had gunshot residue, but I want like a breakdown of it. And I feel like when I type that in, it's just gonna bring in clips from the trial though. But I'll try.
The trial of Alec Murdaugh is already bringing some memorable moments. We'll go.
Okay, I found a pretty good article, guys. And I was right as far as, well, that it would make no sense for him to shoot his head and then him in the head and the chest. So even, well, this article says the analysis, Paul was shot in the chest first, then shot in the left shoulder, which went out through his head, right? But the thing that I'm still confused on, because they said the shot to the chest was from farther away. Or wait. That was up close. I lied. The shot to the chest was up close and the head was far away. Do you see how that's weird though? Because if they're concluding, which I would say would make more sense, because once you shoot him in the head, he's already dead. I mean, why would you shoot him in the chest after that? Right? Because it like blew his brain. I don't know. So if the one up close was to the chest, right? And that was what they think was the first shot. They don't know for sure, but they're guessing that was the first shot. Then you're telling me then they go farther away to shoot him in the head? I mean, I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me. The only way it makes sense is if there was 2 shooters. I know I keep saying that, but I'm just trying to like, does anybody see where I'm going with that? Or no? Because I feel like I explain that away. How, unless if they shoot him in the chest up close and he's not dead and he ends up standing back up, and then by that time Alex is farther away and then he just shoots him in the head again. But I don't know. I mean, hey, Cola. Here, let me share this article that I'm reading real quick. Hold on. Share my entire screen. Let me mute that. Okay, let me share this. Okay, so all right, so let's read it. So the 911 call. So it says, so testing at a state law enforcement division facility, SLED concluded some of the 300 cartridges retrieved from the firing range and near the residence were fired and loaded into, extracted and injected by the 300 blackout rifle taken from the property, according to a motion filed as jury selection got underway Monday. Okay. So the same analysis did not, however, conclusively identify that the shells found near Maggie Murdaugh's body were fired from the gun recovered by investigators. The defense team, Dick Harpootlan, I don't know how to say that, Harpootlan. I haven't heard him say it in court, however they pronounce it. Anyway, and Jim Griffin has asked Judge Clifton Newman to exclude that evidence from the trial because it's based on an inherently subjective analysis. Maggie's injuries were caused by a bullet from a 300 cartridge, mostly commonly, that's weird, mostly commonly fired from an AR-15 assault rifle, according to separate analysis that details the victim's injuries. The report was submitted a blood splatter expert who's being challenged by Murdaugh's defense team. We'll click on that after this. So Oklahoma-based expert Tom Bevel compiled the report based on an autopsy information, photos of the victims, and evidence collected by the crime scene investigators. Tom Bevel has some bad reputation, though. He's the one that did Darley's, and he did another one. Was it the guy, the staircase killer or whatever? Didn't he do that one too? I can't think of his name. And there was other things where there was things where he had some like wrong, like they found out later that some people had been convicted like falsely because of his analysis. So when I seen that name, I'm like, yeah, I hope they don't let him in, because I don't know. If you do some research on him, well, the jury might not know. He's put a couple, I think he's had a couple, I don't know if it was like 2, I think, people that supposedly, or maybe it was just one that I think ended up getting out because they found out what he did, it was wrong. And I feel like wasn't there at least one person that was put to death or something, and they ended up knowing, finding out that his analysis was wrong. I have to research it again, but I know he's got some bad things on his record where he's not, and that sometimes he'll like go along with what, like almost do it on purpose to go along with what is expected, I don't know. Has anybody looked into him before? Look into him. So, anyway, I just if they do end up using him, which I think that they aren't allowing it, right? I don't think they're allowing it because they were trying to fight it. But if they do, like, I'm gonna doubt what he says because I know he's been wrong a lot. So I'm not even gonna really trust his analysis. Anyway, so Maggie 52 had 5 distinct gunshot wounds, the report says. A gunshot wound to the left side or her torso and head include injuries to her left breast, lower jaw, ear, skull, and brain. Other injuries were identified to Maggie's left wrist, left thigh, her upper abdomen, through the lower back, and downward trajectory shot in the right back. That's where, oh, I just can't even imagine that somebody like got on top of her and then shot down. I mean, like, so this is the one that I was talking about. So Murdaugh's youngest son, Paul, had 2 distinct gunshot wounds to his chest and shoulder and head. The latter included an entrance wound to the left shoulder and side of the neck, proceeding upward from front to back. So it was front to back, but it was through the shoulder first. So it was his left shoulder and his right side of the neck, proceeding upward from back, front to back. And it exited the right side of his head. So it goes in the left shoulder. This is what I want to know. When it goes in the left shoulder, does it come out and go back in anywhere, like up on his head, or is it going through his whole body? You know what I'm saying? It must go inside and then out through. Wow. In the right shoulder and out through the right side. Anyway, this injury produced aspiration of blood into Paul's upper airway. The second shot produced a cookie pattern in the left side of Paul's chest and then continuing through his left arm. So once again, it's going into the left side of Paul's chest and continuing to his left arm. So I'm trying to think. So anyway, so analysis also identified bloodstains and body tissue from Paul on the entry door, threshold, frame, and wall and ceiling above the door. Splatter was also identified on the items on the floor and shelf to the right of the doorway, including a sack of dog food. So, so his left. So, but wait a minute. When they're, I want to see the scene again. I'm gonna have to look at the pictures because when they're saying to the right of the doorway, is it facing in or facing out? All right, let's see. We'll look at the pictures. We should be able to tell in a minute. So, other evidence identified at the scene included hair found on top of the door and wall, skull fragments on the floor, brain tissue on the outside walkway, footwear patterns in the blood on the floor. Paul was found resting face down just outside the doorway with his right foot and shoe inside the threshold. Okay. So the analysis indicates Paul was shot in the chest first, then shot in the upper left shoulder and face as he was moving toward the door. But do you see how, like, it seems like that it happened like 1, 2, like it wasn't like, I mean, if they're right in the chest, one was up close and the one in the head was farther away, how is that possible without being 2 shooters? Do you see what I'm saying? because shot him in the chest. I'm sure he didn't stand up. I mean, he probably was down soon after they shot him in the chest. I don't think he stood up for a while after that. I'm sure it didn't take him long for him to fall, right? So by the time Alex would get farther away, he would already be on the ground, and that wouldn't match up to how he got shot in the head, unless if there was two shooters. But I don't know. We'll see what the expert says because they know more than me, obviously. I just like trying to put it together in my head. It's not making sense with it being one shooter. And I understand, like, yeah, he could have planned it that way and used two guns. I get all that, but I'm just talking about trying to think about how it happened. It almost seems like, how could he get close up and far away, shoot, and only be one person? Unless if this is what I want to see. If once they get like the gunshot expert, which he hasn't been, they haven't had him right yet, right? But once he explains all that, I want to see if there's a chance that the headshot could have been up close. So Joseph Scott Morgan said it was farther, the headshot or the shoulder shot out the head, right? But I want the expert to say, okay, no, it could have been a close shot. Like, why are we thinking it has to be far away? And I'm wondering is it because there was no gunshot residue on Paul or something? All right, hold on. Let's see. The report concludes Maggie was shot 4 times with one shot injuring both her wrist and her upper body. Fixed cartridge cases were found in walking cane handle shape pattern. Okay, so 4 times, 6 cartridges. So indicating that Maggie and the shooter were moving as each shot was fired. So Bevel's report concludes that an evaluation of the t-shirt Murdaugh was wearing at the time found that 6 recognized bloodstain pattern experts all agreeing the best explanation for the stains on the shirt are spatter from approximately the bottom third up to the top of the shirt. While blood on the bottom could be transferred in contact with the bodies. Okay. So bottom third up to the top of the shirt. So the blood on the bottom could be from contact with the bodies after they were shot. All agree they cannot identify some other mechanism to create the distribution and size of the questioned stain patterns, the report says. But I thought that there wasn't really many. Like, if they are saying that he was up close for some of these shots, and then one of the shooters, a shooter stood right over Maggie's head, like, and there's no way he wouldn't have more blood than if he didn't change. You know what I'm saying? There's no way he wouldn't have more blood on that shirt than he did, because the blood, I feel like the blood they found on his shirt, it wasn't like visible to the eye. It was just when they tested it, there was just a little bit. So there's no way that's all that there would be. I think he changed, which makes, like, why would they even want this guy? Like, that doesn't even make sense, because now you're saying that's the shirt he was wearing, but then how is there not more blood on it? Unless if he did have the raincoat on, but then what are you talking about? Blood spatter, right? So they argue the blood was transferred from the bodies to Murdaugh's shirt by contact after Paul and Maggie were shot, and that Bevel changed his analysis after meeting with SLED agents. Bevel is known to do that crap. That's what I'm saying. He's known to like change it to go along with what they want. I don't trust that guy. They also say that they were unable to run their own tests on the t-shirt because it was destroyed by Bevel's analysis. Huh. Yeah. Batman in the house. Yay. Oh, are they back? Oh, no, they're not. 2:30. Okay. So let's see here. Let me click on. Let's see what this does. Yeah, missteps by a prosecutor's technical expert who analyzed purported spatter evidence. They argue the prosecution made an improper effort to convince the public that Murdaugh is guilty before he is tried. Well, okay. Maggie was killed with a rifle, and Paul was killed with a shotgun inside the dog kennels. That's not what we just read, I thought. Are we sure? Oh my lord. I thought in my head that we thought that you said Paul, we were thinking Paul was killed with that 300. Didn't the other one just say he was killed with the shotgun or with the 300 high awake? So confused. Hold on. Okay, I'm going back to this. Maybe I was wrong. Why can't I get this in my head? Okay. I feel like because they're not all saying the same thing, or maybe I'm just having a dyslexic moment or like a let me see. Gunshot wounds. Oh, wait, maybe it was up here farther. Well, maybe it didn't say what Paul was killed with. I think I just thought because of the. Well, let me see. Paul had 2 distinct gunshot wounds. Let me see what you guys are saying. I think most people already left, huh? Oh, well, I want to figure this out. Okay. So this one's saying Maggie was killed with a rifle, which would be the 300, right? Automatic rifle, yeah. Assault rifle, okay. And then the shotgun's the 12 gauge shotgun that they're saying Paul was killed with. So the rifle is the one that supposedly the gunshot residue follows the bullet, right? And then the shotgun, it doesn't. But then if that's the case, how do they know that shot to the head was farther away, I wonder. All right, let me see if I could find a video or something. I want to figure this out. Okay, gunshot. All right, let's look at maybe pictures. Let's see. This might help. All right. Wait, are we able to like click on them so they're big? Oh, here. Okay. I didn't get to see this yet. Make it a little bit bigger. This could be interesting. All right. So photo, white cotton. Night of the murder. Okay. So that's where there was blood, which there's not a ton. It was just when they used that stuff, you could see a little bit. Okay. So this is what Bevel, they were saying that is from him leaning over the bodies, which that should be there, right? If, that, because he said he did lean them over and check their pulse and stuff. Okay. So this must be, let me see if I could click on it. Dang. Hold on. Let me save it and then I'll bring it up in my photos so I could zoom in. Okay. Oh, it's still not letting me zoom in, but at least it's bigger. I hate when they do that sometimes. Okay, so it must be like some of this little splatter. So you know what? I guess if he had that raincoat on, then I guess only a little bit would have came through. But I'm having trouble believing he had that on when he killed him, because how did he get all the blood off of that? And if he washed it that thoroughly to make sure like that nothing even showed up when they ran these luminol or whatever they used for this, the gunshot residue would have been wiped cleaned off too then, right? Because you can clean it off if you scrub it off, and if he scrubbed it off enough where no DNA came on the raincoat, there would be no DNA, there would be no gunshot residue either, right? So that's why I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. Because if he was that close shooting him, he would have had way more blood on him. And so what if there was two shooters? He wasn't the one that was up close shooting. He was the one farther away shooting, and then somebody else was up close. Or he could have changed his clothes. I know he could have changed his clothes. But then what about this? Do you think it's just random? They said like what'd they say, rust and bleach could make it test positive, I think I read. So maybe this is just nothing. He changed his clothes. This is from leaning over, and maybe that it's not even what he wore. Okay. Who knew, Amy? She knew? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. We were watching Silly Girls. Were you guys gone for a minute? Think so. Yeah, we were watching when it happened. It was in the middle of a witness. I know. I know, silly. The bomb threat. Yeah, we were watching. It was in the middle. It was in the middle of, they were interviewing one of the witnesses, and they had to evacuate. They're not even going to be back till 2:30. So that's why I'm like trying to like, hey, we got time to go over stuff. Okay, so let's go back to these photos. This says evidence indicated that Paul was shot once, then began moving slowly towards the door before he was hit the second time. The second shot delivered with a different gun was fatal. I feel like I'm still getting different people saying like different things what he was killed with. Was he killed with a shotgun, but two different shotguns because it was two different bullets, right? And then she was killed with the rifle. Does anybody know for sure? I feel like some of them are saying different things, or maybe I'm just not understanding it. Let's see. I still that. Maggie was found a short distance away. 2 of the 5 shots could have been immediately fatal. So it says 3 of the shots were delivered while she was in an upright position, and the 2 fatal shots were delivered while she was in a prone or nearly prone position. Wait, so 3 were delivered in an upright, and 2 of the fatal shots. Okay. 1 likely came from behind, while the other came from the opposite direction. So look, this is Kinsey said that based on the evidence, the person who shot Paul was likely outside the door of the feed room to the west. He said that based on that, on the angle of the shot, it is unlikely that the shooter was standing with a shouldered weapon at the time of the second discharge. Angle of the shot, okay. Sure. Yeah, because remember the mob crews person was saying how that he thinks that Alex was falling when the second shot went off. That he like maybe tripped and was falling and then shot him like as he was falling down. Kinsey could not determine the exact position of the shooter. It appeared that someone removed Paul's cell phone from his back pocket after he was shot. I mean, we could watch the mob crews again, but I feel like I'm trying to get like other analysis because we've already watched it. There's still some questions unanswered, but we can watch it real quick if you want. But I'm still like I still want different answers, you know? Okay, so he has a short that we could this one, right? Yeah. Hold on. We'll watch this real quick for those of you that haven't seen it yet. Batman.
What's up, Mob Crew?
Yeah,
I'm Chris,
300.
and today's short video is a recreation of the crime scene done by Steve from True Crime Web. This is a recreation of how Paul was shot. It seems like the shooter could have possibly been kneeling down or may have fallen on their back when taking the second shot. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments down below. We'll go ahead and play it, and thank you so much for watching.
That's not right, though. You didn't do that right. We read it goes in his left shoulder out through his head. He just went right to his head. That's not what it says that happened for that headshot. It said it goes in his left shoulder out his back, his right head, his right back of his right head. He just went right into his head, right? Huh. Did I see that wrong? Let me see. I think they do it again, right? Hi, Michelle. Hey, Amy. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Let's watch that headshot. I think he did it wrong. Pick up. Oh, no, he's going in through his shoulder. I lied. Okay, he did it right. I missed that. Okay. I'm glad I rewatched that. All right. So, well, I don't know. And see, do you see that that's the reason that it has to be? It almost has to be that, because you know how some people are thinking like it was when Paul was falling and that's how you got the angle. But then the shots, like, you know how there's like bullet holes in the door frame up top, that wouldn't go along with it. So it almost has to be that somebody fell or that they were at a very low angle and just like kneeling down and shooting up, or he fell because the bullets are like up on the doorway. That's why he showed the frame and stuff. So they, right? The where it hit the door frame, that had to be from that bullet, unless if there was more than fire that didn't hit him, I guess, that just hit the door frame. I don't know. It'd probably be easy to test because there would be like DNA, you know, like brain matter in the So yeah, I feel like it almost has to be either he was kneeling down or he fell. I'm talking about Alex. Huh. I need them to tell me if it does look like that headshot was up close for Paul. And if that's the case, then yeah, I think this guy got it right. Hey, Brian. Okay. Right, let's see what else we could find on the pictures here that we were going over. All right. Oh, wow. I didn't even read your thing. I was just saying hi, but okay. But why wouldn't Alex, if Alex came clean about, you know, him even staging this suicide, why wouldn't he just come clean about that? Like, hey, somebody forced me to do it. You would think the type of person he is he would just do it. He would say that because he would get I don't know how they would sentence him or whatever, but it would be, I mean, because the fact that he admitted to the other thing, I mean, I feel like he would have came out and said, like, hey, I was threatened. You know, they had a gun to my head or whatever. They made me do it. I just think he would come out with it because all the other stuff is out already. You know, like they already caught him for all kinds of other crap. So it's not like it's like, oh, we'll keep your secret. He already admitted to being an addict, a drug addict. So everything he could contribute to that, like, hey, yeah, I owed money for this. I was into drugs this deep, and they threatened my life. I just think he would have said something. Don't you? Oh, how was your walk? I need to go for my walk. Been so like bad lately. I was exercising. All right, let me see if I could find some more stuff here. Let's see, what's this? What video this is? This is a- So Paul's was the shotgun. Maggie's was the automatic rifle. Right? But Paul's was a shotgun with two different ammunition, two different types of bullets. So they're thinking there could be two different guns. So in reality, that there might be three guns, two of the shotgun and one of the rifles, right? Even though somebody said last night that they could, like, you could load both types of bullets into the same gun. So maybe only two, but possibly three. Am I understanding this right? I'm just reading this real quick. Man. Man. Wow. His phone is placed on his butt as he was lying face down. Says Alex acknowledged handling his late son's phone in the immediate aftermath of discovering his bodies. Did Alex admit that he actually took it out of his pocket though? Because that would be huge because they have a time. I think they have a time where they could tell where when it moved, right? And if he said he took it out of his pocket, then he had to be the killer, right? It had to be there at least. But I don't know if he said that. He could have just like took it after it was already on his butt. Let's see. Oh yeah, wait, hold on. Well, no, it does say Murdaugh picked up the phone and briefly handled it prior to placing it on Paul's butt. Well, where was it before there? Oh, it fell. Okay, wait. Murdaugh claimed the phone fell from his dead son's pocket as he unsuccessfully attempted to roll. Okay, but I swear didn't they have? I know they had it for Maggie's where they were able to tell when that it was picked up. It declined like the face recognition. It changed, like what do you call it? Like angles or modes or like from landscape to portrait. Like positions. I forget. I don't think Paul's maybe they couldn't tell. Let me see. Let's see here. So here's where Maggie's phone was. Right here compared to the right there. Man, what that food made me tired. I'm like having trouble keeping my eyes open. see. Wow, so he says there's no, so Murdaugh was questioned at first about being there at the time where that video was taken. And he says no. And then later qualified his denial by saying there was no way he could have been at the kennels at that time of the video, unless unless my timeline was wrong. So they think that, don't they think that Paul's was first, that they killed Paul first, then Maggie, right? Isn't that kind of what they're theorizing? So on his way to Alameda to visit his mom, Alex called his longtime friend, Bamberg, his friend Chris Wilson, as well as his brother, John Marvin, his sister-in-law, Liz Murdaugh, and the caretaker of the Moselle property, C.B. Rowe. Following his brief visit to Alameda, where a witness reportedly observed him hiding evidence, Murdaugh spoke with Wilson a second time en route back to Moselle. According to my sources, Wilson will testify that Murdaugh sounded completely normal during the 2 phone conversations he had with him that evening. Readers will recall Wilson was referenced repeatedly during the recent federal trial of Russell Lafitte, the disgraced banker who was convinced on fraud and conspiracy charges related to his involvement in Murdaugh's various financial schemes. Specifically, Lafitte approved a loan for Murdaugh so the latter could repay Wilson $350,000 he allegedly stole from him. Wait, latter could repay Wilson. Wait, from Murdaugh. So basically, Murdaugh could repay him $350,000. Oh, look. So Charles Lafitte III, which is Russell's brother, also testified during the trial, the federal trial, that Alex told him he was having trouble getting his wife to agree to an appraisal date for their jointly owned Edisto Beach residence. Okay. Maggie was living at this home in the months leading up to her murder and owned a 1/2 undivided fee simple interest in the property. Okay. According to county tax records. As I previously noted, this could point to a possible motive for Murdaugh to kill his wife, whom sources have previously told this news outlet was lured to the family compound by her husband on the night of her murder. At any rate, upon returning to Moselle at 10:07, Murdaugh placed his frantic 911 call after ostensibly discovering the bodies of his slain family members. 19 minutes later, the deputies from the Colleton County Sheriff's Department arrived at the scene. Wow, I am so tired right now. So That means he, okay, wait, 9. So, okay, 8:44, video from Paul's phone. 9 is the coroner's time of death for Paul. So we hear, oh wait, hold on. So 9:06, he departs Moselle for Almeida, sorry. I'm used to that. We had a road in Colorado, it was Alameda, but this is Almeida. So 9:20 to 9:50, Alex Murdaugh at or near Alameda. And then places at 10:07, he places a 911 call. So if it takes him 20 minutes to get home from his mom's, man, I mean, think about how quick all that had to happen. I mean, as soon as he gets home, I mean, he had to call. I mean, if he really didn't kill him and he goes home and actually really just finds him, then I mean, I think it would take longer for him to go find him and then like try to like get their paws, look at him. I don't know. Everything happened so quick. I guess you do act kind of quick, but at 10:26 is when the first law enforcement gets there. Okay. Whew. Man, I'm tired. Hey, Sandra, Adrian, Dominic, there you are. We were wondering where you were. No, I don't want to miss. There's supposed to be some good ones. I'm going to get another cup of coffee. Okay, so according to Griffin, Alex arrived at Moselle from work at 6:30 p.m., drove around the fields with Paul, inspecting the property. Although there are significant questions as to whether Paul was actually on the property at that time. Maggie is believed to have arrived at Moselle at 7 to 7:30, or 7 or 7:30, around 7:30. According to Griffin, the three family members ate dinner together, even though Paul had previously dined with John Marvin's family in Katy, South Carolina earlier that evening, according to Murdaugh family members. After dinner, Maggie went to the kennels to run the dogs, and Paul went outside. So wait, so Paul gets there 6:30, drive around. Maggie gets there about a half hour after him around. They eat about 8:15 after dinner. Paul goes outside. Maggie goes to the dogs. But Alex did not know where he went, per Griffin. At this point, Griffin claimed Alex fell asleep on the couch at Moselle and woke up around 9, at which point he decided he wanted to check on his mother. And Griffin claimed Alex, upon awakening, called both Maggie and Paul on their cell phones, but neither of them answered. Shortly after 9 p.m. is when he supposedly called them. Huh. I don't know, you think? You would think if they didn't answer, he would have went and tried to look for him. It's not like he had like an appointment to see his mom. She wasn't even expecting him. And the way the caretaker made it seem is like she wouldn't even know if he was there or not. So they don't answer, he tries to call them, they're not answering. I mean, wouldn't a normal person be like, I better go check on them, make sure they're okay. They're not answering, neither of them are answering their phone. But he didn't. You know why? Because he was with them. So upon his return, he went to the kennels where he discovered the bodies. Rolls Paul over. Paul's been shot with a shotgun twice inside the feed room of the dog kennel at very close range. Okay. So maybe both of them were at close range, just like the mob crew expert said. But then Joseph Scott was wrong. Joseph Scott Morgan or whatever. But what's his expertise? His isn't really guns. I'm trying to think what he's known for. I don't even know right now. My head's too tired. Alex then goes and checks on Maggie. No pulse. 30 yards from Paul. All right. So they still have to finish. Okay, at 2:30, they're still going to finish that sled guy, right? That'll probably at least, what do you think, an hour? Well, I don't know, because some of the witnesses, they just like are really quick. That one, they just asked one question. It's like, what the heck? I better write that down. I'm going to forget again. So Paul's with the shotgun. Maze. The rifle, right? Yeah, all right. And it's the rifle that the gunshot residue follows the bullet, right? So oh, hey, Aunt Lala. Aunt Lala redacted. Hey, Peyton. Oh, yeah, I think, I mean, he got himself into this thing where he just was like owing people money, or it was this thing where he owed this person money, then he owed this person money. I think he was just trying to keep it going. But plus, supposedly, and people are doubting this, but supposedly he had a drug problem. Supposedly, he says that he had a opiate problem, like he was an addict or whatever, had a drug problem, and he was going to go to rehab for it. Hey, Butterfly Dan. Hey, Sherry. Sorry I sound all low. I'm just tired. That sandwich made me so tired. Wow. I don't know why. Okay. Mm. What else could we watch? I might have to go make some coffee, guys. Mm. Hey, Connie, you're back. Yay. Yeah, I don't think they will. Or do you think they're gonna like add it to the end of today? And it's gonna go like really late or no? I might need to take a nap, dude. Stay awake. Like my eyes. Urgh. Why am I so tired? Okay, so let's do I want to find a video, gosh darn it. Let me find one over here. Mm. Mm. Let's see what this brings up. Watch that a bunch already. Oh. All right, hold on. Let me see if this is gonna be the. Finding us a video, guys. Let me see what this one is. Yeah, let's watch this one. I got one we could watch. This is a different one with the same guy, that Joseph Scott Morgan, but this is a different video. Let's see what he says on this video. Dark Sea, what's up? Lavina, did I say hi to you too? Yes, I did, because I said about the quill. Okay. Lordy, lordy. Okay, so share screen. Share. All right. Okay, let's watch this.
And Joseph Scott Morgan, there's going to be a lot of forensic evidence in this case. We have Maggie and Paul, mother and son, murdered on June 7th, 2021. Also shot with 2 different firearms. The state alleges, though, it's one shooter. What's the challenge going to be there?
I think trying to wrap your head around the fact that 2 long arms, not a pistol and a shotgun or a pistol and a rifle were used, but a shotgun and a rifle. These are shoulder-fired weapons, and from my experience, where you have multiple weapons involved and you're talking about one shooter, there's an idea of transition that has to take place between the use of these 2 weapons, and so it's very cumbersome. And again, I think that the defense is going to utilize that bit of information to at least instill possible in the minds of others that there might be other people involved, because this is very difficult to manage. With the shotgun alone, one of the interesting things for me, at least, is the fact that you don't just have one type of ammunition that's being fired from the shotgun. You have 2. You have birdshot and buckshot, which again is fascinating, because most of the time when someone loads up a weapon, particularly shotgun, you're going to use one type of ammunition consistently. The fact that there were 2 is quite compelling, I think. So there's going to be a lot to pick through. You're going to have dynamic blood evidence that's going to be involved, trace evidence that's going to be involved, those sorts of things.
Yeah, the two long guns is confounding to me, both the rifle and the shotgun, and the fact that we have two victims in somewhat close proximity to one another. Maggie sadly found on the outside of the dog kennel, and then Paul found inside in that storage room area. Okay, let's get to some of your questions. We have some great questions coming in. Again, keep them coming on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook, and we will get to them, as many of them as we can. Our first question comes from D. Turner from YouTube. And I guess, Joseph and Linda, either one of you could answer this question. I'll throw it to you, Joseph. Did they find either long gun?
To the best of my knowledge, they have not found the rifle. I'm unsure about the shotgun at this point in time, so I can't answer that in the affirmative. Again, we're waiting for a lot of this information to come out.
Most definitely. And Gigi, our next question comes from JRS1 from YouTube. How many years behind bars is he facing if found guilty, Alec Murdaugh?
Life in prison. They opted not to go after the death penalty, and that is in addition to the hundreds of years he's already facing for the financial crimes that he's accused of.
Mm-hmm. And Linda, I think this is a really good question because, we topped off the hour talking about what a small jury pool it is there in Colleton County, and the fact that you have Alec Murdaugh, a fourth generation of this legal dynasty. They've had massive control over the court system and politics in that county for years now, almost a century, if not a little bit longer. Why did they not change venue in this case? I think that could cut both ways, right?
Right. It's a really interesting question because it's very much like the case we're seeing in Idaho. Where do you put this case in South Carolina that there's not going to be some kind of tentacles from that family? And the case is known everywhere, right? So I think that the attorneys felt that they could weed out, and the judge also, those that had that great bias, that knew the family, right? That said, no, we've had dealings with the father, the grandfather, we've had dealings with him, our kids go to school with their kids, that they could get rid of those. And who's ever left may be the pool that would be fairest. And remember, it's not unusual not to change venue anymore. The courts are really going against that. They may move it a county over here or there, but they're not really, interested in like moving it to, 3 counties away and busing jurors and all. So I do think that it will work out. And I think that the court knows what they're doing here.
Well, and that judicial district there, the 14th Judicial District, where Alec Murdaugh's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather were all the solicitor, which is a district attorney or prosecutor, as a lot of us would know it. That's really like a 5-county area. So you'd really maybe have to be moving this thing clear across the state. And they must think they can get a jury in Colleton County. So I have another question for you, Linda, because we were just talking about this, the 4 of us, before we went on the air. And I know that you know a lot about this stuff, as does Joseph. And this has to do with the ballistics in this case. This comes from Melissa Dotson from YouTube. Linda, how significant do you think the judge's ruling was on allowing the ballistics expert's testimony? And this has to do with that motions hearing we had yesterday, in which he was questioned about how he was able to render this opinion about those 300 blackout rounds and the type of gun from which they were fired when he doesn't have the gun, when he doesn't have the rifle.
Oh, Melissa, thank you for that question because I love talking about this area. I spent several days cross-examining a firearms examiner in the Aaron Hernandez case when we had a not guilty on the double homicide there on these same issues. Now, the judges are always going to allow the firearms tool mark identification, it's actually called, as opposed to ballistics, which is the movement of the bullets in the air. The firearms identification, tool mark identification in, because it's pretty much been accepted in the communities, except that in the scientific area, there has been an attack in the past, I should say, from 2009 on, that indeed it's a subjective determination whether cartridges and shell casings match each other and or match a weapon, and that there's no statistical foundation or error rates for the identification by the experts for the state. So I don't think that the motion or the decision by the court allowing it in is significant, because I think if the defense is going to make their case, they're going to do it in front of the jury in ways that the jury can understand. They were expecting it, but it's going to be an interesting case, isn't it? And maybe it doesn't come down to those matches. Maybe it comes down to everything else.
And it very well could come down to everything else. Back to those firearms, though, Joseph. I thought it was interesting yesterday, and I expected Judge Newman, who's a pretty by-the-book judge from what we've seen in other cases, I expected him to allow that testimony in. I didn't think he wouldn't not. He was just going to say, look, that's up to the jury to decide. They hear it and give it whatever weight it's worth. But it is interesting to me that he was able to kind of opine on this without having that rifle to use as the gun to test from.
Yeah, and one interesting little aside here is that apparently other casings were found at the scene. Remember, this is an isolated rural area. They had an area where they would fire weapons, and there were other 300 blackout casings that were apparently found at the scene. So in the absence of a weapon, the actual weapon, and this is all circumstantial, please understand that. If you find those casings at the scene, okay, that may be weathered, more weathered than those that are around the body, you could take an intellectual opinionated leap here and say, well, we compared those casings with the ones we found adjacent to the body. We know that he owned a 300 blackout. We can't put our hands on it. But again, circumstantially, how do you explain that away? And I think that that's something that the defense is not going to have as hard a time attacking as they would if they actually had the physical weapon, the rifle in their hands. But it does set up quite interesting, though, doesn't it? Because, you've got this, and what we're talking about here are not the projectiles themselves, the actual bullet that comes out of the end of the weapon. What they're looking for are going to be the markings that are going to be on the casing that's left behind, that soft brass casing or soft metal casing. You're looking for extractor marks and ejector marks. This is a semi-automatic weapon, so there's a whole mechanism that comes into play to throw that empty shell or hull away and reload another one in there. And there's very distinctive markings. Now, they are not as distinctive and identifiable, say, for instance, as the rifling that you see on the projectile that travels down the twist and the turns of the barrel. But yet, this has been recognized in court, as Linda had mentioned, and it's going to be a fight. It will be a dogfight in the courtroom. I'll be interested to see who the defense brings in as an expert in this case to kind of, counterpunch with this.
You made a lot of interesting points. I am really looking forward to seeing who the defense brings in, because defense attorneys love to attack the ballistics evidence. They love to attack all of the evidence, but I think they particularly like to attack that area, that field of forensics. Also, the fact that they did find shell casings with similar markings at the shooting range on that property. Gigi, our next question, I'm going to throw this one to you because you've actually been in the courtroom and you've been outside too, just getting a look at everything. This comes from Incognito from YouTube. Alec Murdaugh had any support from extended family members at this time to support a verdict of innocent or not guilty, or do they side with the prosecution? What are you kind of seeing as you sit in that courtroom?
Well, yesterday I sat directly behind his sister who was there. He seemed very happy to see her, thanked her for coming, told her he loved her. But so far yesterday, she was the only family member that I saw in that courtroom. So he was she was there and seemed to be nodding her head yes when the defense would talk. So it seems like she is agreeing that he didn't do this, at least by her body language and nodding her head every time the defense made a point that was in his favor.
Definitely. And no matter what you think of this case, a family, a sibling, a woman sticking by her brother, everybody needs some support no matter what they're going through in this world. All right, we want you to keep those
crimes have
questions coming
consequences.
on Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and on our YouTube chat, and we will get to as many of them as we can. For now, we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are here.
I'm tempted to take like
a jury selection.
I'm tempted to take. Am I on mute? I don't even know if I'm on mute. Hold on. I don't think I am. No, I'm not. Okay, so I was excuse me. God, I wanted to watch that and I just had half asleep. Oh well. Did we learn anything? God, that sandwich. I was like totally awake until after I ate, and oh my lord. I am tired. Oh, thanks, Batman. Thank you. I'm tempted to just take like a quick nap because I know like it's not cousin Eddie, it's gonna be that sled guy. I don't know. I'm debating either take a nap for like 15-20 minutes or go make a cup of coffee. But sometimes the coffee works great and then sometimes it doesn't. I should have stopped and got Starbucks on my way home. Dang it. Yeah. Sugar crash, but I didn't have any sugar. Let me see what Law and Crime, because it's almost about time actually. Hold on. Let me get it back on. Oh, here it is. Okay. Let me delete. All right. Okay, so yeah, we'll exit that. Yeah, Batman, and thanks Batman and Dominic. I ate a what are they called? Market Fresh. All right, why isn't there no sound? Here we go.
Relative to trying to decontaminate yourself. You know, how thoroughly were the sinks, the wash basins gone through, the tubs, all these sorts of things. And when I say thoroughly, I mean thoroughly. Like, did you go
right.
to the plumbing and
I'm gonna go downstairs and decide what I want.
We have.
Oh wait.
It seems like people cannot get away from saying this. They always want to talk about Paul's
Hold
brain.
on, I have to save it a different way. Hold on.
Any
Or
number
share it
of
a different way.
it's not simply blood. So if you're going in there to
Hold on a
attempt to
second.
clean yourself up, was there anything on your person that was attempted to be washed down the sink? And did they take those drain traps apart in those sinks, in the tubs, and inspect those just to
Oh
see if
man,
there's
hold on,
any
I'll wait till he's
debris
done.
in there that could be tied back in an effort to clean himself up? And there's kind of this delay in time as well. And you have to ask yourself that as an investigator, and certainly the jury is going to ask.
Oh, Sane, what's up?
Sufficient amount of time for him to gone in there and to have cleaned himself up in, in that kind of gap that you have before 911 was ever called.
Jeanette?
Well, I'll answer that question really quickly.
Yeah, maybe.
About.
All right, hold on. I have to switch this.
McAllister.
Hold on. I have to switch how I share it real quick. All right, share. Okay. There we go. Okay, there we go.
But they didn't do any of what you're talking about, at least not that morning. So
yeah, well,
all right, I'm gonna go downstairs what up?
That's a problem. Anybody that came in behind
Good
them,
morning. Did you just wake up? No, you are at work normally,
ran,
right?
the tub or anything.
Are you at
every
work
second
still?
that
Do you
ticks
work
away,
from
that's why
home?
it's so important to get to these things immediately. Every second and use that these things, every time one of these items
All
is
right,
used,
I'll be back,
you have the
guys.
potential to lose the evidence, and it's gone forever and ever.
that's right. Well, Joseph Scott Morgan sadly has to leave us now, but Jonna and Linda and I and Gigi will be back. So stay with us. We're going to take this quick break. If you're watching on YouTube, we just have to take this quick commercial break for the network. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime.
Yeah, you all sane. I was talking to you. Yeah. Do you work from home? And are you like, I was gonna originally ask, did you just wake up? But then I was like, wait, maybe he was at work. You're at work. That's what I was thinking. Okay. Do you work from home or you're actually physically at work? Because I know a lot of people after all COVID, so many people started working from home. So I'm just curious. So how have you been, Crimes? This is about murder, not his whole financial history. We know he's a thief. I know. I'm so bored with this financial stuff. We already, like, once you heard so much of it, it's like, you get it. He's a thief. He stole from people. God, I don't want to hear anything more about it. Let's get to the good stuff. Like, get to, like, the part where show us what evidence you have of the murder. I don't think the prosecution did a very thorough job. I guess we'll see, though, because we still have more of the trial, so maybe they have something up their sleeve. Yes, market fresh. I had a turkey, bacon, and ranch market fresh sandwich and fries and a sweet tea. Oh, good. All right, I am gonna go. I'm debating if I shoot. I don't know. Should I make coffee or try to take a quick nap? Hey, Sunkissed. If I knew for sure the coffee would work, I would just do the coffee. I have a 5-hour. Should I do that? Part of me is just like, man, I just want to take a nap though, but sometimes naps make me more tired. Or should I just drink a part of a 5-hour? Because coffee, I don't know, it's like hit or miss. You know, like there's a better chance that the 5-hour would wake me up than coffee. But sometimes, like when I'm really tired, like this, most of the time I don't think usually does the trick if you're really tired. Unless if I would get it from somewhere else, like if I get it from Starbucks. But like if I just drink the coffee I'm used to drinking, it's probably not going to do it when I'm this tired. How's everybody else feeling? Are you guys tired? Do both. Well, I was saying, that's funny you say that because I probably would. I'd probably do like a half of a 5-hour and sip on some coffee, to be honest. I barely ever do energy drinks. I mean, the last time I had it was sometime on a live. When was that? Whenever I did it on, like, I did like a half on a live one night, probably like a month or two ago. I don't drink them that much. And I just take like half, but I used to, like when I was like an addict, like when I was still using and stuff. I mean, I used to, there was a one time when I would drink rock stars and 5-hours. Like I would drink sometimes like a couple 5-hours, not at a time, but like a 5-hour. Another 5-hour. Wow. And then
on Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy,
and a
and we are
couple
covering
rock
that
stars.
breaking
I
news
used to
out of
drink a lot.
Golden Rose, South Carolina, where the
But I can't
courthouse
anymore. I'm a
was
baby.
cleared over an hour ago
Okay.
because of a bomb threat. But
Oh,
it
okay.
appears there's some movement out there. So Gigi McKelvey is there on the ground for us. Gigi, what are you seeing outside of that courthouse?
Hey, Anjanette. Well, just during break, I saw the prosecution go
I've
back
had those
inside.
before, Amy.
Before that, the deputies went in with their lunch.
Eh,
I figured maybe we're getting the all
Right.
clear. But yeah, so now people are kind of staging at both sides of the courthouse, spectators and media, to be what it looks like to be let back in. So I'm guessing that maybe everything's good, and we'll see if the judge is going to allow testimony today or if he sends us all home.
Well, Jonna Spilbor, they certainly wouldn't be letting deputies back in with their lunch and prosecutors back in unless they had completed their sweep of the building. And I'm assuming they intend to resume testimony.
Oh, really?
I at least think the judge has to make some inquiry of the jury and of counsel. I mean, you know, this is kind of a little bit jarring. I don't know exactly when this happened, where they were in their testimony. Maybe they'll take the rest of the afternoon off just to be on the safe side. But one thing I found interesting, if this gets confirmed, apparently the bomb threat was, or the device, if there had been one, was in the judge's chambers. And that to me is such a red flag, because we all know as attorneys, it ain't easy to get in judges' chambers. And when you're a lawyer, the lawyers can kind of sneak in around the metal detectors when you're going into a courthouse because you're officers of the court, but the general public cannot. And only attorneys and court officers can get back to the judge's chamber. So for a bomb to be there, it would either have to be an inside job or it's just flat out fake. And I'm assuming it's the latter.
And judges' chambers are heavily secured. I mean, if indeed that reporting is accurate. So, Linda, do you expect testimony to resume? I mean, this is a judge who has not wanted to waste the jury's time. He doesn't want to waste anybody's time, particularly the jury's, though. So do you expect things to get rolling here again sometime soon?
Well, Anjanette, we had a high-profile judge, Judge Fanon Rucker, on earlier, and he said if he were the judge, he would not resume it today. He would take questions from the jury. He thinks that it's important to make sure that everyone feels they can go forward fairly and freely, and not just push this to the side like, okay, we had the bomb threat. It was a nut job. Everything is safe and secure, and we're going to go forward. So he does not think it should go forward today. But Judge Newman had a witness on the stand. He had a SLED agent on the stand. So despite the fact that there may be objections from maybe the defense, who's going to want that jury to be really interrogated, it may go forward. I'm not sure what Judge Newman's going to do. If I were the judge, I would take the time and make sure I don't have an appealable issue here and really question that jury about how they're feeling about this bomb threat, their safety, and whether they can go forward.
It'll be really interesting to see how Judge Newman handles this. I mean, he's a pretty cool cucumber, Jonna, from everything that we've seen. He's been doing this a long time, and a lot of people say this could be one of his last cases. He may be preparing to retire at some point. So I don't expect a lot of emotion and reaction from him when we resume.
No, but look, this case is one of the most bizarre, high-profile cases we've seen in a long time, from who the defendant is, from the theories of defense, the theories of prosecution, and now this odd bomb threat in the middle. I mean, we don't know. What if the person who did this is connected with a juror? What if the person who did this is a family member who didn't want that family member serving on the jury anymore? It's important to get to the bottom of that and juxtapose that against the interests of the defendant and due process and all the good stuff that goes along with being on trial for your life, which is what Alec Murdaugh is right now, on trial, really ostensibly for his life. So the judge is going to take it seriously. And I think he's going to have to ask a lot of questions before we really get rolling again.
And we're getting word, Linda Kenny-Bodden, that they are letting people back into the courthouse. So obviously the all clear has been given, and things are getting back on schedule to some degree, at least. So they've cleared the courthouse. They've determined, obviously, there's no bomb in there. If there had been a bomb in there, you can imagine how much longer this courthouse would be shut down, because there would be a full-fledged investigation, and the bomb would have to be, disarmed. They'd have to make sure it was out of there and safe.
Well, you probably had two priorities going on. You had the priority of making sure that the sweep, which was occurring, and we were reporting in Anjanette, was occurring to ensure that everyone was safe inside the courthouse and also on the perimeter of the courthouse, not having known what the threat was that was called in. And now we're learning it was called in for a bomb in the judge's chambers, which made it highly unlikely that it was a real threat. But you still had to take it seriously. And then, of course, you have the investigation going on as to who made this threat. And I'm sure whoever made this threat, as soon as we find that person, we're going to have our cameras out there immediately, because that person is going to be made an example of, to try to, whoever did this, either try to get fame, infamy, or tried to stop the trial for some reason. And that's why Judge Newman is going to take this seriously, but he's also going to want this trial to continue.
Most definitely. And the person, we will figure out who it is. We won't, but the law enforcement agencies will figure it out. It's very rare that you can't trace something like this. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back and bring you up to speed on the very latest. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime.
So I'm gonna have to wait, guys, because if they just, let's say I go take a nap and then they take the rest of the day off, I won't. It'll just be up, and I have to stay here so I can shut it down. So dang, I'm gonna have to see what. Hopefully the judge. Oh, you know how slow the judge talks. Hopefully, I hope he doesn't come back and give this long 20-minute thing about the bomb and everything. Before we even realize what he's gonna do. Is he gonna take his day off, or is he gonna continue. Anyway. Yeah, I'm glad. Yay, sun-kissed. Michelle, hey. Debs, hey. Okay, wow. I kind of do too, because we just need to get this trial on the go here. I don't know, crimes. Maybe I should make coffee now, but then I don't know if what I'm doing yet. Oh, thanks. You're welcome. Aw. How old's your uncle? Okay, Dom, what are you eating? I know, Connie. I'm just waiting to see though, because I might have to take a nap. I don't know. No. What do you mean it makes sense? Oh my lord. So, okay. Mm. I know. I know. I was saying if I was watching it myself, I'd put it on too. But I can't because I'm live streaming. Yeah, if I was up. Yeah, I know. Oh, okay. That's what I'm afraid of. Oh, ham? Yeah, we were watching it. It's True Crime with Sunshine. We have it on. Thanks, though. Ooh. Oh, thanks, Lenora. Did I say hi to you? I saw. God, am I like? I can't remember. I read your thing in my head. I was wanting to say, "Oh, hey, thanks." Did I or not? When you first came in, but thank you for the super chat. I think I did. Maybe I wrote it out because maybe it was when I had the video on and I wrote out hi, right? Okay. No, you're fine. Thanks. On True Crime with Sunshine. Okay, cool. Hiccup, like I get like one one hiccup. That's what we heard. I should, when I fall asleep, I should just turn on one of those podcasts or what documentary? I forget what you said the documentary was. Hold on. What did you say it was called? Low Country. Okay.
I'm Anjanette Levy, and we have been covering that breaking news for you out of Colleton County, South Carolina, where Alec Murdaugh's double murder trial is underway. And the courthouse was evacuated earlier today because of a bomb threat that had been called in. But now it appears the court could resume at any moment. They've obviously cleared that courthouse because we've seen sheriff's deputies going back in, along with prosecutors. Members of the public are being allowed to go back into the building. But really, the big question right now is how is this going to impact the rest of the day? The judge had hoped to get things going again. So he may. I mean, this is a judge that likes to stick to the schedule. He doesn't want to waste anyone's time. So he may continue this. So let's turn now to what we've heard so far in this case. And really, most recently this morning, GSR gunshot residue testimony from Megan Fletcher. She testified to the test results on Alec Murdaugh's clothing, his seatbelt, his sneakers that he was wearing the night of the homicides, and that blue raincoat that was found in his mother's home. So with me is
there was
Linda
no.
Kenny-Bodden, a host here at Law and Crime.
But
And
they said there
defense
was
attorney,
none
and
on
Johnny
his
Kilgore, an
shoes.
attorney as well. Jonna, I want to get your take on the gunshot residue test results that we heard about earlier today, and
They said there
and
wasn't
yesterday.
any on the shoes.
But Alec Murdaugh had a small number of particles that related to gunshot residue on
misunderstand
his hand, his t-shirt, his cargo shorts. His t-shirt, they said, also smelled like laundry detergent, which was unusual. Sneakers, no GSR. And his seatbelt had small particles of GSR. But then that blue raincoat that was found in his mother's home, they said basically was covered in the stuff. It had 38 particles, and Megan Fletcher had stopped counting. So, Jonna, your take on this gunshot residue evidence and the fact that the defense says they haven't tied that raincoat definitively to Alec Murdaugh.
A great point with that. But I think, first of all, the overarching feeling that I've gotten from, I guess, almost 3 weeks of this trial is that you could not go and have tea and crumpets at the Murdaugh home without getting GSR on you. Like, they are a gun family. They have a shooting range on the property. They use guns. So GSR is going to be all over the place. Okay. But now the prosecution, who does have some holes in the theory, and the theory is, well, all right, Alec Murdaugh must have secreted a gun in this tarp, and that's why there's so much residue inside, on the inside of that tarp, and that's why there's some residue on his shoulder, on the seatbelt, but not on his shoes because he went and changed. So there's this theory, this rolling theory of the prosecution, but it has holes. So the defense is pointing out those holes. And the reason those holes are as important as the evidence is because if the jurors can't infer what the prosecution wants them to, then there is reasonable doubt as to whether or not the prosecution's theory holds water. So I don't see the GSR being the thing that the jury is going to collectively hang its hat on and find this man guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I think it's almost going to be a wash.
But Linda, the prosecution will say, well, this is just one piece of the puzzle. Prosecutors love the puzzle analogy and how, you put the pieces together and then it paints this picture and you begin to see it. So how much weight do you think that the jury is going to give this evidence?
Interesting. As you know, by the way, I love Jonna's homage to my cousin Vinny that the prosecution's theory doesn't hold water. But, I think the GSR is a wash in this sense. I think they did it to show that there was no negative GSR. And if you think he's guilty, you're going to say it means something. But 38 particles, Anjanette, even on the inside of a raincoat, which is not sure that he wore or whether he carried it, is nothing. When you do GSR testing for a wound, you get thousands upon thousands of particles. 38 particles is more like a transfer. Now, maybe that helps the prosecution's theory that he was, he carried the guns and then he brought the raincoat over. But what I was stymied about on the raincoat, this is the one thing, is that they didn't do wearer DNA. Was this something that he just had? Did he buy it to carry guns? Or had he worn it? Anyone seen him wearing it? And was there wearer DNA? And you test that under the armpits. I hate to tell you, but that's where you would test for wearer DNA. It's like in the inside of the sneakers or at the knees of pants when you test for wearer DNA. And they didn't appear to do that. So I'm not sure they actually connected the raincoat to the one being brought in. Maybe it was brought in another time and from the shooting range where the guns were shot. But I think the prosecution still needed to do it, Anjanette.
Mm-hmm. And one question I have, and this is a question that was posed to me from a viewer, and I'm wondering, I want to kind of get both of your thoughts on this. A viewer asked me some time ago, did they swab his nose for GSR? And this person said, they sometimes forget to do that because apparently there will be GSR in your nose. So Jonna, have you heard of noses being swabbed for GSR before?
I have heard of that, but we saw the interview with Alec Murdaugh in the minutes after, hours after, and I don't think there'd be any residue left with the amount of crying that man was doing. So I'm guessing they skipped that step. And again, it wouldn't be unusual for GSR to be everywhere around that compound, for lack of a better word, because they were active gun enthusiasts.
And Jeanette, they do swab your nose. I had that in the Spector case. They swabbed Phil Spector's nose when we had the hung jury that had tried, and there was no GSR in his nose because the theory is that the poof and the plume, if you were firing the weapon, would go up your nose and you would have a lot of particles, not necessarily transfer particles, but I have seen it obviously in cases.
Interesting. Well, let's get to some of our viewer questions. Tanya Taylor from YouTube asks, why in some states is GSR not considered valid enough to use to incriminate, but other states allow it. So apparently, I mean, I don't know that to be fact. Jonna, do some states maybe not allow it because they don't consider it reliable?
I don't think there's a problem with the reliability. I think you can have cases like you have here where you cannot determine really the source, the time, when the GSR got there, how it got there, that it could be transferred, it could be not transferred. So its value can be diminished based on the actual facts and circumstances of the case. Like here, what the defense is doing, I think, a good job of pointing out is you don't know when the heck that GSR got there. You don't know how it got there. You don't know who was wearing it, who was touching. You don't know any of this. You just know that it exists and you're trying to fill some holes with that. And it's just not that effective, or the weight of that evidence isn't going to be that heavy with the jury.
Yeah, and Anjanette, the FBI does not
Yes.
no longer for years use GSR for identify the shooter, because you could be in a group of people and again you could be in the plume but you're not being the shooter. What it is valid for is the distance. For instance, the stippling on a wound, and that's all caused by a different type of GSR. You heard the analyst say, well, she's not an expert in that type of GSR. She's only an expert in the metals, the primer residue GSR. So some states do not allow to determine who is the shooter because of what Jonna says, the easy transferability. If you're in the area of guns, you could actually be a person who was taken into custody for a crime and be in the back of a police car and come in and they swab you. And all of a sudden you're connected to a homicide because you have GSR in your hands that you got from sitting in the back of a police car because where there's guns around.
Well, and Alec Murdaugh's attorneys have said, he went and got that shotgun that night, for protection. And so just holding that, it sounds like, could have gotten some of those particles on his hand, shirt, and shorts, and then that would make sense as to why it wasn't on his sneakers. So I was just kind of thinking about that while we were talking about this. Let's get to another question. This is from Mez and Hearing Dog Hall, I think, or Hal, from YouTube. Have the clothes he wore in the earlier footage ever been found or tested? Jonna, I think Mez is talking about the blue shirt, the tan chinos, the khakis, and then what appeared to be some brown loafers that he was wearing in that Snapchat video.
Oh, brown loafers. There we go.
At 7:56 that night. We haven't heard anything about those clothes and those shoes and whether they've ever been located. Because I guess if you're out and about with your kid running around looking at floppy trees, you're going to go inside maybe and you change your clothes, and those should be in the hamper.
Yeah, and that's interesting because I think part of the reason why we even know that he was wearing something else is because the prosecution's theory is, well, this was an intentional wardrobe change. Like he lied about what he was wearing at the time, and maybe he got rid of those clothes so that they couldn't be tested. And really that revelation came through a video, a Snapchat video that we really didn't know existed until they brought it up really for that purpose. So I don't think that outfit right there that we're looking at, I don't think that was ever recovered, or we probably would have known about it by now.
Linda, what do you think about that?
Yeah, obviously that's where the prosecution theory is, that perhaps maybe he even had the clothes underneath him, that the shorts that he put on, maybe they were underneath that, and the t-shirt underneath that, and then he changed everything. So I think absolutely that's why we're seeing these videos. And I don't recall any mention in openings by the prosecutor that the clothes were ever found. And if they were found, I think we would have heard about it. We also learned by one of the witnesses, Anjanette, that when he came back to his house and the police were there, he took off his shorts and his t-shirt that he was wearing in the Moselle house and put them in the bag. He actually dropped them in the bag. She motioned to that. And then he put on another pair of shorts and a t-shirt that he had, that we see in the video where he's giving the statement. So it's very interesting. He may have had many pairs of that short and t-shirt type of look.
Very possible. All right, we are going to take a quick break. Keep your questions coming to us both on YouTube and on Twitter. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime.
What did she just say? Hold on a second. I have to rewind a part of that just for a couple seconds.
All right, we are going to take a quick.
Wait, hold on.
All right, we are
short t-shirt that motioned to that. house and shorts, and he came back to he heard about it. We also learned by one of the witnesses, Anjanette, that when he came back to his house and the police were there, he took off his shorts and his T-shirt that he was wearing in the Moselle house and put them in the bag. He actually dropped them in the bag. She motioned to that, and then he put on another like pair of shorts and a T-shirt that he had that we see in the video where he's giving the statement. So it is very interesting. He may have had many pairs of that short and T-shirt type of look.
Okay. All right. I don't know what to do, guys. I wish we knew what they were doing. Come on. This is what I want to know. Did the cops ask him, where's that outfit? And what did he say? And I know they didn't find out until after they got in Paul's phone and found the video, right? I don't know when that was that they found it. But then as they found it, like law enforcement, did they go and be like, hey, where's this outfit at right here? Can we have it? If you're innocent, can you give it to us and we could check it out, make sure? See what he says. Like, did they try? And did he what he say? Or didn't they even ask? Wouldn't you have at least just tried to ask them? You know? And if not, then what's his explanation? And if he did, then they would have it and kind of be able to tell. And I know he could have washed it, or you know what I'm saying, but I don't, if there's blood. I'm trying to think now, would blood come out in the wash? It probably would though, right? So he could have just washed it. Maybe he does have those clothes. I'm trying to think anytime I got blood like on my clothes, if I ever it's not like I got like blood, but if like blood would stain, does it? Because they wouldn't have known until after, so nobody would have been looking for those clothes until they realized he changed his clothes, which would have gave him time to wash them, right? Yeah, but I think Fushi's clothes is because his weren't washed in the washing machine, I thought, Tracy. I thought it was he just like threw them in a corner or whatever, and then his mom found them and she tried to wash them, right? Like just with over the sink. I don't know. I could be
Jeanette
wrong.
Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We are waiting to see whether or not trial testimony will resume in
Come
Alec
on.
Murdaugh's murder trial.
I'm getting
The
impatient.
courthouse in Colleton County was evacuated earlier today because of a bomb threat, but people have been let back into the courthouse, members of the general public, deputies, prosecutors. So we're waiting to get an update on that. While we wait, we are going to take more of your questions from YouTube and Twitter. So keep those coming to us. Daniel Field from Facebook. Greetings. Mr. Tinsley was contacted by the state grand jury regarding the investigation into the investigation or regarding his investigation into the investigation of the boat accident. What were the findings of this inquiry, and more specifically, the law enforcement handling of their investigation? Jonna, I think that the answer to this, and I'm going to ask you.
Wait, so they have a bomb threat, now they have a medical emergency? What the heck, dude? This trial is crazy. Dang. All right. Who's swimmer, Dom?
Criminal responsibility if you.
Who's a swimmer? Oh, she did? Well, maybe it was because that they saw her washing him and they knew what she was doing. Are you saying it didn't come out in the washer either? Is that what you're saying, Darksea? Or did it? Or they were able to... So wait. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe it doesn't come out in the washer. That's what I was trying to ask you guys because I don't know. Would the blood come out or not? And would it be able to still be tested? Or... Oh, no, I'm not going to end the stream. If I took a nap, I would just take a quick nap and be back. What do you mean? Ashley to join Rich stream? Dom, what do you mean? I'm confused. Wait, I don't even know potato cake? I don't know what you mean to potato cake. I don't never had it actually. Oh, okay. Yeah. Um. Okay, is she gonna come, Dominic? Like, you mean come here on stream or come here just in the chat? Ghastly Austin. I'm not muted. I know this is muted. I'm just talking for a minute. I don't know. I guess I could turn it back on. They're just chatting.
Curtis Eddie Smith. I'll answer that really quickly. Dan, no, he didn't, but we think he will. From Twitter, Lauren Bachert, I hope I pronounced that properly. Has anyone performed a hypothetical reenactment of the events through ballistic trajectories? We haven't heard about that, Jonna. Do you think that the state did that?
No, I don't think they did that. I don't think they need to do that. And I don't think we're going to see that at all coming up.
Shoot, that's what I was wanting them to do.
Julie Frew from Twitter.
I think that's
Actually,
important.
this is going to be really
What?
quick, Linda. We only have a minute left. In the case of evacuating
really
the court building,
important.
as they have now, what happens to the defendant? He was moved to a secure location. So I'll just take that one, Linda.
Okay, now
From
I'm
Twitter,
disappointed.
when did Alex Murdaugh first start embezzling from the firm? How far back? Linda, correct me if I'm wrong, 2011, right?
Right. That's what we know about. There may have been other times, but we don't know. We haven't heard anything else.
Okay, so that's when they said it happened. We've really enjoyed taking your questions, and thanks for sticking with us through this whole bomb threat break. Thankfully, everything is safe there at the Colleton County Courthouse. So we are going to take a quick break because that's what we have to do here, and we will keep you up to speed on what's going on. Jonna Spilbor, thanks so much for hanging out with us, and Linda, obviously, thanks for being here as well, and thank you. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime.
Come on, guys. Lord, I just wanted to start so I could take a little nap. Oh, here we go. I just want to make sure it's going to start. You guys pay attention. I'm going to run downstairs. Let me know if I miss anything, if he says we're going to do it or not.
So that happened. Where were you at about 12:30 Eastern time today? Well, in South Carolina, everybody in the Colleton County Courthouse was evacuated, and it was not for an early lunch. There was an apparent threatened, a bomb threat, alleged bomb threat, and so the whole place had to be cleared out. You can see there some of the raw footage from the exterior of the courthouse. At this point, though, folks have been let back in. We're just not sure what that means. So, good afternoon. Welcome to Law and Crime. I'm Michael Bryant. Be with you for the next few. We're covering the Alec Murdaugh case. The question really becomes, what are we covering today? Proceedings were halted after the courthouse was cleared. That bomb threat, we heard that it was actually a threat so specific that it was supposed to have been in the judge's chambers. Hey, I try not to get in the judge's chambers as often as possible. So just getting in there is something. To get in there and plant a device would be unbelievable. And perhaps that's what this threat was, unbelievable. So as we continue to cover this case, we'll wait and let you know whether we're getting more testimony today or whether or not the court is going to just call it for the day. I understand that the jury members are really being asked, what do you want to do? Good move by the judge, Judge Newman. Always important to keep the jury in the top of the mind there. So while we wait for that decision from the jury members, let's take a look at some of the testimony from earlier today. Megan Fletcher is with SCLED, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. She is a forensic examiner. She's got GSR on her mind. She is the gunshot residue expert, critical in this case, as we know, because of the poncho/coat/tarp and other clothing sampled from the defendant, Alec Murdaugh. Let's go in for that testimony.
Now, this jury has seen throughout the course of the trial a number of folks holding up some firearms that are in evidence. A couple of shotguns, 300 blackout, and they've seen they've seen witnesses hold up. Mr. Miller held up yesterday this blue rain jacket, which you had identified having 38 particles or more on it. My question to you is it very possible that where you're sitting right now, there's gunshot primer residue?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you did some, you work in the Forensic Services Laboratory at SLED, correct?
Correct.
And there's a trace evidence operation manual pertaining to gunshot primer residue analysis, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
And that governs you follow that manual, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And you agree with the statement that gunshot primer residue evidence is most probative in the following situations: from subjects who have not sustained a gunshot wound, from subjects who have not been in the proximity to the discharge of a firearm or admitted to discharging a firearm, and from subjects who were not found in the possession of a firearm.
I do agree with that, yes, sir.
And that's a statement of your operations manual.
Yes, sir, it is.
And you obtained clothing, which we know is from Richard Alexander Murdaugh, shirt, shorts, and shoes. And did someone under your supervision did lifts from those clothing items so that you could analyze the particles, correct?
Yes, sir. Jamie Hall collected the particle lifts off of those items.
And those and that collection was done on June 8th, I believe, was it not?
Yes, sir, it was.
And are you aware that the clothes were collected on June the 8th?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you aware that when the clothes were collected, they were wet?
I didn't know that they were wet until Jamie opened up the evidence, and it was evident that the shirt was a little damp and the shoes were definitely damp.
And so it's just been a few hours that they had been placed in some sort of bag, and you open it up and they're wet, and you smell laundry detergent.
That's correct.
Okay. Were you aware it had been raining that evening at Moselle?
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
And you located 3 particles from the white shirt.
Yes.
You were at 3 particles from the shorts.
Yes.
No particles from the shoes.
Yes.
And there was no particles on Mr. Murdaugh's hands.
There was one particle on his right hand.
I'm sorry, there was 1 particle on his hand. And you would agree that that amount of primer residue, gunshot primer residue found on an individual who you had been informed had a firearm in his hand when the police arrived, that it was consistent with the transfer from a firearm.
When I analyzed the evidence, I did not know that he had a firearm in his hand, but that would be consistent with somebody who had a firearm in his hand prior to collection.
Okay. Well, you learned that at least by June the 9th at 11:03 a.m. when you had a telephone call with Agent Owen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told him that that amount of gunshot residue would be consistent with the transfer from a firearm.
Yes, sir.
And you stand by that here today?
I do.
So there's been a lot of chat here on the network about the importance of the gunshot residue. What does it mean? What does it tell us? And, you know, it's kind of it's okay.
Okay.
You may now be seated.
You may bring the jury.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're now ready to proceed, and counsel, you may proceed.
All right, Agent Udak, before we got interrupted there, I think you're explaining your duties. Let's just start there again. What are your duties at SLED, sir?
In computer crimes, I'm responsible for examining digital evidence, be it cell phones, computers, vehicle infotainment systems. I also respond to network intrusion incidents, and I'm evidence custodian.
Okay. And in the course of your duties at SLED, did you have occasion to come into contact with a 2021 Chevrolet Suburban that was driven by the defendant on the night of the murders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was your role with that vehicle? What did you do with that vehicle?
I was contacted about potentially removing the infotainment system for examination. However, it was unsupported by the tool I use. So I was asked to still remove said infotainment and OnStar systems to be sent off for further examination.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 444. Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, that's a SLED property receipt that I filled out with the information for the infotainment module and the OnStar module.
And is that the document you filled out when you removed that infotainment center?
Yes, it is.
And what else did you remove?
Infotainment module and an OnStar module.
And you just testified that SLED did not have any tools that gave you the ability to actually analyze those items. Is that correct?
Correct. The software I have access to, which as far as I know is basically the only software, it was unsupported by that at the time.
And do you know if even today that software supports this particular vehicle?
I don't believe it is.
Okay. All right. going to show you it's been marked for ID only at this point. Items 447 and 448. Let's see if you recognize those items. So,
Yes, I do. It's the infotainment module and the OnStar module.
okay. And are those the items that you removed from that 2021 Suburban?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'm going to ask you let's start with the entertainment center. I believe there is a serial number printed on that. Could you read that serial number on the infotainment center into the record, please?
432-031-217-0000-296.
Okay. And your exhibit 444, which is your paperwork you filled out when you removed it. Did you write that serial number on that paperwork?
Yes, I did.
All right. And you don't have to read it out loud again, but can you compare the serial number for the infotainment center on your property sheet with the serial number on that box and tell me if they match?
They do.
Okay. All right. And then what's the other item? 447, what is that?
The LG OnStar module.
Okay. And does that have a serial number somewhere on it?
It does, but I cannot read it in the bag.
Would you be able to do anything to help you read it? Is that, if we open it up, would it make it
Yeah,
easier?
if I could remove it.
All right. Do you have a
Yeah,
knife on you that you can
I do.
open it up? And it looks like you're doing something else there.
It appears to be a Federal Bureau of Investigation evidence tape that's actually right over the serial number, and the letters in federal are preventing me from reading it. So
Is it able?
I
peel it up a little
don't.
bit? If it's not possible, it's not possible.
It does not appear
Okay.
that's coming up.
All right, but could you read the, excuse me, on your property receipt, could you read the serial number on your property receipt for the OnStar?
Yes. It is 009 Victor India Echo Yankee 519052.
All right, and to the best of your knowledge, is the unit you're holding that exact unit you took out of that vehicle?
Yes, and for the letters and numbers of the serial number, I can see what I can see does match up.
All right. All right, at this time, say we move to introduce exhibit, the property receipt, 444.
Okay. It's admitted.
Thank you. All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 445, 445. And let me see if you just recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
All right. And is that a document that you personally prepared?
No, it's not.
All right, but is that another property receipt?
Yes, it is.
And are those records that SLEG, property receipts, are those records SLEG keeps in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize the name and signature of who did prepare that receipt?
Yes.
Who is that?
Lieutenant Britt Dove.
Okay. And what does that property receipt represent?
It appears to be representing that GM infotainment module and the LG OnStar module, changing custody for the purpose of providing to the FBI for examination.
And do you know how those two things were sent to the FBI?
I do not.
All right. And the serial number, the GM infotainment serial number, you don't have to read it again, but could you compare that to the serial number on the infotainment center?
They match.
Okay. And then I know you couldn't read the full serial number on the OnStar, but the letters that you can see, can you compare those with the serial number on the second property receipt?
For the ones I can see, they do match.
All right. And at this time, I'm going to move to introduce exhibit 445 into evidence.
No objection. Admitted without objection.
All right. And at this time, I'm just going to move that items 447 and 448 be marked for ID only at this point.
You don't have to move for them to be marked by ID only.
Yes, sir. We're just going to mark them for ID only at this point. Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Anything by the defense?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
City Hall, Dwight Foskey.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
If you would, please, sir, be seated. State your name and you'll spell your last name. Begin, please.
My name is Dwight Falkowski. Last name spelled Falkofske.
All right, Mr. Falkowski, how are you doing this afternoon?
Doing good.
All right. Where are you employed, sir?
I am employed with the FBI.
Okay. And what is your job title there?
I am an electronics engineer.
Okay. And what unit of the FBI are you employed in?
The Electronic Device Analysis Unit.
Okay. And what does the Electronic Device Analysis Unit do at the FBI?
We collect data off of cell phones and other mobile devices, and in my case, vehicle systems, mobile devices in general that can't be collected by commercial tools.
All right. And so the FBI has a unit dedicated to extracting data off certain devices that is otherwise unavailable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you kind of mentioned it, but specifically, what is your role in this unit?
I serve a role as an automotive forensic specialist.
Okay. And what does that entail? What does that mean?
So I take a look at automotive systems and extract data off the memory components of those systems. And then from the images we get from those memory components, I will take a look at there, find the data that we're interested in finding, and we will create parsing tools that will pull out that data and take it from a computer format to a human readable format.
Let's explain that a little more. You said a parsing tool. What is that? Well, explain that to the jury what that is, please.
Okay, so a parsing tool is, in this case, a computer script that I'm writing or I have written that will go in and look at the collected binary image, the flash memory image that I've created, and go in and either create a file system or just go raw into the binary and search for data that is of interest to us. This is data we've researched and found, and it'll take that data out of the system and again, put it into a human readable format, text or graphics or coordinate points so that we can understand it as humans.
In its most basic format, data is stored how?
In binary.
And what does binary mean?
Binary is just zeros and ones, what a computer reads.
Okay. In a parsing tool, if I understood you correctly, it helps you take that binary information and translate it into information that you can read and understand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And have you, first of all, tell us a little bit about your background. What education and training have you had in this area?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in electrical engineering. Okay. And if you'll give me one moment, I have my CV here and I'll list out training I've taken with the FBI. In August 2016, I took the Digital Evidence Management Systems training. That's to store data on our electronic evidence management system. In August 2016, completed digital evidence handling. October 2016, legal ethics training. August 2017, CDART mentorship under FE. CDART mentorship is an internal designation for, at the time, I was working as a contractor to the FBI, and this training allowed contractors to handle evidence, and that was the extent of that training. Also in August 2017, completed the CDART proficiency testing, and I've also testified as an expert witness in September 2019.
Okay, and what Do you recall, if not specifically, but generally, what would you qualify as an expert witness in 2019?
I don't recall the exact name they gave me for the expert witness, but I serve as what I've told them. I serve as an electronics engineer, automotive forensics specialist.
Okay. And how would you best describe your expertise that you're going to talk about today? How would you personally describe it?
I take a look at automotive systems, and I go in there and find the data of interest. We'll go into the types of data would be things like connected devices, cell phones, thumb drives. From cell phones, that can also collect things like call records and contact lists, also navigation data, locations of the vehicle or destinations that the user may have entered in the system. I go find that data in these systems, and I will write these parsing tools I've mentioned to go ahead and pull those out. That's generally the extent.
So would automotive forensic specialist be descriptive of what you do?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to enter Mr. Falkowski as an expert in the area of automotive forensic specialist.
No objection. He's so qualified.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's talk a little more about the mechanics of how you obtain this data and what you do. And just talking, not specifically in this case, but just kind of generally in your unit.
Okay.
What do you do? When you receive a device from a vehicle, first of all, what kind of devices do you receive from vehicles?
They tend to be an infotainment center, which can be basically the brains of the system that puts on some of these modern cars, that puts up the screen, it shows you music. If it's got navigation, it'll show navigation. It's the computer brain of that system.
Okay.
Also take a look at components such as the telematics box, which you'll hear about, like the OnStar module in this case. And those will tend to have connected device services and sometimes location data as well.
Okay. And just generally speaking, how do you access the information stored on these devices?
First thing we do is what we call data extraction, and data extraction involves basically going in and finding the flash memory components on this computer, the infotainment system or the telematics box, and we have different methods to extract that data. We have software methods. We have methods where we'll connect to the circuit board, or when sometimes we will just remove the chip and read it with a reader.
And let me stop you real quick. This jury has heard testimony about cell phone extractions and how cell phones are extracted. And you mentioned sometimes you can use a software method. How is that analogous to how cell phone data is normally obtained in an extraction?
If I can compare it to a commercial tool like Celebrite, a software solution would be something you could plug into the system while it's operating in order to get into the system and extract the data you need.
But some of these automotive devices are far more unique than an average cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, therefore, is there an off-the-shelf ready system that can access most vehicles?
No. There is one commercial company called Burla that does have a tool that is used in the field. However, we only accept the devices at EDAU for systems that there is no support for.
Okay. So you mentioned this company Burla, which does produce a commercially available software that can extract data from some vehicles, correct?
Some vehicles, yes.
But it does not support the 2021 Chevrolet Suburban, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's how the device ended up with you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So I kind of stopped you there. And if a software solution isn't available, like Burla, what are some of the other methods that you use to pull data off of some of these automotive systems?
I mentioned such as attaching wires to a circuit board and extracting data from the memory component, or also removing the chip from the board and putting it in a reader and reading the chip, the flash memory chip directly.
Okay. All right. And let's talk more about what you did in this case. When you attempted to access the data for the 2021 Suburban, did you encounter any problems?
Yes, we ran into our first instance of data being encrypted on a vehicle.
Okay. And that's not something you'd run into before?
Not on vehicles.
Okay. And briefly, explain to the jury what you mean by encrypted, please.
So when a system encrypts the data, it takes basically a code word such as called a key and scrambles the data using that key so that it can't be written unless you have that key. And the key will, to read it back, you require the key to unlock the data and see it back in its regular form.
And you discovered this data on this Chevy Suburban was encrypted, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you, they've been marked for ID only, 448 and 447. And I'm going to take a look at them and see if you recognize these items, please.
This is the OnStar module that I processed. And this is the infotainment system that I processed for the Suburban.
How do you know those are the units you processed?
We have an FBI identifier tag on here, and my personal identifier symbols are on here.
And that's on both of those devices?
On both units.
All right. At this time, state would move to enter exhibits 447 and 448 into evidence.
No objection. All right, get it.
All right, so let's talk about, you say when you initially tried to access the data on these, they were encrypted. Can you tell us what the FBI did or what you did to ultimately allow you to be able to access the information?
Involved our greater team to develop a tool that would be able to reach into a live system on one of these vehicles and extract the encryption keys and remove get the encryption keys so then we could decrypt the data that we had collected.
Okay, and was that process ultimately successful?
Yes, it was.
And how long did that take?
Approximately 1 year.
Okay. All right. All right. And when you access this information and you finally had it decrypted, what types of information did you find? Let's start on the infotainment center. What types of information did you find on there?
So the infotainment center contained connected devices, phones that have been linked by Bluetooth or USB. And associated with some of those devices were call logs and contact lists. And there was also a little bit of location data.
Okay. So you found some call logs, correct?
That's correct.
And how would that infotainment center get call logs? Explain that process. Why would they be on that center?
So a lot of cars that have Bluetooth connectivity will, when you connect the Bluetooth with them, sometimes they will ask you if you want to let the car connect to it or access your data on your phone. Sometimes it doesn't ask, but in most cases it'll ask you. And then at that point, it'll take things like call logs and pull them from the phone into the computer, the infotainment system.
Okay. All right. And you found some call logs on this infotainment center, right? Correct?
Yes.
You found some location data, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall if you found any from the date of June 7th of 2021?
Yes, there was data from that date.
Location data?
Oh, location data, no. There's not call data.
All right. You found some call data. You found some Bluetooth data. And what kind of Bluetooth data did you find for devices did you find?
It primarily the Bluetooth address of the connecting device.
Okay. Did it provide you any information of when a device may have been connected to the infotainment center?
No, there was no timestamps with that data.
Okay. All right. But there's another thing, another type of data you found on this infotainment center, correct?
Yes, we additionally looked for vehicle information regarding the state of the vehicle.
Okay. Explain to the jury, what does that mean?
So what we were looking for on this car was something to show if the car was moving, if doors were opened or closed, windows up and down. We searched for this type of data on this vehicle.
Okay. And did you find some of that data?
We did. We found what we call states of the vehicle. And in this case, it was more granular things such as, and one of the ones we're interested in looking at is the shift lever going in and out of park, kind of giving an indication.
And we'll talk more about that in a minute, but would you say that there is a lot of this vehicle status data that was
Yes,
stored?
this vehicle stores a voluminous amount of data in some logs.
And is the majority of it really useful when you
No.
try to okay. Did you attempt to pare down the data you're looking at to find potentially useful information?
Yes, we combed through the data and we looked for data that matched our testing of a similar vehicle or identical type vehicle to be able to identify messages in this log that can be attributed to the vehicle states.
Well, let's talk about that. You mentioned it. You said testing. What do you mean by testing? What did you guys do to test this?
We obtained a identical 2021 Suburban vehicle with the same build out.
Okay.
And we drove it multiple times and extracted data from it multiple times in a series of tests designed to try to understand what is going on inside the system.
Okay. So this is simple testing. So you go out and drive it and you'd record, you knew when you're driving, so you could record times, correct?
We record times, locations, yes.
And then you could go back in and pull that data off the infotainment center of the test vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And then you can compare that to the logs that you guys wrote saying we did this at this time, correct?
That's correct.
And you what could you do with that comparison? What did that help you with?
So that helped us identify in the logs laid out states, very granular states of.
When you say granular, I apologize when I stop you, but I want to make sure we understand everything you're saying. When you say granular, what do you mean by that?
I'll explain a few of the states to give you an example.
Okay.
When the vehicle first, say you open the door and you see the screen turn on the car, that would be maybe one or two of the states that the system tells me it's waking up. The message saying it's waking up, then a message saying I'm showing my animation video on the screen as it starts to boot up, and then eventually, like if the car is being, and then other states of the car, such as the in and out of park, a lot of the states only mean something very small in the whole scheme of how the car is operating, at very specific little pieces of data.
Okay. And there's a lot of it, correct?
There's a lot of them.
And so you had to kind of figure out a way to kind of pare that data down into something that's useful for you to interpret, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And how did you do that?
Initially, we wrote a utility into our parser that would go through, first of all, and select all the messages we found of interest that indicated some sort of state of the vehicle. And then we attempted to take that data and put meaning to it. And it was a challenging process, let's put it that way.
But ultimately, do you feel like, at least for certain types of events, you're able to draw some conclusions about what was going on with the vehicle at certain times?
Certain events were much more specific about certain of the things that were going on with the car, and were clearer.
And when you were asked, the question of, can you use any of this information to determine when a vehicle could potentially be moving? Is that something that you looked for in this data?
We were looking for that data. We found something close to that data.
Okay. And in your testing and analysis, what did you determine would be the best indicator to you, looking at the data, of when the vehicle was moving?
The message indicating whether the car was in park or out of park.
Okay. And so you found a reliable indicator in your opinion, indicates the vehicle would likely or possibly be moving, correct?
That's correct.
Now, all you said was this particular message says it's either in park or out of park, correct?
That's all it says.
And it doesn't necessarily say whether it's in drive, correct?
That's right. I don't know what gear it's in.
Okay. But you can tell when it's out of park.
Correct.
And can you tell from that whether the vehicle is actually physically moving?
I cannot.
Okay. I am. And at the end of this analysis, did you prepare data and a parser report to send to SLED at the end of your analysis?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as exhibit 443. I'm gonna see if you recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy that I validated earlier today against the original evidence that was submitted.
So that contains the information you provided, Sled, correct?
That's correct.
And generally speaking, what is contained on this CD?
It is our unit's derivative evidence results of what was extracted and reported for both the OnStar module and the infotainment system.
Okay. All right. And so this provides both, we said there's voluminous raw data that came out of this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it includes a full copy of that, right?
There is.
It also includes a report that kind of pares that down into more useful information to you, correct?
Yes.
And what did you call that report again? Was it the HTML report?
Oh, the format was in HTML, so you could open it with a browser.
And
yes.
what tool did you use to help you prepare that condensed report?
That was the parsing tool that developed that.
And that's what you talked to you about at the beginning of your testimony with the jury. And that's a way to use software to help pare down the data into something useful.
Correct.
Okay. All right. At this time, state would move to enter exhibit 443.
No objection.
Admit it.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as exhibit 449, and just describe what that is to the jury, please.
Okay, this is a spreadsheet that basically shows many of the states of the vehicle that we were looking at in testing the test and running our tests on the test vehicle. This is an analysis of the states that were on there, and this is what we were using to develop the understanding of what these states meant.
Okay. And so what would be a shorter way to describe that, or a more simple way to describe that?
It's an analysis of the state machine,
Okay. Would it
of the
be,
state vehicle states.
Okay. This would represent some of the research that you and your team.
That is research. Yeah, that's a research document.
Okay. At this time, state would move exhibit 449.
No objection.
So admit it.
All right. And we talked about call logs, and you found some call logs, correct?
Yes.
On this vehicle. And where did those call logs come from again?
They were stored within the infotainment system
And where did the infotainment system get them?
from an attached phone.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 446. And let me see if you recognize that document and where it's from.
Yes, these were call logs that we recovered off the infotainment system.
Okay. And those are two specific calls, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what are the date and time of those two calls?
The first one, June 7th, 2021 at 22:06:14.
And what was the number dialed on that one?
9111.
Okay, 3 ones. Okay.
And then another one shortly thereafter at 22:06:18, a couple seconds later, for just 911.
And in your research and testing, can you determine of when these call logs would have been pulled off the phone that made these calls?
No, at some point, the system would have downloaded that information from the phone. I don't know what time that occurred.
Okay, all right. And at this time, I would move exhibit 446.
No objection.
So admit it.
All right. All right, and I'm going to show you what I believe is our last document. And this is exhibit 442. And I'm going to ask if you recognize this document.
Yes.
And what is that document?
I've titled this document the 2021 Chevy Suburban log file excerpts from June 7th, 2021.
All right. And is this a condensed version of data from that original, that CD that we showed you a minute ago?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that condensed to? Why did you condense it to that particular data for this particular printout?
This spreadsheet was the data that our parsing tool was looking for amongst all the log files and extracting those out.
We talked about this a minute ago, but if you're trying to determine when this vehicle moved, you identified a key indicator. When the vehicle may have possibly moved, you identified a key indicator in that data that would indicate to you, in your opinion, that the vehicle could have possibly been moving, correct?
That's correct. In or out of park.
Okay. And when you produced that report, did you color code certain columns?
Yes, I hand colored the columns on here that indicated those for clarity.
And I think I meant to say rows because they're horizontal.
They're rows,
correct?
yes.
My apologies. And you color coded certain ones, right?
That's correct.
Okay. At this time, statement moved to enter exhibit 442.
No objection. It's admitted.
We're going to publish this. And I'll need the computer, please. Yeah. It's got to boot up. My apologies. Okay. So we'll keep moving. I'm going to need that exhibit back, please. And we're going to switch to Elmo. Once we get the computer going, it'll give a better view, but for the moment, we'll look at the Elmo. Okay. Can you read that document on your screen?
I think I could read that.
Okay. So let's just start at the top. And I think you read the title, it was 2021 Chevy Suburban log files, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then we see a row below that that looks like descriptors, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, let's just start on the left. Let's explain what these mean. And we see on the far left, it says line and then a number symbol or hashtag. What does that mean?
Okay, I'm going to explain that using the next column over file name first. The file name indicates the particular log file that the data was recovered from. There was numbered log files in the system. And for this date, there were 2 different log files that contain this data. And the line number indicates the physical or the actual line number starting from 1 at the top that data was located on.
Okay. And then we see the date next to that. And what is that again? Specifically the date and time?
That is the timestamp of the actual log entry.
All right. Let's switch to the computer, please. And this will make this a little bit easier to see, hopefully. Oh, I can get to Okay, and I think I'm at the top. All right, can you still, is that a little better for you to see? Mr.
I can see it fine.
Okay. All right, it looks like somehow I managed to mess up the spreadsheet. My apologies. All right, so event type. What does event type mean?
Basically, the event type is a part of the log entry that describes what sort of event is going on. It describes the event.
Okay. Event description, what does that mean?
It's just a longer, more verbose version of the event type.
And event value, what does that mean?
That is the actual value of the event rather than this is the event and this is what its value is.
Okay. When you say value, what do you mean by that?
It can be a 1, a 0, a true, a false, or a textual indicator of the system state.
All right. And you say 1 or 0, true or false. You mentioned a while ago that data is always binary, right?
Yes.
And binary is always 1 or 0, correct?
In case a lot of these are 1 and 0.
Okay. And that's how data is typically stored in computer systems,
Typically,
correct?
yeah.
Okay. All right. So finally, on the far right, it says raw line from service log file. What does that mean?
That is the actual line from the file copied verbatim.
Okay. And so that's the actual data log that you pulled out of the system.
That is correct.
And it includes a timestamp as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's just look at the top here. And you said you added in some color coding, correct?
That's correct.
And the top line appears to be red. That's 83, 84, correct?
Yes,
And 86, 76 is also red, correct?
that's correct.
All right. Why did you color code those red? What is that?
Those were basically messages that were showing the system starting up. The computer for the infotainment system initiated a boot sequence.
All right. And did your testing identify a number of ways the system on this vehicle could start up?
We observed it starting up with several ways.
Okay.
I don't think we know all the ways it may start up.
Okay. Well, what are some of the ways you observed that it could start up?
Just things such as opening the door of the vehicle or getting in the vehicle and turning it on.
Okay. And when we say system startup, we mean the infotainment center.
This is referring to the infotainment center, not the whole vehicle.
Okay. So it's not necessarily we're turning the vehicle on every time we see a red color there.
That's correct. Just the infotainment system.
It could be someone just opening the door, correct?
Yep.
And that represents, in some cases, where the screen in that car just kind of lights up if the door opens or from another reason, correct?
That would be an indicator, yes.
And are there certain occasions where the system can kind of start up on its own?
There's some unexplained times when the system seems to initiate a boot for no apparent reason. It's theoretical on what the car is doing at that point.
Okay. All right. And then below that, at line 9142 and 9144, it looks like you color coded those two lines as blue, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And why did you color code those lines as blue?
Those indicated these vehicle parked message that we found to be very useful in determining potentially the car moving.
Okay. And this is something that you found in your testing and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
That was reliable?
This is a reliable message.
All right. And it reliably means what?
Reliably tells you whether the car was shifted into park or shifted out of park.
Okay. All right. And looks like lines 9142 and 9144 both occurred at 12/21/43 on June 7th of 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And is that local time?
That is local time.
All right. And what does that mean? What does vehicle parked true mean?
Vehicle park true means the shift lever of the vehicle was placed into the park position.
Okay. So the vehicle was shifted into park.
That's correct.
All right. But I see it looks like the exact same message on both lines, correct?
That's correct.
Why do we have the exact same message on both lines?
If you take a look, scroll to the right on the one that's showing the raw values, you'll see that the messages are not identical. They're from two pieces of the subsystem reporting the same event.
Okay. So this particular log and maybe some other ones get recorded in different places on this infotainment center.
There's a lot of duplication of messages.
Okay. And they don't, if they had the same timestamp, how would you interpret that if you see duplicate messages with the exact same timestamp?
I would typically consider that just a single event.
Okay. And so let's look down below that. And I see multiple things happening, and I'm highlighting it on lines 9148 to 9156 at 12:33 and 23 seconds. And I see a number of things happen there with the same timestamp, correct?
That's correct.
And in your analysis, in your opinion, when you see a group of messages happening at the same time, what's the best way to interpret that information?
You have to kind of take a look at them as an aggregate.
Okay. And so you kind of look at all these messages as a whole to interpret what they mean, correct?
That's correct.
Rather than each one individually.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's look at it. Looking at lines 9148 and all those lines that are timestamped identically, which goes down to line 9159, what does that group of messages, in your opinion, mean was happening on this vehicle at that time on June 7th of 2021?
It looked like the infotainment computer was beginning a power down sequence.
Okay. Okay, and we go down to 1242, and we see a few lines in 9167, 9459, and 9716. We see a few of those red color-coded lines, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and again, what does that mean? Why are those coded that way?
The infotainment system initiated a boot up sequence starting up.
Okay, but any number of reasons of why that would have potentially booted up at that time?
Yeah, it could be a number of reasons.
All right, but then at 9954 and 9956, we see some blue color-coded messages, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what do those mean? It says vehicle parked false. What does that mean?
Vehicle parked false means this car was shifted out of park.
Okay, and that's at what time?
18:23:57.
All right, help us out. What's that in civilian time?
6:23:57
PM?
p.m.
On what day?
On June 7th, 2021.
And again, we see two identical messages, correct?
Yes.
But you would interpret that as one event, correct?
Yes.
And what is that event again?
It's a vehicle taken out of park.
Okay. Okay, and we see a few things happen. Looks like 1853 and 1911. Some of those red color coded. What's your interpretation for lines? Looks like 396 and 984 on June 7th there. What's going on in those lines?
It's another infotainment system boot up startup sequence.
Okay. And then we see another red event at 2103:44, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
Another boot up sequence.
Okay. And from any number of reasons, correct?
Correct.
Could be if someone just opened the car door, correct?
Yes.
And then we see a group of messages. Looks like a few at 2104:05, and then a few at 2104:18. Quite a few more at 2104:18, and that's 9:04 p.m. Correct?
That is correct.
All right, and that group of messages at 9:04:18 p.m. What, in the aggregate, what is that telling you is going on with this vehicle at that time?
One moment.
I have the times highlighted there.
Yeah, at the 21:04:18, those ones looked like the system was, but prior to that, it seemed to be shutting down, and then it stopped and started coming back up.
Okay. And so it seems to be starting up around 21:04:18, correct?
Yes.
And that'd be consistent with that red coded message we saw a second ago, correct?
Yes.
And it's also consistent with the red coded message at line 1281 at 21:05:56, correct?
What do you mean by consistent with that message?
I'm sorry. Take a look at line 1281. See that?
Yes, I see 1281. That's the next system startup message.
Okay. And what time is that again?
21:05:56.
All right. And I'm going to do my best, and I'll try to stop you. Let's try to talk in local time.
Okay,
Or
yeah.
civilian time, excuse me.
I'll start processing that way.
And I make that mistake too. What time is that in civilian time?
That would be 9:05:56
PM
p.m.
on June 7th?
on June 7th,
2021?
2021.
Okay, and then below that, we see a group of messages starting at line 1557, and they have an identical time state of what?
9:06 and 44 seconds.
Okay. PM?
PM.
All right. And what is that group of messages telling you at that time?
That looks like the vehicle system is continuing its power up process.
Okay. All right. And then we see a series of messages that all occur within 2 or 3 seconds, starting at line 1591 at 9:06:48 p.m., and then continuing on through 9:06:49 p.m., and quite a few at 9:06:49 p.m., and then into 9:06:50 p.m., and that's lines roughly 1628 down to 1654. What does that group of messages tell you is occurring?
So at that point, part way through those message sets, it actually has an engine running event. So the car has been turned on.
Okay, so in your opinion, the vehicle is running at approximately 9:06:49 to 9:06:50 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, on June 7th?
Yes.
All right, and then we see at line 1670 and 1672, it looks like another couple of blue colored messages, correct?
Yes.
And again, what are those blue colored messages? What do they indicate to you?
The vehicle park message.
All right, and it says vehicle parked false. What does that mean?
The vehicle was taken out of park.
Okay, the vehicle was taken out of park at 9:06 and 50 seconds, correct? PM?
Correct.
All right. On June 7th, correct?
Correct.
All right, and if we look at it on line 1672, the timestamp has a slightly different color stamp. I don't know if is that viewable on your screen? Yeah. It looks like it's colored more green, correct?
That is correct.
Why did you color that particular block green at line 1672?
I was highlighting events where you could see where the vehicle was taken out of park, and it looks like it was continually used and then put back into park.
Okay. And so, first of all, those two lines at 1670 and 1672, they represent the same event?
They are the same event.
Okay, and that's the vehicle taken out of park, correct?
That's correct.
And you color coded that green because you wanted to find when the vehicle is put back into park, correct?
Correct. I want to find, yes.
Okay, because you, in your opinion and your analysis, you've determined that message is pretty reliable and something we can rely upon to make a determination of when that vehicle could have been moving, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so 9:06:50 p.m., the vehicle is taken out of park. And then let's go down the line, 1904, and we see another green stamp embedded in a blue line. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
Well, it was the next event where the vehicle went back into park.
Okay. So at what time is that?
At 9:22 and 45 seconds p.m.
Vehicle's put back into park, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in your opinion, could the vehicle have been moving between those two times?
Yes, it could have. I have no evidence of that.
Okay. All right. But the vehicle's out of park for that.
It is out of park.
Okay. And that's something, in your opinion, we can rely upon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And roughly, I'm not going to ask you for exact seconds, roughly how much time passes between the vehicle taking out of park at line 1672 and put back into park at line 1904?
Approximately 16 minutes.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to scroll down. And I'm scrolled down to line 3059 and 3061. And I see some more green colored blocks here, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what are those blocks? What information is contained in those blocks? What messages?
Again, it's the vehicle in or out of park messages.
Okay. And so, and what time is that? Those two messages at 3061?
3061 shows 9:43:05
PM?
PM.
And that's June 7th,
June
correct?
7th, 2021.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but at that particular event, what happens with the vehicle?
The vehicle goes out of park.
Okay. And then at the next line below that, what's the time on that, the date time on that?
9:43 and 59 seconds, June 7th, 2021. That's PM.
Okay. And what happens with the vehicle?
It goes back into park.
Okay. And so roughly how much time passed between those two events?
It looks like just under a minute.
Okay. And you can't tell us whether the vehicle actually moved during that time, correct?
No.
All right. All you can tell us was it was out of park for a little under a minute.
Yes.
All right. And not to put you on the spot, we'll go back up and look real quick. So that's at 9:43:05 PM, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back and look at the previous vehicle parked at 9:22:45 p.m., and that's line 1904. That's when the vehicle had been placed in the park, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and let's just do some rough math. Do you have a pen? You can write it down if you need to. 9:22:45, the vehicle's in park.
Okay.
9:43:05, the vehicle is now back out of park, correct?
That's correct.
Roughly how much time passes between those two events?
Approximately 21 minutes.
All right, and so the vehicle is out of park for about a minute at lines 3061 and 3079. And then let's scroll down to line 3096 and 3310. What happens with the vehicle there?
The vehicle goes out of park
Okay, at what time?
at 9:44:54 seconds on June 7th, 2021. That's PM.
Okay, and then the next event below that, what occurs there?
Next event, the vehicle goes back into park at, that would be 10 o'clock and 36 seconds
Okay.
On June 7th, 2021 PM.
And those are color-coded green because they kind of represent a matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
Of when it went out and when it went back into park, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and roughly, how much time passes between those two events at 9:44 and 10 o'clock of the night of June 7th?
Approximately 16 minutes.
Okay. All right, and then let's go down to lines 3327 and 3328. And those are two more green colored events that represent that matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
Vehicle out of park and the vehicle in park, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what are the times associated with those two events?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 17 seconds on June 7th, 2021. It's PM. And it goes back into park at 10:01, 29 seconds on June 7th, 2021
Okay.
PM.
And roughly speaking, how many seconds is that?
About 12 seconds.
Okay. Okay, let's go to just a few seconds later, lines 3336 and 3340. And we see another matching pair of these green messages, correct?
That's correct.
Out of park and then back into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the two times on that particular event?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 30 seconds on June 7th, 2021. That's PM. And it goes back into park at 10:01 and 43 seconds, June 7th.
So maybe I can do the math this time. That's roughly about 13 seconds it's out of park?
That's correct.
Okay, and we see a whole bunch of messages again, that group of messages starting at 22:04:44 and kind of going on into 10:04:44 p.m. and 10:04:47 p.m. We see another group of messages. What does that group of messages generally indicate to you in the aggregate? And that's this group I'll highlight.
Okay. 3 to 2, engine run false. It looks like the system is powering down.
Okay. Okay, and then we get down to lines 3464, and that shows another green color-coded pair of messages, correct?
That's correct.
And again, goes out of park and back into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the two times associated with those two messages at 3664 and 3682?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what
What's
are
the
those
question?
times?
Oh, what are the times?
Yeah.
10:04 and 49, it goes out of park. That's PM on June 7th, 2021. And it goes back into park at 10:05, 55 seconds PM June 7th, 2021.
And that's roughly more than a minute, correct?
That's correct.
And then let's go down to lines 3490 and 3504. And we see another matching pair in out of park and then into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the times associated with those two?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10, 11, and 45 seconds on June 7th, 2021 p.m. And then it goes back into park at 10, 12, and 38 seconds p.m., June 7th, 2021.
Okay. All right. And that's roughly just under a minute or so?
That's correct.
All right. And we're almost to the end here. Okay. And then we see another message. So first of all, we see some messages that are blue colored at 3506 through 3515. And why are those blue coded instead of green coded for you?
Those are more vehicle park messages, but they appear to be with the, basically duplications of the existing ones.
So that's just duplicate information, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then finally, at line 3521, we see the vehicle. What happens with the vehicle at that line?
Okay, it goes out of park at 10:13 and 39 seconds p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Did you find a matching kind of pair as we talked about for when the vehicle goes back into park?
No. No log message was present for that.
Okay. Can you explain why that log message may not be present?
We found during the testing of our test vehicle that there are times when the system decides to temporarily stop recording message. The reason is not clear.
Okay. But you do see it come out of park at 10:13:39, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, and just to reiterate this, you're just telling us when this vehicle's in and out of park, correct?
That's correct.
Because that's the most reliable piece of information you've been able to deem from this data, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't tell us necessarily where the vehicle's moving, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't tell us if it's moving, or if you see it go out of park, who's shifting the actual gear knob, can you?
No, we don't know who's in the car.
And all you can look at is this particular data, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And just so it's clear, you've determined, you're interpreting this data because you use a test vehicle to see when you see these messages, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's why you're giving us these opinions today, correct? From
That's
your
correct.
testing. All right. And when you were using your test vehicle, if you took a vehicle, if you took the vehicle out and drove it, took it out of park, drove it, and then put it back in the park, would you find that exact same matching pair of in and out of park messages we just talked through? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't able to determine any other data that would reliably tell you if it was moving or not, correct?
That's correct.
All right. But, so if the vehicle's driving and you see that, you would see that identical pair of messages like we just talked about.
Yes.
And however, if the car's just stopped and someone shifts it out of park and just sits there with their foot on the brake, and then sometime later puts it back into park, would you see that same matching pair of in park, out of park message and back into park message?
Yes.
You would. Okay. All right. Not for mistake, this witness.
By the defense. Stand for a moment. All right, back in order.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hopefully this won't take long, just a few clarifying questions. First, you mentioned that the data was encrypted.
Yes, when we pulled the data off the chip, it was encrypted.
Is this something that the manufacturer did?
Yes.
It's not something that the end user doesn't do something to encrypt the data. It comes that way.
Not for an infotainment system, no.
And so it sounded like you kind of had to reverse engineer with a test vehicle to figure out the meaning of stuff. Were you not able to get General Motors to assist with that?
We could, but we generally try to find the data on our own. Often we have it's difficult for us to get the manufacturers to work with us on that data.
Did anyone attempt to reach out to General Motors, say to de-encrypt the data?
Not from EDAU.
I won't go over this spreadsheet too much. You still have the exhibit with you?
I have a copy.
Okay. And we didn't have a.
We do.
Is it up?
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you just briefly about, if I can find it on this. There were some things that were happening at 903, 2103. Let me do it. I've got my phone on that. And 904. I didn't quite understand. What do these mean? This group of things that say info state, sleep, and state, some abbreviation, animate, all these things happening in this 904, 905 range. What does that mean?
So as I was attempting to explain before, that some of these messages, like individually, they don't mean a whole lot. Like, what does this actually mean? But in this case, it's generally showing. Could you scroll down just a little bit more so I could see a few more of the messages? So it looks like initially, like at line number 984, where the system initially boots up, and then at 904.
Well, let me stop you there.
I'm
When
sorry.
you say system startup, what does that mean? What is the system? What is it doing when it starts up?
So this is just the computer for the infotainment system. This is not the entire vehicle, but something woke up that system. And just like your home computer, it needs to boot up before Windows is ready. It's a similar thing that has a boot up sequence. This is a log that says that was initiated.
Okay. And what would trigger this? What would make this startup happen?
We know that some events that make it happen, such as opening the door or just starting the car, we don't know all the events that might make that happen.
Well, on my Chevy, if you walk near it with the key fob, the lights come on the little door handles. You can stick your foot under the rear and the rear will come up. Would walking near it with the key fob trigger anything?
It's a possibility, but we did not investigate that.
But scrolling down here to 9:06 and 48 seconds, am I reading this correctly to say that the engine was turned on?
Can you scroll down just a little bit further? Keep going just a little bit more into the 49-second. So if you see that there was at one point, there was messages such engine run false, which is only within the same second as a following up on engine running true. It's messages like this that get a little bit confusing on there, but ultimately it's basically saying, here I'm at, but I'm moving to this state here. So in that case, it looked like the engine started running at this time.
Okay. Well, I don't think I'll belabor this spreadsheet anymore, but I did want to ask, did you additionally retrieve data related to the phone connecting to the entertainment system? I think there was a 911 call that you...
We had a call log that was extracted, as well as the connection of a Bluetooth or several Bluetooth devices.
I'm going to hand you a printout. Is this a printout of device connection history that you were able to obtain from the vehicle?
We need to go back to the original material and take a look at this, because some of this looks more than like what we originally collected. There's pages of this here.
Right, it goes back way outside of sort of the time frame, but that's... Can you identify this?
I mean, the format looks familiar, but it looks, I might have to go back into the original material and pull up the HTML report. Is that acceptable?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, I think the witness is asking to look at his original data to validate what Mr. Barber has. State has no objection to that. Well, we'll just need a few minutes for him to validate it.
No objection, Your Honor. Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a short break, hopefully.
guy. Maybe he's just a bad guy. Maybe he murdered them because he's just a bad guy. And that's something that our system tries very hard not to have happen. But it is very dangerous as a judge when you're presented with this other bad act evidence to know exactly where to draw that line. I might have been a little bit more restrictive, but I certainly think that some of this is very probative and relevant.
Yeah, and I think, and I was looking at the order again that they put out, and only read one of the lines here that references exactly what the court found. The court finds that the activities and conduct of the defendant on or about June 7, 2021, day of the murders, is admissible under res gestae, which of course means kind of the gestation of the crime, the guts of the crime. But I know there's been a lot of financial information that's come in that didn't have anything to do with that date, Nima.
Well, yeah, it's a potential appellate issue. And when you're a prosecutor, there's a couple ways to do it. If you think you can win the case straight up and not deal with an appellate issue, and we know that this is going to be a big issue on appeal, you play it straight up. But I think what the prosecution is thinking here is they may get defense. This is the type of case that may result in an acquittal. Really, what kind of evidence do we have? We got some gunpowder residue, some ballistics evidence. We have maybe Alex Murdaugh lying about where he was at the time of the murder. His alibi might not check out. But other than that, you don't have a whole lot. So you got to dirty him up and make sure the jurors don't like him. Now, again, I know that's not, you don't want them to convict based on character or propensity evidence. That certainly doesn't come in. But you got to have some sort of story. And that's why the prosecution is throwing everything they can at this case, because it's a very difficult circumstantial case.
Yeah, and as we move through the prosecution's case, week 3, I'm still, as the 13th juror, everybody watching this is putting themselves in that box. I don't know. I don't know that I've seen it. The biggest problem I have, Paul, is suggesting that I've been found out. My financial shenanigans are exposed. I'm going to kill my wife and son? I mean, I'll kill the people maybe that, I'm just kidding. I would kill the people that exposed it or that might come back against me for retribution. I just don't. The connect is just not there for me, Paul.
Yeah, I agree. And it's something that I think the prosecution's really going to have to spend some time to fully develop for the jury. We heard from kind of the chief financial officer of the firm who kind of finds out about this, and she's not the one Murdaugh goes after. And the partners and the associate who talk about, his practice, they're not the ones he goes after. There's no indication, at least that I've seen, that his wife or son had any knowledge of any wrongdoing on his part. So the idea that the financial crimes would lead him to murder his wife and his son is going to be a question that's going to roll around in these jurors' minds. Where is that connection? How does the financial crime tie into the murder? What is the link between those two seemingly separate events? The financial crimes certainly do muddy him up. They make him look bad. I completely agree with Nima that that's why this is kind of a main thrust of the prosecution's case. But at some point, they are going to have to say, and this is why it matters.
I'm guessing there's going to be a shrink involved somewhere that's going to help us understand that connection. Okay, Nima, let me ask you this. There was a bomb threat there at the courthouse this morning, 2 hours, 43 minutes to get it all cleared up, find out that it was apparently a hoax. So who's going to do that? Who's motivated to do that? Is it somebody who's also been accused of hiring or asking a relative to kill himself so his kids can get the money? Is it a guy that's willing to kill his wife and son to cover up financial crimes? Is that the same kind of person who would phone in a bomb threat?
It's all connected. It's someone actually really who wanted to get a seat in the gallery for the Alex Murdaugh trial, probably the biggest trial maybe in South Carolina history. So we know that it's a packed gallery there, and people want to get in there. But kind of in all seriousness, going back to what you and Paul were saying, Michael, it is a legal and logical leap for the jurors to find that, hey, someone is a Tom Girardi type stealing from their clients, and all of a sudden he's going to kill his wife and son, who by all accounts there were no issues. Now it's interesting with how Judge Newman ruled. He said that when the defense argued that, his son was the apple of his eye and he loved his wife and that there were no issues, that opened the door. It kind of kicked it wide open for the prosecution to bring in all this evidence of financial crime. So even the judge was, I think, looking for some reason. I don't know if that was a really good reason to allow all this financial evidence in, but apparently, at least for the court, it was.
Yeah, I think the line was something like, can you imagine any reason that he would have killed his wife and son? Well, that's pretty broad. How about the money thing? And that's what he hung his hat on. Very interesting. Okay, they are going to come back from a break here in just in a second. Apparently, the witness is looking at some documents. So that'll give us a chance to squeeze in this quick break. We'll come right back to South Carolina after this.
And now be seated.
If you bring the jury.
Your Honor, we're just copying a little bit of data, so we'll need maybe 2 or 3 more minutes.
We're going to bring the jury and let them watch you do that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case.
All right.
courtroom. Keeping them attached to the case without boring them is key. Do you think today's kind of unsettling events maybe warranted getting them out of there earlier than usual?
I think so. Obviously, the jurors wanted to come in, and I mean, I love the FBI. I'm a former federal prosecutor, but I wonder if they're second guessing their decision because we're getting a lot of data, a lot of raw evidence. This witness, and again, I know he's just reciting the facts, but you really would like the presentation to just be a little bit more streamlined in a way for the jurors to understand. Like it was put in park in, at this minute, it was in Clinton Park in this minute. I can't tell you whether it was moving, but it was not in park, so that means that the vehicle was moving. I mean, something just to simplify it for these jurors, because again, it's pretty dry, and you don't want to kind of lose them while you're going through the science in great detail.
Yeah, I've decided when I get home tonight, I'm just going to go into my vehicle and just shift it in and out of park. It's like 15 times, and someday that's going to cause
Hey,
somebody.
guys. Man, I didn't even really end up.
Think about
I
the
was
way
just going to fall asleep, but I had it on and I was listening, and
I mean, I've
I
seen more
heard
often
that
than not, it's either
he
up
was
to them
ending it.
or
Wonder
the
why he ended
paths are
so early,
provided, but
especially because they
for
got
him,
delayed. Oh, hold on, let me remove this. They got delayed from for that bomb threat. I'm surprised they didn't want to go longer. What did I miss? Oh, Ashley, you've had it before, right? What did I miss? What did the because I mean, I had it on, but like I wasn't absorbing much. What did the guy have any? Did he have anything important to say? the what was the guy? The car expert guy or the one going over the car stuff? Uh, I was sleepy, but actually, the thing is, I don't feel like I like fell asleep at all, really. I mean, I had my eyes shut. I was listening to it, but why do I don't feel as tired anymore? Um, bed. uh, casually with a bomb pit. Well, when the judge came back, he didn't even mention it, which I think is good. I think it was a purpose because of, you don't want to give too much, oh, there's my alarm. You don't want to give too much, attention to it, because then that's obviously why the person did it for attention. So, Ellie, good to see you too. um, it was all right. I don't feel like I actually fell asleep because I heard him when he said that they were going to resume or they'll be done. I mean, I had my eyes closed, I had it on, I was listening, but maybe I did a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, it took me like it depends. That's the thing. Dude, that first time I had it, it wasn't as strong of the symptoms, but I had them longer, I would say. And then the second time was stronger symptoms when I had it, but it didn't last as long. Like the first time I had it, I was starting to feel better after like a couple weeks. And then I started feeling like crap again. For some reason, I started getting like the shortness of breath again the first time I had it. But yeah, it was weird. But then the second time I had it, it was like more felt like it was more intense. Um, I know that's probably what it was. That probably is what it was. I probably was awake and asleep. I know. Yeah, I never was tested the last time, so I don't even know if that is what it was. It was all the same symptoms, though. um. Yeah. Oh, you have autoimmune disorders? What? What do you have? Yeah, that's how mine was. It felt similar, but way stronger. And but see, with the first time, my oxygen always stayed good. So that anxiety of like me being okay, like the first time I was okay. I was getting shortness of breath the first time, but the second time I wasn't getting shortness of breath, but yet my oxygen was really low. It was weird. I don't get it. It didn't make sense. Um, yeah, no, I think I definitely have narcolepsy. Yeah. My one doctor said like right before COVID, I was supposed to go and get a sleep test, and I never did. Yeah, I never went and got the sleep test because then COVID happened and I canceled it. So I'm almost sure I have it, but what are they gonna do for it? You know? I can't take the medicine that they would give me. So I don't. There's nothing they could do. I don't think. I don't know. Um, the haunted hotel. Wait. Huh. I don't know. Before I went to the haunted hotel, because I feel like I guess it was someone. No, I don't know. Maybe I talked about it before that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I can't. What would I do? You know, I can't be on those. So oh well. Um. Well, okay, asthma and Crohn's disease. Wow. I forget what's Crohn's disease. Wait, what? Asthma is considered an autoimmune disease? Hasn't had 12 inches removed. Oh, you're talking about the Crohn's disease. Um, I bet. Well, guys, I don't know really. I think there's not really much to diverticulitis. Yeah, I heard that's horrible. One of my mom's friends had it. Wow, there's a lot of people. We all have a bunch of crap wrong with us. Man. Full name. Wow. No, I was talking about you said asthma and Crohn's disease. Because I asked what autoimmune disorders you have. Asthma is considered an autoimmune disorder, though? That's what I was wondering. You're the top chatter? How do you know? Colitis, yeah. Wait, what do you mean torturous? What's torturous about it? Because I don't know if I should go or not. But you were already diagnosed with it. Why do they want you to go back, Juliet? If you were already diagnosed? Anemic? Yeah. Um. We're pushing that thing crazy on me. Wait, what thing? Pain, what are you talking about? uh. Okay. I had no idea. I never would have thought that it was autoimmune disorder. Huh. They're finished for the day. Yep, I know. It's weird because they already got delayed. Like, I'm confused why they could have fit in another witness, I would say. So I don't know why they went early. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. That would be because, like, somebody, if you just fall asleep and you don't want to wake up and somebody wakes you up, like when you're like in a good sleep, it would be annoying. How many times do they do that? I wonder. Wow. Okay. Wait, he said a break? Oh, I thought it was over. What are you talking about? On my swear he said recess until tomorrow at 9:30. Oh, you scared me for a minute. I'm like, shoot, we're missing it probably then. Okay. Um, that's not what I heard, but I had my eyes shut and maybe was half asleep when I heard it because like it made me like be like, oh shoot, that's over. I better get up and stop the stream. Um, uh, I feel like wait, what is lucid dream considering? I think I do that all the time too, where I like explain that what that is real quick. It's over, but I'm just making sure. Dreaming while you know it's a dream. Yeah, I feel like I could almost be like dreaming with my eyes open where I'm still awake and dreaming, if that makes sense. I don't know what that is. I think Juliet, you told me that that wasn't part of narcolepsy, right? Where it's like my eyes could even be open and sometimes they're not. They could be closed or open, but like I'll be sleeping, but I'll be awake at the same time. I know it doesn't make sense. Like a part of my brain's awake and a part of it's asleep. So he so I guess, yeah, I guess that's what that'd be considered, maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because that would be kind of like that because you're dreaming and you're awake. Have you guys ever seen, was it called Waking Life? I think it is. It's about lucid dreaming where you can, so that, I mean, I feel like lucid dreaming might be a little bit different, but connected because from what I'm thinking, what I'm remembering from that movie, it's like you're controlling your dream. So I guess, yeah, you are aware of your dream when you're dreaming. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you could control it or not. Yes, I've had sleep paralysis. I haven't, knock on wood, I haven't had it in a couple, in a while, but I used to get it probably like a couple times a year it would happen. Oh my God, it's the worst. It's probably been a few years since it's happened. It is such a horrible, horrible feeling. Yeah, it's not, yeah, that's mine's the same way. It's not scary, but it's like horrible because you can't move and you can't like you can't wake up, you can't move, you're like stuck. But I haven't had those ones where like there's like people think that they're like almost like ghost related. Have you heard people think that they're, I don't know, there's crazy stuff. That stuff doesn't do crap. I've tried all that, Autumn. I was so disappointed. I tried that for years. I tried different ones. Like they're like, "Oh, this will do this and this will do that." None of that crap does crap. Those beats. I'm sorry, it doesn't. It doesn't help me at least. I've tried all of them. I've tried so many different ones. And like, "Oh, this one look, this is going to be a good one. This one's going to be the good one." I have better luck with the ASMR stuff to like do stuff than that. I've tried a lot of that when I was going through like all the anxiety and stuff. I'm like, okay. And I didn't give up on it too. I kept trying different ones because I'm like, this has got to work. Everybody's like, in the titles, they make it sound like so inviting. So I was like, okay, let me just try this one. Okay, let me try Delta. Let me try this one. Let me try that one. Let me try this one again. Let me try a different version of this. Nothing. Sucked. I feel like I'm always thinking, is this made up stuff? Or is this just for like views? Like it doesn't feel like it's even anything, but just I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it did anything, but maybe other people. Has anybody else tried it and like it? I could be weird, I guess, but yeah, I guess everybody's different. So maybe well, you said it works for you. Is anybody else work for anybody? Yeah, sense of terror. That's kind of what I was talking about. Yes. Yeah, me too. No, I'm awake, so oh, wait, Ashley, it means, like, you're awake, but you can't move, so it's almost like your brain wakes up before it turns off the part where, like, we know when you're dreaming, it turns off the part of your brain where you don't move, so you're not, like, walking around moving when you're dreaming. Well, that's still turned off, but yet you're awake, so it basically what it's doing is your body can't move, your brain and your mind is awake, and your body can't move because it's stuck in like, the way you are when you're dreaming where you're like stuck. So you're like and you can't even open your eyes. At least I can't. So your body's like trying to tell you like your mind is trying to be like, okay, I'm awake, open my eyes. I can't open my eyes. I can't move. I can't like get up. And it's just like you're stuck in your like paralyzed body. It's basically. So that's why it's called sleep paralysis. You're like your mind's awake, but your body's sleeping basically. It sucks. Yeah, saying maybe. Maybe. Ooh. We could be. Woke up while under yes, yes. You're probably right. You know, when you hear those things where you hear people having that reaction, but it's worse because they're actually being cut into and they can't move. Oh my god, that's probably is what it feels like, but minus the freaking somebody in your body cutting you and stuff. Oh. Oh, wait, I just explained it, Connie. It's basically when your body's in, like, the stage of, like, where you're you know, I forget what it is in your brain that it kinda, like, shuts off so you're not, like when you're dreaming, you're not, like, walking all over the place, like, doing all the stuff you're doing in your dreams. So it shuts that part off, but when you're in sleep paralysis, your brain is awake, but that's still sleeping, basically. So your brain, it won't even let you open your eyes, it won't let you move, it won't let you get up, but your brain's awake, so you're just, like, sitting there stuck, paralyzed, and you're like, "Open my eyes. Oh my god, I wanna open my eyes. I need to get up." And it's like you're stuck, and it's just you don't realize in the moment what it is, and it's, like, scary. It's weird. See, that's what I think people I've heard that where it's like they think it's almost like a well, paranormal experience, like maybe there's like somebody sitting on their chest or like something like that. But I feel like it's almost just like maybe a feeling because you're kind of like, but I don't know, I've never have. It's just a feeling where I can't move, you know? Um, hold on, I want to see. Yeah, it is. It definitely is because they could be viewing it. Is that what you're talking about? They could be viewing it like where they're perceiving it that way. Yeah, definitely. I just perceive it like I can't move, but people I'm sure there are people that are like perceiving it like there's somebody on their chest that won't let them move and stuff like that. But I think it really boils down to science, and it's just that part of your brain is turned off right there where your body can't move, and they're just perceiving it in a way. What do you guys think? Wow. Wait, why, Ellie? What do you mean? Oh, just joking. I was like, "Wait, what?" Um, oh, no. Yeah, me too. Me too. I never have like I have like bad dreams where it's like, man, that was kind of a bad dream. But I never have anything that I would consider like a nightmare where it was like, of course I have bad ones, but it's never like this. I don't know. I would never consider them nightmares, but I don't know. Maybe people perceive like maybe somebody would perceive some of my bad dreams as nightmares to them. I have no idea. Wait, Shelly, are you serious? I hope you're joking. I just woke up from, well, somewhat of a nap. That's making me laugh. Because I'm going on 7 years. That's just making me laugh. I don't do it. Wow. I don't know where that came from. I'm so confused. Are you joking? We're just talking about dreams and stuff. Yeah, I'm a recovering addict. I'm very honest about that, but I'm not using any pills. Wow. It's a cute little doggy though there. I know. I just want her to like come back and like say like explain. Who is this person? Shelley Hall. I know I'm gonna ignore it, but I don't know why it makes me mad because I've worked so hard to not be, and the fact that I'm being accused of something that I haven't touched in over 6 years now, and that just it makes me really mad that you're accusing me of something. Yeah, no, you're not even gonna come. Where are you, Shelley? I'm not gonna attack you or anything, but can we just talk? I don't know. Yeah, I know. I need to just drop it, but anyway, Tiffany. Yeah, I know. Oh, Jen. Who's he? Anna. Yeah, they continued, but they only took was it just one more witness or hold on, let me think. They had the guy that I think there was somebody right before that guy, right? Did they take 2 witnesses or 1? Or no, yeah, 2 more people or 1? I can't remember if they had somebody before that guy. Why do I feel like they did? I don't know. Remind me, somebody. I can't even remember. Um, did that guy, he did have, well, okay, what was the guy's point, real quick? Autumn, you're supposed to take notes. That last witness, what did he, what was the point of bringing him? So he said that, what time did Alex start the car? And did he put it into drive at 9:06? Did he really leave at 9:06? Did he really go, what time did he get to the caretaker's house? What's the situation? guy, and then the other guy was introduced. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm gonna have to, I didn't know there was anything new going on with that case. I need to look into it. Anybody though, what that guy, what did he for the car? What did he have to say? How if info, at least not with that guy. They could only show like system engaging, system disengaging. Oh, wait, I thought they were going into like the putting into drive, putting it into park and stuff like that, right? Oh, okay. So wait. Yeah, I drink a lot of coffee. I need a cup of coffee. I've only had 1 cup today. That's where I'm lacking. No, but it did okay. Did it match up with the timeline? So was it like at 9:06 he started his car, right? Hold on a second. Um And then what time so he supposedly got to his mom's house at 9 what did it say? 9:30 to 9:50, right? He starts his car at 9:06, right? I think that's what they said. At least that's what they were assuming is what time he started his car and left. Then he goes to he ends up getting to his mom's house then what by at 9:30, so that gives an extra because it's like a 20-minute drive, so it gives him what? Like an extra less than 5 minutes to do whatever he had to do. He did not have that much time though. And then he gets home at 10:07, he's already calling 911. So that means he already got back home, checked the bodies. I know he didn't really have to check, but I'm sure he did really lean over him and whatever and act like he just found him, right? And then called 911. I mean, wow, he was quick. So I guess all he really had to do is if he did change his clothes real quick. Did you hear, was it Long Crime? Somebody was saying how they thought maybe he even had it that outfit underneath the clothes from the Snapchat. I mean, somebody, I don't know where they got that information. They said that it was possible that maybe he even had it underneath. So then he just like took them off real quick. I don't know, or just changed them real quick, got rid of the guns, put the guns in his dirty clothes somewhere or the raincoat, or he didn't even change his clothes and had the raincoat over top of him. But that one I find hard to believe because there was no blood on it. And if he did wash it off, then why was the gunshot residue still on it? If he washed it off that good to get all the blood off of it, then all the gunshot residue would have got off of it, at least most of it. You know what I'm saying? So I almost don't think he was wearing that. Because, and if he was, that means there's 2 shooters. Because freaking there's at least a couple shots they know that were up close right there. There's no way he didn't have blood all over him. So if he was wearing that raincoat, then I think that there was another shooter that did the up close shots, and there could have been 2 shooters. If he wasn't wearing it, then that means he didn't wear it for it. Oh yeah, if he wasn't wearing it, and then he changed his clothes, right? I don't know. I'm still contemplating if him and Cousin Eddie teamed up. He did the far away shots and Cousin Eddie did the up close shots. Just because I don't know. And then Long Crime made it seem like they're not going to have the trajectory like experts, or they said it's not really needed. Did you hear that? It's like, how isn't that needed? That's what I've been waiting for. Like, I feel like that's huge. I want one of their experts to explain all that and how it how it could have happened with just one person. But that one lady said, no, it's not really needed. Well, I know, but he supposedly he failed a polygraph about the freaking murders. So not only was he his go-to guy to, hey, come kill me for the suicide story, and I still think that Cousin Eddie, I'm calling him Cousin Eddie. What's Eddie? Whatever. I still think he's lying. I don't think that he just I think that Alex probably did ask him to come in that plan and was probably offering him some of that money or whatever, already paid him or whatever. And of course, Eddie's going to say, no, I don't know nothing about it because that's a big charge planning something like that. So you're better off to act like, oh, no, I don't know anything about that. I wasn't a part of that, right? I don't know. I almost don't believe him for that. And then he failed a polygraph for the murders. I almost think that maybe he helped him. Wait, what Gardner? Autumn Gardner, but if he isn't bad bagging, what? Bad dabbing? I keep calling him Cousin Eddie on purpose because something about the way he looks and his name just cracks me up. Wait, what is his name? They said they call him Cousin Eddie, but I don't even know what his name is. His name Eddie? No, but I mean, who did he get a message? That's why I asked him how he got the message to mention the gardener. Who got what message? I don't even know what you're talking about. Being a Black Panther. Oh, I don't even know what any of that stuff. Oh, it is Eddie. Okay. Okay, I will, Ellie. Can somebody explain? I was wondering how Eddie knew to mention the gardener because I think Alex was. But what do you mean mention the gardener? That's where I'm confused. I think Alex was trying to frame him. Can you explain? Maybe I'm like overlooking the gardener thing. What about the gardener? Yeah, I did kill Black Panther back. When Alex, oh wait, okay. When Alex was in the car being interviewed, he mentioned a new gardener that they had who Paul thought was weird, but he wasn't really pushing the narrative for that guy much. Okay. But how does that relate to Cousin Eddie? The new info. Okay, wait. When the police questioned Eddie, he mentioned the gardener being a Black Panther. I think Alex told him to do that. Oh. So they were trying to frame the gardener? Huh. I don't know. I didn't I didn't know that Eddie said that when they questioned him. But okay. But Autumn, he could have said that a while ago though, because Alex wasn't in jail right after the murders. He was out for months. So he could have, he planned that suicide with Eddie or whatever if he really did. So he could have told him any of that time. Right? I mean, if he's already talking about the gardener in the car, he wasn't arrested then. So he could have already he could have told him, he had a lot of time to tell him. Because they were both out of a jail. Obviously, when the whole Alex getting shot in the head, obviously Eddie wasn't in jail at the time, neither was Alex. And the murders were before that. So, right? Though it were recent, Alex claims that he told Paul to record the guy the next time. Yeah, but you're saying the interview in the car before months before Alex was even arrested, and months before Eddie was in jail too. So he would have had months to tell them. They would have had months to plan that before any of them were in jail. Do you see what I'm saying? He wasn't arrested that day after being in the car. I mean, Alex wasn't, so they would have had time. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't arrested right after the murders. Yeah, he could have definitely. Yeah, because they had talked after the murders to plan that whole suicide thing. Whether, I mean, either Eddie's lying, and either way they were still talking because Eddie said, "Oh, Alex called me, told me to meet him on the side of the road." So they were still talking. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but the thing is I don't think, I mean, Eddie's not his friend, but he might be at least still kind of going along with some of the stuff that Alex told him, because if he is involved with some of that stuff with Alex, he might, he might want to be careful because he doesn't want it to be found out. Let's say he is involved with the murders. He doesn't want it to be found out that he's involved, so he has to put it off on somebody else too, right? It's better go along with whatever Alex is saying so it matches up in a way. You know what I'm saying? If he is involved. I don't know. Like I said, I think it's weird that he failed that polygraph, even though I know they're not perfect, but they are something that the investigators use to clear people and to stick on people. I mean, think about how many cases where if they take a polygraph and they pass, they usually clear them. You know what I'm, unless if there's like a ton of evidence and it's, but most of the time it's like, okay, we'll move on to another person. If they fail, then they like stick on them. So yeah, I know they're not used in the court of law and stuff, but they are used in investigations. They use them a lot to determine who to clear, who to look at. So, I mean, there is something to them, even though they're not perfect. There are things that can make you fail. There are things that can make you pass when you're lying, and vice versa. But still, I don't know. And I would just wonder, since he did fail, like, why aren't they even bringing up that theory in this trial? Like, they're just going to let that go? Or maybe it might complicate things more when they're trying to get Alex to go down. I don't know. Wanted them to sink. Is his hair braided yarn? Is her hair braided yarn? What? Mohair? I don't know what you're talking. You're silly. I don't know. I know it's another conversation I catch at the end, but you got me curious. Who's braided hair? Wait, hold on. I gotta see what you're talking about. Oh, okay. Are you talking about this? You made the doll pictured? Listen to Alex and me. Well, yeah, I must have missed the whole thing about the gardener though, so thanks for letting me know. Um, yeah, no, I mean, I think he's behind it. I'm not 100% that he pulled the trigger, but I do think there's a good chance he did. But what I'm doubting is if maybe there was somebody else too. Maybe if there was two shooters. So I'm leaning more towards yes, he was one of the shooters, if not the only shooter. But there's a part of me that now wonders if maybe cousin Eddie helped. I have something in my tooth. Nobody told me. Thanks. Hold on a second. Wait, what's your theory, Ellie? What's your theory? I didn't hear your theory. Oh. What I did. Wow, it looked like I did. Where did it go? It looked like I did on the camera. And then I went in the mirror and there's nothing there. Oh well. Yeah, I got it after I went up. Thanks. All right. Well, Do you guys think he did? Okay, hold on. Let's do one poll and then I'm going to end it. Because it is 5, huh? Wait, what is going on over here? Hmm. Well, wait, you didn't take notes for me, Autumn? I thought you were I was listening. Like I said, I had my eyes closed, so I think I must have fell asleep a little bit because I don't remember what he said. And just what must have woke up right when. What was I gonna do, guys? What was I just gonna do? Where I said, hold on, let me go. Oh, a poll. Okay, hold on. Let me do a poll. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I was looking at something. Poll time. Okay. Look up to my theory. Not exactly how many times he put it in tarp out. But wonder why he did that. What's he doing if going to visit him on the back to the property to talk to his wife? Yeah, I don't understand what the purpose of that would be. I don't know how to word this poll though. That's where. Oh, I think I know how. Okay, hold on. I'll do it like. Hold on. Wait, I don't know how to word this. Wait, oh yeah, that's how I could do it. Oh yeah, that's a better way to word it. Juliet, that's better. I was doing it. I put, well, I want to, you know what? I'm going to keep it the way I'm doing it because I want to know if people think he actually shot it. Because would guilty. I don't know. I was going to put, do you think Alex was the only shooter, had help from Cousin Eddie, or didn't shoot anybody? What do you think? I don't know. Or should I do the way you did it? Guilty alone, guilty with accomplice, not guilty. Which one? Oh, I screwed up. I accidentally did it. I wasn't ready. Hold on. I'm going to end that. Now I have to retype it out. Gosh darn it. Hold on. I pushed the wrong button. Oh, wait. I don't know. I know it's worded weird, but oh well. Only shooter with cousin Eddie or innocent. I worded it weird. Oh well. I'm just gonna say that how I have it. No, somebody some people do, but I want to know if they think he pulled the trigger, because I still think there's still some people that maybe think he's behind it, but he wasn't the shooter. So I just want to know if you think now, when that option that didn't shoot anyone, that doesn't mean he could have still been behind it, but if you don't think he was actually the one that pulled the trigger, you know? I don't either. I don't know. I don't either. I really don't. I mean, I feel like the state just is not doing a very good job at I feel like they might have screwed it up. They're not convincing me. I have too much doubt, you know? Really? Only the wife? So who do you think killed Paul then? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's too much doubt. Like, yeah, I do think he's behind it somehow, and I do think I'm almost thinking there's maybe 2 shooters. But I just can't figure out, like, did he change his clothes? Did he wear the raincoat? I don't think the raincoat, for some reason, I'm thinking the raincoat has nothing to do with it, unless if there was 2 shooters and he was wearing it and he was the far away shooter. Wait, hold on. But then I don't know. Alex accidentally shot Paul, so shot Maggie. Huh? He shot Paul, but not Maggie. Maybe Paul shot Maggie or something else after him, even if he may think, even feel if he maybe shot Paul by mistake, think he shot Maggie. I don't know. Maggie wasn't 100% into it. Something happened where he had to kill Paul too, but wasn't that Paul to kill Maggie? Coordinated with Paul to kill Maggie. I don't know. I don't know. It's tough. Oh yeah, there was something. We were watching was it yesterday? Was it a video, or they were talking about something where she wouldn't give in, or she wouldn't Do that? Yeah. But I don't understand what you're saying to pay it back. To pay back the loan, thinking he could use the beach house to pay it back. To pay what back? At a beach house that Alex took a loan out on. Thinking he could use the beach house to pay it back. Where he took a loan out on the beach house and then, oh, he wanted to sell the beach house? I forget what is that what that was? Wait, how long after the video with his voice in it did they die? Minutes. I think the video was like 43 after, something like that. And their phones both locked up at like 49, so 8:49. And so they think the murders happened like 8:50 around that time. So minutes. I mean, 6, 7 minutes after. Yeah. Yeah, maybe, but it was said that they think that Paul was killed first. I know they don't know for sure, but wait, Alex shot Maggie. Paul came out with the shotgun on his hand, in his hand, and Alex turned it on Paul. Ah, maybe. Firm had motive? All property had lien on it after law firm paid off his debts. He only owed the firm back. Huh, I didn't know that. Wait, the law firm paid back his debts? I thought, what? Man, I need to do a lot more research. Some of this stuff I'm like, huh? I didn't know this. I guess I should try to watch that podcast, but dude, I don't think I have time to catch up on it all. Oh my God. I don't even know. No, I'm just gonna stick with the trial and oh well. Then when we get, whatever, I'll move on to the next case because I mean, it's too much time. I don't know. I would like to try to look into some other cases. There's just so much. So hopefully the trial will cover a lot of this. I probably missed a lot from the first week, but she got a loan by saying, if I don't pay this back, we have a beach house that you can take. Then he did God knows what with the money. Alex got a loan by saying, if I don't pay this back. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. So sane. Oh, that's good. That makes me feel better. I know. I didn't know that. I'm like, that's news to me that the law firm paid off his debts. I must have missed that. Oh, just the client. Oh, okay. 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 That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I know that. I want to look into that. I want to look into that one. And Maggie wasn't cooperating with giving up the beach house. Maggie wasn't cooperating. Yeah, maybe. That's the name. Oh Lordy. Paul was this. Yeah, I heard he was a jerk. Oh, bye, Brian. Receive from the father's death and when? How much did the Murdaugh's brothers receive from the father's death and when? What? I don't know. What father's death? Are you talking about their grandfather's death? Oh, you mean Alex and the brothers. Oh. He didn't get questioned for the killing of the boat accident. Who? Wait, yeah, they or I don't know. I think they were talking about Alex's dad, right? Because no, I mean Alex didn't die. I'm confused who that you were asking about. Hey, Tina Baker, what's up? Wait, what? One of the grandfathers has died on the railroad track. Who are we talking about? This is what I'm confused. Whose dad are we talking about? Because Alex's dad died. Who's the grandfather that died then? Yeah, Alex's dad died. We were talking about it in the last trial, or we were figuring out like the day and everything. So that would be, did he leave money to, Alex and his brothers? I don't know, but who's the grandfather you're talking about, Tina? Because he died of, didn't he have pneumonia? But then he was sick with, did he have cancer or something where he was in the hospital? I don't know. Did he get a lot? Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. No, it's fine, Tina. I was just confused which one you're talking about because you said somebody died on the railroad tracks. When was that? Recently? Was it recently, Tina? Hmm. Well, guys, I might end this. So let's see what the poll came to. Do you think Alex was the only shooter? 45%. Had help from cousin Eddie, 43, and didn't shoot anyone is 11. So we have the majority thinks he's the only, but not far behind, 43%. So 45 just Alex, 43 Alex and Eddie, and 11 neither. So there are a lot of people in this chat that, I guess we only have 44 votes though, so that's not, but still. Not yet. I know I'm waiting to get a new design, a new logo. I'm trying. I have the old stuff up there. At least my one logo dropped off, but I have the Zeke and Justice one still up there. I think I'm gonna go with the place that has one tie-dye, but I need to get a thing. I don't know. I guess I'll just do like a quick one, at least for right now, that says like, what do you mean? But I'm still trying to figure out if I just put it on the front or just the back, or how would you guys want it? Just like, what do you mean on the front? Anything on the back? I don't know. Oh my God, it has been 9 hours. Oh, thanks, Ellie, for modding too. I'll get your email. I mean, I'll read your email. I mean, you guys would I mean, who would actually buy a one that says, what do you mean? Would you? I know. Yeah, Yorkie Mama. Oh my God, where have you been? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Hussein. Maybe I could do that. Wait a minute. Yeah, would you guys buy if okay, what do you mean on the front and then I'm confused on the back? I mean, would you want it with nothing on the back or what that? Both? I don't know. Oh, yeah. Oh, we forgot to do the faces. Hey, unsolved cases. Who else? We have Yorkie. Who else just came in? There's some new people. Wait. Yeah, but okay, I can't find a place that does the tie-dye hoodies. I only find only one company I found that does. They have one style of tie-dye shirts, but they don't have tie-dye hoodies. So I don't know what to do. Yeah. Well, what do I put together? Juliet, you still have to help me. Like, I want to get something out. Like, I want to do it, like, get it out soon. I don't know. No design, just it's saying that. I guess. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I thought I was just going to do the words. I mean, would you need a design? I mean, at least to get something out quick, and then maybe in the future I could get something more fancy. All right, guys, I think we're going to end it. So it does look like that there are some people that, yeah, that maybe we need to get Cousin Eddie up there. Wonder if they're going to ask him any questions about that, because he was supposed to take the stand today, but I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. All right, guys, have a good day. But what if it's not tie-dye? Unsolved. Because I can't find a company that does tie-dye hoodies that will like work with, what I need. All right, guys, bye. Have a good day.